Uh, I don't know if I can hear you.
You can't hear me?
Oh, now
I
I
hear
can
you
hear you.
now. There he is.
Okay.
I can also hear the
Yeah,
music
we can-
too, which is a problem.
Was it playing before?
It paused for like 10 seconds, and I was like fist pumping so hard internally, and then it came back.
See, look at Hunter. Hunter likes it, and now
No, he doesn't. No, he does not.
Look at him. He's jamming, right? He's
Wait.
just-
No. Let's clarify this. You think it is a compliment to yourself that Hunter enjoys the same music as you do?
Hey, you have no idea what kind of music I like, all right? I could like great music. I don't,
Yeah.
but I could. You don't know.
So let's just say, what do you think the Venn diagram of overlap of musical tastes is between Prime and Hunter?
I don't know. I don't know. What kind of music do you like, Prime?
I have eclectic tastes. I mean, I'm nothing interesting. Rock, hip hop,
Rock and hip hop?
and then
Yeah,
other
hell yeah.
stuff sprinkled in.
Anything but
Sure.
country for me. Anything but country for me. I can't stand country
Exactly,
music.
pretty much. Yeah. So, I mean, Hunter had childlike glee on his face. With the.
I will say that out of all of the public domain songs that I listen to, this is my favorite public domain song.
Really?
So chill. Oh, Jesus. So
Oh my
chill.
goodness.
Well, the answer is I don't. I just don't
We're
listen to.
converting people.
Why would you listen to public domain songs? That's crazy. But yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
I listen
That's
to rock
exactly
and
what it
I
is.
listen to rock and rap. I
Mm.
like I
oh,
don't
this
know, I
music
like a
is
lot
neither of
punk
those
rock.
things. I don't believe.
It's
Yeah,
like you're
but
on
you
hold waiting-
but you were
it's
saying
like
you
you're
were
on
saying
hold.
that we don't have similar tastes, and I bet we do. Prime, who's
Yeah,
your
I'm
favorite
sure there's
rapper?
something we could find. I don't have favorites of anything. It's
Okay,
really
fuck
hard to
this
pick.
guy. I'm not like him at all. What a
well,
loser ass.
No,
what
it's
a-
hard for me to like rank things. It's
What a
just like
centrist
Oh
ass
my!
opinion.
I encounter these people. These are
Prime,
the
Prime,
worst
you sound like a
types of people.
centrist, and I
I
hope you
can't
take
pick
that
a favorite
personally.
color. I can't pick my favorite ice cream.
Yeah,
I
that's-
can't.
No, that's fair. I
You're
mean,
looking
it's
at the
fair
left and the
because-
right. You're going, I don't know. They both seem good. I don't know. That's who you sound like.
I'm
it's
sorry,
very
friends. I'm a
different.
little bit late, but I've got about an hour
You're
before
fine.
I
What do you
have
mean
to-
you're
Don't worry,
late?
It takes everyone a while to like
By
gather
fucking 2
here,
minutes?
right? Yeah.
I'm fucking late. All right, I'm fucking late.
fucking late. Give me
Yeah,
a
you're
fucking
perfectly
break.
fine.
I'm fucking late. Who is this
This is,
guy?
Hey, you know this fucking guy up here? I think he's gonna be my fucking target. Okay, capiche?
You're laughing a little too hard, Prime.
How you
Yo.
do? Okay.
Spin, no, you've already figured it out. Hunter here is a liberal, right? A dirty fucking liberal.
My
I
kind,
think
my kind of fucking guy.
Hey,
Yeah.
yo.
Listen, Prime, you can't pick a favorite political ideology.
Listen,
right?
hey, Kozak from the north.
Yo,
Look at
what's
my
up?
shirt. I'm gonna tell you. Look at my shirt, okay? Look at my
Nice
shirt.
toilet
You're
paper.
fucked.
That's awesome.
That's
Nice
right.
toilet
It
paper,
is.
dude. Yeah, I'll flush that shit down the toilet too.
Flush me, baby. Flush me.
Okay, not a problem.
This is weirdly erotic.
Yeah. Kink
Why,
unlocked.
are you amused? Do I fucking amuse you? Is that
course you
is that
do.
what you're saying?
Do I
Yeah.
fucking amuse you? Where are you from? You from
What,
Jersey?
like a clown? Am I like a clown? I'm here to fucking amuse you, huh? Is that what it is?
You from
How
New York?
the fuck
What is
am I
this?
fucking
What is this
funny?
accent?
Okay. How the fuck am I,
I like
so
the
fucking
accent.
funny?
I'm not being disrespectful. I do like it, but I'm just curious
Yeah.
about it.
It's okay. I'll eat you the fuck alive tonight. Okay.
I'll
go
eat you
get,
the
go
fuck
make a sandwich.
alive.
Okay.
He sounds
Go-
more
go
Jewish
make-
than I
go
do.
make- Hey,
Hey,
go make yourself a
buongiorno.
sandwich. Okay. Put some fresh mozzarella. All right.
Buongiorno. It's like that Aldo Raines fucking Italian accent. Buongiorno.
Okay.
You're bobbing your head like you're bobbing your head around like you're trying like you're something. Come on.
Me?
I
We're
think
just
Alex.
fucking doing it.
I'm more well known than you are, bitch.
I mean, that is almost certainly true, but
It's
I mean,
certainly true.
That's
I don't know
okay.
if it's
That's
I don't know if
okay,
like it's the
Ozark.
best reasons for why you're known, but yeah, I guess that's subjective.
Hey, I'm known
It's
for a lot of things.
subjective or objective, okay? Do you give me consent to fuck with you the rest of the night?
Of course. Any day.
Mm.
That's fine.
Case, he
I
has
don't
no
care.
idea, does he?
Oh, I'm in for it. Oh my god. You fuck
It's
like
really not that bad, Hunter. He's a paper
I
tiger. He'll be
know,
fine.
for sure.
He'll be fine. So
Mm.
It's just this like, you don't want to see the claws, and then his claws are just like calling people slurs. It's like we all knew that was coming.
It's like Meg's claws from Family Guy. Her superpower of growing
Oh
claws.
yeah.
Hey,
Didn't break the
that kinda
skin. Oh, okay. Well, just don't do that again.
Let the dumpster fire begin.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, with this group, it just takes a long goddamn time to gather. Though I do thank Alex and Hunter and Corey for being here early. Alex for being here first, Hunter for being here second,
Was
and
that?
Corey, you were third. You get bronze.
I came here pretty damn early.
Yeah.
I was
Might as well go
backstage.
for the at
Corey,
least
you gotta
I
find
might
better
get
things to
go
do.
for the gold. When
No, I
can I
don't.
get to the gold?
I'm good.
How long were you back there for? Like 50 minutes?
I'm good with having nothing better things to do.
Pathetic.
That's why you
true.
live
I am.
rent free in my head. That's why you live rent free in my head.
Okay.
All right, who
so
we on? Who
we'll-
we waiting on? We got. I think Lactoid's coming,
Ali,
Gibbs is coming.
Lactoid, Gibbs. I think at least one other person.
and
Ali,
Doobie.
Doobie, yeah.
and Doobie.
Yeah. All right. So why
So,
don't we?
so about half
do-
the people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big panel, huh?
Yeah. So let's do our usual thing and have a pre-topic, right? To discuss. So what could it be? Could we do something maybe on Biden's failures?
Hey,
could
fucking
we-
watch it. I'm gonna go get my little Biden cup.
You better start you better start crying a good river because you're gonna need it. Talking about Biden.
Notice who you're aligning yourself with, Prime here.
I'm not aligning myself with
Yes,
anyone,
you are.
right?
I see it. All right, what about Biden's failures? Let's get into it. What did he do?
Hey, it's his fucking panel. If he wants to stack it, that's up to him.
What about Biden's failures? What did he do that was so the Inflation
Hey, let's
Reduction
start-
Act,
wait a
like
minute.
one of the
Okay,
most green
all right.
climate bills
One of the most-
literally on planet Earth ever.
Oh,
A
my
huge
God.
investment in solar energy to put
What-
us America. That's an America first policy if I've ever heard one.
We know what
Bipartisan
news
infrastructure
you
bill
he
was great.
watches.
True. Chips
So,
Act.
so
Chips Act was fucking awesome.
Bipartisan
got-
infrastructure bill,
he
the
got-
most comprehensive infrastructure bill in the history of the
He
country
allowed
since
he
the
allowed
1950s.
Medicare to start negotiating prices.
Yep.
That's pretty fucking big if we care about
Uh,
healthcare.
That-
he
you're
allowed for
fucking wrong.
a tiny list of drugs to be admitted, right? As to distract from
Yeah,
the
it's-
actual solution.
What
to
do you mean
Medicare for all.
distract? Why
Whatever.
can't he actually care
Literally,
about this?
the thing that liberals love to do, right? Give you 10% of what you like and say, well, don't worry, right? Someday, a time in the future.
He didn't have.
right,
Wait,
you'll
hold
get
on,
the
hold
rest.
on, hold on.
Just
What
like
should
for,
wait? Hold on, hold on, hold on,
Obamacare,
hold on.
and they
What should
never
Biden
fucking
have done?
came.
What should Biden have done? I'm
Oh,
curious what he shouldn't have
actually,
done
Medicare for all.
without
There we go.
legislation.
What do you
Wait,
think I- what the fuck
without
do you think I was gonna
legislative.
say,
Wait,
right?
hold on. Without legislative ability.
No,
Without-
hold on. Fight for it.
without
Hold
a
on.
trifecta?
Actually change the party to fight for it. Actually push the party to do that. Change
Yep.
the zeitgeist.
I agree.
Just fucking
just
push.
Like he changed the zeitgeist around the genocide that he sponsored, right?
And wait,
That
hold
would
on.
be the
You think
big
that he
deal
could have?
here.
You think
Go
that he
ahead, right?
could have?
What do you think I was gonna fucking say?
No, no, no,
Yeah,
no, no,
the
no, no.
genocide that he
Yeah.
that he helped when
We
he
helped
helped
fund it.
set the fucking Middle East on fire. That would be it. Like this, the Iran war is the direct train of events from that. Right, like, but
You hit
I
a
guess,
you hit a
but-
point,
but
and it just
Democrats,
becomes
right?
about
But
Gaza.
Biden was just innocent. He was innocent. He had nothing. There was
Well,
no
I wouldn't-
agency there. Things were just happening around him, and he couldn't do anything. He was only the president of the United States. He had
Well,
he had no
I
control
will
of
agree.
anything.
I will agree. We never should have funded the genocide in Israel was committed against Gaza. That was a horrible thing. We never should have done that. And it was a really tough sell. And I remember I talked with Ali about it. It's like that's the one community I cannot fault for either A, not voting, or B, just voting for Trump, because like Kamala Harris, she didn't do it.
I
know.
could fault them for not voting for Kamala.
So you wait a minute. Wait.
Well,
Over
here's
Trump?
I need to ask the Liz something.
I need to finish this real quick. Okay.
fair.
The main
then we'll
reason
go to
why-
Spain.
Yeah, the main reason as to why is because they were being told, hey, well, why should we vote for Kamala? And some people like Pisco said, oh, just because she's better than Trump. That's not good enough. That's not a good enough answer. She met with like leaders in Dearborn in a private meeting. Trump actually did that shit out in the open. So optics is everything, honestly. So you can't just tell people, oh, you should vote for Kamala because she's better than
Oh,
Trump. That's
thank
not good enough. You got to be, your messaging is
Look,
what really
I
matters.
agree
Anyway,
with
go ahead.
you. I agree with you, and I will fault the
Let's go
Kamala
to Spain.
campaign. Oh, sorry. If we could be about.
Yeah, let's go to Spain.
That's fine.
Okay, libtards.
Okay,
So-
okay, libtards. Oh,
So,
you guys haven't come
so-
up with a better joke in 10 years.
oh, I could come up with a lot, but I'm being nice.
Oh,
Okay.
Well, can you even work your
what
camera?
a kind
That's the
fucking
real
human
question.
being here.
Or
I'll
haven't
tell you what.
figured out your camera
I'll
yet?
tell you what, I can't figure out these microphones. So it's okay.
I know. You can't even figure out your own camera after a year or two.
Oh, the camera's getting better. It's getting better. I did some shit the other night.
Your
and I was
mic
like,
is
I did
still
it.
fucked.
I know.
Shut
I'm working
the
on
fuck
it.
up. You're
Listen,
so loud.
Okay,
But don't
Listen,
worry.
okay,
we're-
Libtardia.
I'm gonna be
Oh,
loud.
Gibbs, I love
It's gonna
you.
happen.
I love you, but your
Okay,
mic is
libtards.
loaded.
Good. I hope so. I'm doing it this way specifically to spite you because I know it's a meme now.
Valid.
You're lucky I don't push this all the way in and give you the echo.
And you know what? And you know what? You triggered me. You did a great job.
Sorry, let's spin. Get his point out.
Okay, new scum rejects. That's what I'll start calling you. How's that?
You're so pathetic.
So the millions of illegal invaders that dumbass let come into this country.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and Gibbs is over there laughing. He knows exactly what I'm going to say.
Oh, because you guys all have the same fucking talking points. I agree.
But my talking points are absolutely factual.
Nobody's got my talking points. Let's get that out of the way.
You know what, Gibbs? I will say you are psychotic on a level that very few can reach.
That is
And I
why
appreciate
Admiral
that about
Gibbs
you.
and I get. That's why Admiral Gibbs and I get along.
It's
Okay?
called
That's-
psychosis. What?
That's why
There's-
Gibbs is
there's
an
a
admiral, not
libtard
just
word.
like a captain, right? Like, all
right. You want to make a
Hold on,
you want
let
to
me-
make a point?
I was trying to, and then the psychosis had to come out for a second. Love you, Gibbs. Anyway, he let millions of illegal invaders come into this country and say,
Mhm.
"Oh, we're going to give you all this money. Oh, we're gonna wine and dine you, give you free fucking motels, and oh, by the way, here's a citation.
Mhm.
Come to court. You will be heard."
Mhm.
And then you have the obvious dementia reject smelling little girl's hair. Then you have
Uh-huh.
him tripping up Air Force One steps like a complete and total jackass.
Uh-huh.
Then you have a Green Deal that was mandating everybody to buy an electric vehicle.
Whoa, I don't
that
remember.
nobody
I
could
don't remember that.
afford.
I don't remember being mandated to buy an electric vehicle. That sounds
By
fucked.
You have one right
2035
now,
by
Hunter. You don't even know it.
2035.
That's
Friday,
crazy.
for sure.
By
I fill it with
2035
gas. That's fuck.
By
been doing it wrong all this time.
2035,
All these
i-
years.
by 2035,
Uh-huh.
the policy that was laid out, which wasn't adopted, by the way, that got rejected.
Okay, who
And the
fucking
only
cares
person
about
that
policies?
adopted it was liberal Democratic new scum
Ooh.
that you probably come from, new scum.
I do come
Yeah.
from California.
Yeah.
Exactly. There you
Yeah.
go. I figured it
There you
out
go.
without even
He
being
figured it out
California
by
logically
guessing
liberal.
the state that has the biggest population
told.
in
Brian Hayes,
America.
I didn't know you were based. I was not briefed.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. So I will stop. I will refrain from making fun of you.
Okay.
You are now
For
my
now.
target there, California reject.
Hell yes.
You
know what? I feel grateful when Trump supporters realize that the true
that you're a
target
California reject,
Hell
and
yeah. That
you
the
believe
person
what you believe in save the trees, and I'm going to put $30 million
Whoa.
to save the trees.
yeah,
you
you know what?
fucking
My fucking
stupid.
guess what?
Is there
My
something
wife
wrong with you?
my wife works for USAID until it got cut. Now she works for the state
Oh, wait a
department
minute,
to
wait,
make
wait,
sure
Base.
to make
She
sure that wait no
used
just
to
shut the
work
fuck up.
for
I want to say this real
USAID.
quick.
Base.
Yes, absolutely.
She used to work
Until
for
Elon Musk.
USAID.
I know. I'm giving you all the ammunition that you need. I'm saying, hey, my
Oh,
wife
I've
works
got
in
already the
the
ammunition
State
on you.
Department to make sure
All you
that
had to
the
do was open
lake
your mouth.
is as environmental as possible, and that is
All you
that's
had
her
to
job.
do was open your mouth.
That's
All
how
you
much
had
I
to
love
do was
it.
open your
I
mouth.
Yeah.
love green.
We need to-
Where is your
Hunter
big
has made
and
me
I
never.
live I live in a
In one
15-minute city
sentence.
right now. I live in a 15-minute city.
In one
and I
sentence,
love it.
Hunter converted me to the Libertarian Party. One sentence.
Hell yeah.
That was crazy. I'm ready to
All
fucking say
he had
all
to do-
taxation
all
stuff
he
now.
had to do, all he had to
had
do, Gibbs, was open his fucking mouth and give like 3 or 4 words. I knew it right there.
Oh,
Anyway,
Yeah.
suppressive.
where
It's
is
like
your
a
big
it's like a
class?
soothsayer.
Let me ask you, Would you be the one of the ones that went down to the Whipple building in Minnesota and throw fucking dildos at cars?
No, I've
I'm
never
talking
thrown
dildos
dildos
at
at cars.
Yes, they did.
I've thrown some dildos at some women.
I will bring you the video. I will bring you the video case.
Holy
I will
shit!
show
You're
you.
gonna show that some people in America did something that was a little cringy.
Honestly, the
I'm
coolest thing I
done
saw
with the
happen-
left. I'm
the
done
funniest-
with it.
The coolest thing that I saw that come out of Minneapolis,
Stupidest fucking party
the
in the
coolest thing I
world.
saw happening in Minneapolis is when Jake Lang got the shit beat out of him and he cried like a little bitch. That was awesome. I loved it.
I was a big fan of this. People getting shot. Actually, I was a big fan of that. Actually, we need more shootings.
What the fuck is what?
Gibbs.
Yeah, 'cause,
Yeah.
you know the funny thing is
Kids,
like
sometimes
like,
you're fucking
MAGA loves
psychotic.
themselves some Jake Lang even when he tries to
MAGA.
court minors.
MAGA.
They sure love it when their fellow people try to court
Here,
minors.
let
They
me-
love that
let me
shit.
help
Listen,
you.
I don't know why. Hold on.
Right.
This is actually here's a real
MAGA.
pet peeve. When the Republicans or the Dems do this, when we all like, yeah, this guy's a diddler, that guy's, they're all diddlers. They're all listen. Alex Jones was white. They're all fucking vampiric child diddlers in fucking office.
You ready for my hot take?
The Bilderberg Group and the
Yeah.
My hot take, this is not a hot take. There
They're
are
all
some,
right.
there are
All
some
right.
diddlers in politician
Is there an O?
in the political spaces,
Just-
and
just
when you
ask.
say all of them are diddlers, it provides cover for the few that are.
Yeah.
And
so
all
we
you're
should
doing
just
is
we
just
should,
provide
yeah, that's what we're
is
doing.
diddler cover.
Yeah. Okay, buddy.
I think.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think so.
um,
I think
yeah.
Thomas
Uh,
Massey
it's
is pretty
hard to know.
committed to polling, and that's just that's just on the Republican side. There's plenty of Democrats too.
He's one of the few
Ro Khanna.
Republicans I actually respect. I mean, I don't agree with
I
him
don't
on everything,
respect him, but I could say with the
respect-
Epstein files, he's
Well,
all right.
here's the thing.
Oh my
It's
God,
sort of
here
like-
we
it's
go
sort
with
of
the fucking Epstein files. Shut I am so fucking tired of hearing about the Epstein
I'm
files.
tired of hearing about the serial rapist that was best friends with the president of the United
But
States.
hold on. Can you
I'm
point to me?
fucking
Hold
tired
on.
of it.
Can you point to me exactly in the Epstein files where it's like Trump diddled this kid? Like, because I
No, I cannot.
okay, because I've asked that and nobody's been able to see the point. But that seems to be a case where everybody's like, yeah, he did it.
No,
Well, I'll put it like this. I don't
I
give
think
a
that
shit
there's-
who's
there is
on the
a-
list.
but
There's
there's
some
some-
damning-
hold on, just to be clear.
Actually, no,
No,
it's
I wanna be
in the Epstein files, there is one person who does, at least one person who does accuse Donald Trump of sexually assaulting her.
And guess what?
as a
It was
girl.
unsubstantiated.
It's described.
Yeah,
It's
it was
unsubstantiated.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it wasn't.
If you're
actually
looking for hard
investigated, that's
proof,
the
yeah,
problem.
we don't have
but-
hard fucking proof, video evidence of
Yeah,
Donald
well,
Trump raping
yeah.
a
Okay,
2-year-old.
Here's
my
my
We
thing.
don't have that.
My take-
Trump
But
my
we
steal
take-
do
your daddy.
have. Wait, hold on.
Trump
Could I
steal
go?
your- too easy to school people up.
Why do you guys always say daddy? I mean, you guys are some broke.
Who
back
said
beta-
daddy? Who said daddy?
Spin
I
City
just
did
did.
over here.
I
You
said-
called
I
me
just
Papa.
Okay.
Well,
Wait a
no,
minute, wait a
it's,
minute.
It's fucking weird. I mean, you guys got this weird.
Papa Gibbs is here, boys. I ain't
beta
Puppy
cuck
Way.
shit. I mean,
I think what I
seriously.
do have though is the president
Trump
of the United
is still your
States
daddy.
being
Trump is still your
on
daddy.
a radio station saying that he wanted to
Beta,
go
beta, beta.
backstage at Miss Teen USA
Trump is
so he
still your
could
daddy.
watch
Trump is
and
still your president.
ogle at all of the girls who were unclothing themselves. So I think that that's enough to go. This guy.
Oh
should be
my God!
president.
Does that make him a diddler?
What is that? No, I guess not. Maybe he's just a fucking creep. Maybe he's just a pervert. Okay. Maybe
Does
he
that
didn't
make
rape a
him
2-year-old.
Okay, just wait a minute. Hold the fuck on then. Does that make him a diddler? Does that make him
makes him unqualified to be
PDF
president.
file?
No, but it makes him unqualified to be president, in my opinion.
How does it make him unqualified to be president?
I don't.
dumbass?
Hold on. You said that fucking
Spin City's okay with this.
Joe
Just for the
Biden
record, he's okay with
kissing
this.
a girl's the top of her head is way too fucking far. But when it comes to Mr.
Wait a minute,
Pervert
wait a
United
minute,
States,
Jesus, I wish a little girl could touch my hairy fucking legs. Hello. Good morning. Shut up. Just lost.
it's pathetic.
You lost that one. You lost it.
No, it's pathetic. No, I could see the
Did
double
he
standards.
or did he not say, laying on a beach, that he wanted a fucking child to touch his hairy fucking legs?
I don't know what you're talking about. I've never heard of this.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Biden said
Yeah.
this. Biden was like, "Oh
Biden
yeah, I remember
said,
used to live when I was." I think he was talking about. I think his exact words were like the NAACP, but not the
I was
NAAC part.
You want a
Where
little
he's like,
black girl to touch her?
he wanted little black boy, real black girls to rub their hands up and down his hairy legs in the pool with the water. There's some shit like what he said. Like I think those were his exact words. It was a real quote that I attribute more to dementia than anything else.
That look
That's,
on Ali's face.
Who's a diddler
Walking
now?
into it.
Diddler?
I'm just saying, I don't know how coherent he was at the time when he said it. So, like, I think it mostly.
He was not even coherent the
The word is
first 6
coherent.
months after he was
Fucking
president.
illegible. illiterate.
Listen, hey, have you heard of this cool thing, Hunter, called accents? I know that, like, you don't speak the
That's
same
not
as
a
a
viable
hybrid.
pronunciation.
Hold on.
That's
You
not-
don't
that's not
speak.
a
Hold
regional
on.
accent.
Do you say aluminium or like aluminium like the
No, I
little
say
British?
aluminum.
Aluminium.
Oh,
Aluminium,
okay.
yes.
Cool. So then shut the fuck up. We
Schedule.
don't want people
I
on
say
accents,
schedule.
you uppity fuck.
That's not a
It's
regional
crazy.
accent.
Yeah,
It's
you
crazy.
uppity
fuck. Not a regional
How y'all
accent.
gonna sit here and talk about? Oh yeah, it's not a regional accent. We're so much more educated than you dumbasses. And then you're gonna sit here and be like, oh, my accent's not the same as the British Oxford people, but I know more than you. Like you sound like a jackass.
Hunter
I
does
know I
sound
sound like a
exactly
jackass.
like that, Gibbs. Just so we're clear.
Yeah,
You know
I
what?
know.
I accept
A
it.
1-to-1
I bite
ratio.
the
1
word.
ratio. I agree.
I am
Anybody
like that.
that watches the Communist News Network is uneducated. Period.
Well, shit, I watch the CNN sometimes. Damn it.
Yeah, CNN's full of communists.
So I
famous-
won't say
Wait,
famous
is it
for
everyone
loving
in here a
communists.
communist? I thought that was the whole point of this panel.
Don't
Yeah, I thought
ever
we were doing
fucking
pro-communist
say that
panel.
ever
We're
again,
communists
Ollie.
and we hand wash fascism, baby.
Yeah.
Let's get it.
That's me. The latter is me. The former is not. Okay.
Mm,
Watch
You're
it.
just a ball washing bastard from fucking
The ball washers.
Yeah, ball wash.
The ball washers of
True, I
fascism,
am a
boys.
Californian.
We got the ball washers of fascism.
Why
Say,
did I
hey,
think
listen.
this was
Hey,
gonna be productive?
when Hitler
God
gets
damn
in
it.
charge again, we know who's gonna be washing the balls, baby.
Listen,
We
listen.
need back to
Hey, hunt thy tree.
Yeah.
Without
Wait,
without
hold on.
looking
Is
at
this going to be a productive question, or is this going to be?
it
Some
actually
stupid
it
fucking meme?
absolutely is.
Absolutely not.
Without using your computer to find the word fascism. Dumb fuck.
Uh-oh.
Okay,
Okay, that's
I
not
would
good.
say that any sort of category.
What
is
is the definition of fascism?
I would say an
Look it up.
authoritarian right-wing, a right-wing figurehead who is interested in authoritarianism.
Well,
That's an
this is
opinion,
that's
not a
gonna be off
definition.
the cuff.
Just saying.
this
That's
is
gonna
this
be
is
what
why
I'm
this is
gonna throw
why
out there.
this is why
There's-
this is why
I do
people
know. Wait,
can't
hold on,
trust
hold on,
it.
hold on. Can I keep going? Can I keep going? Because I do know Umberto Eco gave 14 tenets of fascism, and he mostly exemplified it by like a couple different frameworks. Mostly, it's like it's a tendency to like the big if strong policy. I don't know if you've ever heard this. It's like the idea that you're weak but also strong. I don't know. There's a lot of different features that you can associate with the cluster
Admiral
concept
Gibbs.
of
Oh,
fascism.
yeah,
but I would
got
say
this.
largely authoritarianism on the right.
Please look up the Webster's
No, I got this.
Dictionary.
No, I don't need to do this. I don't need to do this shit. Don't do
The
that shit. It's
Webster's
stupid. Like, hold on. No, stop.
Dictionary.
All right. This is the problem.
Gibbs
But-
Gibbs hates sources, man.
No, I don't hate sources, but this is really reductive. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna pull up the Black's Law Dictionary of Fascism. No, this is really reductive. Here's the problem.
I like
Right, with
this
fasc-
definition. What's wrong?
Okay,
with
that's fine. That's fine. We can run with it in a second. This is the problem. If we look at fascism historically, it's just like many different things, right? It's kind of evolved over time. If we're talking about 1940s fascism, that's inherently left wing. If we talk about modern fascism,
not.
like yes, it is. And we
Most
if we talk,
Most
yes, it
not.
is. It absolutely
Most
is.
not.
It absolutely is.
It's
It's
definitely
100%
not.
is.
It's
Listen,
definitely
yeah, it's
not.
100%.
It's
It
definitely
absolutely is.
not.
You can keep interrupting me. I didn't interrupt you.
I will
I'm kidding.
interrupt.
I'm just gonna keep going. Like you're not gonna get me to stop. I don't know why
Don't worry,
you're
I'll end
trying to
your
do that. That's cool. Yeah, you can try. You've never been able to do that once, ever. That's why I own you every panel we're on. But yeah, okay. Listen, you've never once won.
Baby.
Yeah,
Crash
We
the
are
fuck out,
going
baby.
to.
Here we go.
I'm going to finish.
Continue.
Yeah, it's inherently left wing. If you go look at it, they had things just like the Nazis. They had peace through joy. They had workers' comp, all sorts of different things that were inherently left. They used instead, and this is actually going to help my case even more. They instead of doing traditional, the way that like Hunter wants to define fascism, I'm sure, is where they had the government actually directly control a lot of these industries. What they did was default have it run through the party. So if you were a member of the Nazi Party, you didn't get to own a business, which is the fascism by default, right? So okay, here's the thing: Trump, we can argue, actually did something fascist when he put these companies and he nationalized them. I would even argue that is somewhat fascist, and it's left wing. You know, it's okay. And here's the problem, though: when I say something like, I don't know, communism, I'll even do this every once in a while, but like I'll sit here and point to like, I don't know, North Korea, which is actually what Juche, right? Which is a version of communism that's vastly different than Lenin's version of communism. Or if we look at China's version of communism, it's a hybrid form where they have some capitalist traits. And so when we get real reductive and use these things like fascism, and we want to spew the kind of dumbassery that like Alex Churchill said, no, it's not, I'm going to enter Korea, and then just ignore history. Yeah, of course it doesn't mean shit. It's fine. But go ahead. In my career now, I'm ready. I'm waiting.
Loki, I agree with most of what Gibbs said there.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
I will
here's-
say the Nazis
wait,
being left wing is
I-
pretty reductive
Hey,
too.
let me.
Wait,
let me
you
just
think you
kinda-
can be racist and left wing?
Okay, so anyway,
of course
as I
you
was
can.
saying, okay, when it comes down to it,
Oh, well, that's it.
Nazism is
Got 'em.
100%
Got 'em.
right-wing authoritarianism. Absolutely,
Hunter.
100%. Every single expert, every single person that's an expert, especially with the Holocaust Museum, when you go to Germany,
Wrong.
they talk about how it's a right. No, it's not wrong.
They're all
when you go,
wrong.
I can prove sources wrong.
No, bullshit. Okay. Anyway, when you go to places like Dachau, which I've actually been to, I doubt Gibbs has ever been there, but they actually talk about the rise of a right-wing extremist party. As a matter of fact, when Hitler actually rose to power, he adopted the name National Socialist to gain support from the Workers' Party. When he gained support from the Workers' Party, guess what ended up happening? They kicked out all the leftists, they kicked out all the socialists, they kicked out all the communists, and guess where they put them? They put them in places like Dachau. It's 100% right-wing authoritarianism. That's what it's labeled as. Just
Yeah,
because
Gibbs,
it has.
I just-
Hey, so what happened with
Not
did
actually
Stalin?
the history behind the
Did Stalin do the same thing?
No, hold on.
Yeah, he
hold on a
did.
second. I'm not done yet. Okay. The National Socialism, just because it says socialism, does not necessarily make it left wing. Just like just like you said, North Korea, it's now also known as the DPRK, Democratic People's Republic of Korea. It is not a Democratic People's Republic. It is an authoritarian
Yeah, but-
regime. Now we can but nothing. Okay. Now, when it comes down to Stalin, was Stalin an authoritarian? He 100% was. And here's the thing: you can't say communism, Nazism is the same. Not saying you say that, but people try to say they are similar
arguing
ideologies,
with
but they're
then?
not. As a matter of fact,
Here-
Nazis hunted communists. That's why, when the
Stalin
Nazis tried
hunted
to invade Europe,
communists. He killed
Oh,
communists too. The
I
White
know he
Red
killed
Army
communists too.
in the
I'm
war.
trying to fucking
Like, what are you talking about, bro?
trying to
Democratic
educate
People's
you.
Republic
No,
is
I'm trying
close
to
to
educate you
communism.
because you
That's
don't know
word.
shit about
I
history.
do know
You
that.
did not
But
study
if
history.
I find, hold on. This is how
Have you
easy
ever
you are to
been
be.
Dachau?
This is
Yes
how
or no?
easy
Have
you are to
you
be.
ever been to
This
Dachau?
is
Have
how
you ever
easy
been
you are to.
to Dachau?
That's cool.
Have you
Have
ever
you
been
been
to
in
Dachau?
Fromunda?
Have
Have you
you-
ever been
no,
in Fromunda?
no,
Like,
no.
bro, like, what are your
See,
what's your
this is the
point here?
problem.
No, hold on.
Gibbs,
Here's the thing.
Gibbs,
If I
Gibbs,
find one
Gibbs,
source
you
that
can't
says,
even-
hold on. If I find one
I
source,
dare
you said
fucking-
every
Can you
source
guys
and
shut
every
the fuck
historian
up?
agrees.
Stop.
If I
Just
find
go
one
one
source,
at a
you're wrong.
time.
This is
But
hold on. This
he
is what
can't
this is
handle
what
it.
his
He
problem
can't
is.
handle it,
No,
though.
I
That's the funny
can.
part.
I
No,
can't.
you
Here's
can't
the
handle it
problem.
because
If I have to find one source,
guys.
your whole argument falls apart. That's the problem.
Okay,
I'm going to find one source, and you're going to be wrong. Because if I find multiple historians, then you just have no credibility.
I'm just gonna give you an order. I'm just gonna give you an order. Okay, Admiral Gibbs, we're gonna let you get your point out. We're gonna to our friend Hunter. Spin City, I need your camera on. If you can do that for me, please, I very much appreciate it.
Still trying to
Um,
look
my-
at that on
then-
button.
I'm going to be very honest. I'm on my phone right this second because my brother is changing a monitor, and but as soon as I switch
Okay.
over, I'll be more than happy.
Sure. Okay, no worries, friend. Okay, so
Drop the
let's go.
source.
Admiral Gibbs, Hunter.
Lactoid
and-
has a clarification as well.
Yeah, if I
regarding
here's the thing. This is real simple, and I'm going to provide the source in a second. I'm going to turn it over to Hunter. But this was his claim. No historians, no credible historians say that Nazis are socialists. So when I find here in about 10 seconds, I go find this paper I wrote with about 50 sources. And I'm going to post just one source because that's all you're going to get. Because instead every historian says it, I'm just going to disprove everything Alex said just because he said this all-encompassing statement and doesn't know how to debate. It's very simple. If you say every source says this, and I find one, then you're wrong. It's that simple. This is why you don't do stupid shit like saying everybody agrees. I've been to Dachau. Cool. You've also been to Bofadis, and nobody gives a shit, bro. Like, what's your point? Like, bro, just because you
I've been
went
there.
somewhere, just because you've been there doesn't make you an authority, bro. Like, cool. I've been to Nigeria. Does that make me an expert on Nigerian politics?
you ever been?
No, bro, it doesn't. I'm not a jackass that makes stupid claims like that. But you clearly are. He's so educated. I've been to Dachau, bro. You've been to Blow Me, bro. That's where you've been. You fucking like, god damn. Bro. Now go ahead. Somebody else.
Sometimes
Let's
with
go-
Gibbs
let's
spins.
go- Lactoid.
Lactoid, by the way, good job on that debate.
Thank you,
on that
thank you.
Ukraine Debate on Wix thing.
Yeah, no, it went pretty well. Hold on, so I'm up next. So I can clarify what
Yeah,
happened.
go
here?
ahead.
Okay, so the actual history here is that the National Socialist Party in Germany did start out as at least economically, a left-wing party. It was always anti-Semitic, but in terms of economic policy, it actually did advocate for a lot of left-wing policies. The economics minister was a guy named Gottfried Feder, who was the guy who actually got Hitler into the party to begin with, and he was basically a straight-up socialist on almost every economic platform, but he also just hated Jews, and a big reason for that is because Jews at the time, and even now, were associated with capitalism, right? They are the owners, they own shit, they're part of the capitalist problem. It is true that Hitler found the corporate, the Junkers and the other kind of industrialists to be better allies, wealthier allies than the socialist kind of communist founders of the party. And so there was a shift in loyalty that Hitler made because he was of his own kind of desire for power and the fact he was a demagogue. But at the beginning, it in truly like the name doesn't like they didn't invent the name because they were trying to fool people. The name was at least the beginning intentionally. It was earnest, right? They were
So
like,
would
yeah,
you say
we're
it's fair
we're,
to
we're
say-
socialists. We just hate Jews too, basically. at the
Like,
beginning.
yeah.
Mm.
Would you say it's fair to say
Can
that?
I counter this? There are
okay.
plenty of socialists who hate Jews. Okay, there's.
Fair point. Fair point. Fair point.
It's not a.
That's
It's
true.
not a
That's
but
true.
statement.
That's a good
We
point.
say-
Good point.
Yeah. No,
There's
that's
an
right.
also
Anti-Semitism exists everywhere. That's true.
Yeah. Also,
but,
it took me 30 seconds. I posted 2 sources with reputable economic and historians that say that Alex Kirsch is a dumbass, and that took me all 30 seconds. So get wrecked, Scrum! You said all of them said it, and I found 2 in 30 seconds. Woo,
The funny part,
Scrum!
here's the funny part. Here's the funny part. That's
I
not
think-
actually what I said. That's not what I said, though, Gibbs. I
Oh,
said fuck 5 sources. That probably counter yours, but that's okay. That's
5
okay.
sources, but you said all of them. I can go back. We got the clip.
Get wrecked, bitch. Get fucking wrecked.
Yeah, you did get wrecked.
So
Bullshit. The
I
base
just
of
wanna
this
ask-
dick, bitch.
I just want to ask Lactoid a question. Lactoid, would you say it's fair to say that there was a transition? So there was a pre-existing, from as you described it, right?
Yeah.
There's a pre-existing Nazi party, right? National Socialist Party, right?
Mhm.
And then they brought in Hitler, and then Hitler changed the character of that party. So at the end,
Well,
they
then
weren't
Hitler brought in
actually
who?
pushing socialism.
No,
Yeah.
but then who did Hitler bring in? He brought in Goebbels, didn't he? He brought in Dr. Joseph Goebbels, maybe one of the biggest socialists of all time. And so Goebbels, all the way up until the day he died, said
know
that
about
they
that
were
one.
socialists. Why don't you
Well,
hear this?
here's what
don't
I'll say.
know.
At the beginning, the Nazi Party like attempted to have some kind of ideological consistency with Gottfried Feder, with the other founders at the beginning that like ran the party. They brought Hitler in, and Hitler he kind of morphed the party into being less ideological and more of just a cult of personality around him. Right, he would select whichever allies he thought would be best. Sometimes, like it would be the socialists at the beginning, and then he was like, "Well, these industrialists are wealthier and they can fund my shit more, so I'm just going to betray whoever I want to betray in order to gain more power." So it really at the end was a movement without a clear ideology, and that's one of the one of the
Well, but
long-standing
you could look at their.
criticisms
Hold on, Prime, hold on, Lactoid. If you go and look at what their policies are, some of them like the 25-point plan. Let's just take out the race stuff because even Hunter will agree you can be racist and be on whatever side. But let's look at that. Take out the race
Even?
stuff. Yeah,
The
yeah.
one who-
Even.
Okay.
I know.
You're gonna find, but that's what I'm saying. You're gonna find some left-wing proposals.
Oh,
You're also gonna find some right-wing proposals.
but
Hitler
it's
just
going to be
picks-
mainly left.
Well,
left-wing.
Hitler himself, he just picked whatever happened to benefit him.
Was the
Like-
Work Through Joy program like
It's almost like
leftist
Gibbs.
or was it right wing? Would you say it's leftist
Am I
or
wrong?
right wing? It's controlling
Gibbs, Gibbs.
businesses through the party, like a left wing style thing or a right wing style thing.
Can I be
like,
that
when you look at
ideology?
the
Hold on,
economic-
wait. This is a great
He
point.
would do left wing or right wing.
Okay.
Yeah, he
doesn't
would.
matter. He would do right wing policy if it benefited him. If he would do
Yeah.
left wing policy if it benefited him. Just as long as
Yeah,
he got
Yeah,
his goal
except when
and
you
his
have like
solution.
key members like Borman and when you have Goebbels who were like who were the last Nazis
Lactoid.
left alive
Lactoid, go ahead.
proclaiming the love of socialism. and pushing policies.
Goebbels especially was essentially just a
Hey,
mouthpiece.
I have to,
for
I have to go out and switch over to my computer. I'll be right back.
Sure.
So a great example, what you just brought up, where increasing state control over companies, that absolutely did happen. But in tandem with that, there was shifting resources from being like state-owned ostensibly into being owned by these industrialists who happened to be personally loyal to Hitler, right? So you're right, there was like the, I guess, right-wing policy of privatization, but it was state-oriented in that it was shifting resources to people, industrialists, that were primarily loyal to him so that he could maintain greater control. He did this, in fact, you look at the way he managed people too, he was famous for this in that he would often give subordinates conflicting orders. He would give subordinates like goals that would, where in order for one to succeed, the other one would have to fail, to encourage them to fight each other constantly.
Let me just
to
read
try
some
to,
economic
like,
policies.
secure
You tell me
his
left wing
position.
or right wing on that tactoid. All right,
He's
you
a
tell me
true
if these,
centrist.
hold on. You tell me if these are left wing or right wing policies.
Pure
all right?
opportunist, really.
All right, capitalism is an unfair system of exploitation. All right, that's number one.
I'm
How
sure
about
he said that.
if yeah, it is okay. If they're okay, how about the foremost duty of a popular government is to substitute government control of business for the management of capitalists and entrepreneurs? Does that sound like a right wing statement or a left wing statement?
You're going to find you're absolutely going to find left-wing
I mean,
segments
just
that
how about this? How about here's the economic policy: price ceilings, minimum wage rates. We have whether directly enforced by the administration or indirectly given free hands to trade unions. How about is that a economic form that's left or right leaning?
Honestly, it seems more populist.
Sounds like a
those
90s
specific
Democrat
policies.
policy, actually. if you ask me.
Well,
he also
What?
like subjugated a lot of several like unions to the German Nazi
Nazi party, yeah, and then they
Yeah.
basically did what, fascism through their control, right? Through the party instead of directly government, which I just said indirect control, right?
No, I understand, but like when you look at what those unions actually did, those unions were more receptive to what Hitler's personal wants were, depending on the industry, as opposed to what.
How
unions,
about-
I'm not a fan of unions, but as opposed to what unions are supposed to do,
So
which is
How
represent
about
the workers.
how about
In fact,
emancipating the
hold on.
masses from
Wait, hold
capital
on. Workers
and
in those
implementing
unions
socialism?
actually saw decreased pay.
Well, yeah, because
through
they
that
had
time
less.
period.
Yeah, because they had
They had less
hold on, they
negotiation
didn't
power.
have, they
That's
didn't have
just
they
how
also
unions function.
they got rid of capital, right? Because they were implementing socialism, and you are going to have
Oh.
decreased pay because they're going to
Oh
provide
my
more
God.
Okay, can I
services
go?
for you.
I'd like to just
Look,
say,
I think there's a strong argument that like Hitler wasn't this fucking like obvious like right-wing populist conservative guy. I think he truly is an example of somebody like a demagogue who is able to and a cult of personality who is able to be super wishy-washy and is able to make the power structure about him. I mean, the Enabling Acts very specifically make his word law, right? It is like no matter what the politician said, if he said it, had carried the force of law that overrode any other statute. That's how powerful the Enabling Acts were, and all of it was aimed towards giving him ultimate power.
yeah, I'm gonna say that it often feels very weird. Like we clump together about a lot of political positions into left and right buckets, but that's kind of like a feature of the 21st century. I don't really know if that's accurate to say that like international politics, especially 100 years ago, really operated in that way. But I also want to say, really, who cares? Like, what if Hitler has the same economic policy than I do? I disagree. I don't disagree with Hitler because of his economic policy. I disagree with him because he shoved Jews into camps.
But
That's
if he
the big
didn't do
thing.
that, you would be
Pretty
okay
fair
with
reason
what he was
to
doing,
not
right?
like him. I'd
Like
say.
I
Yeah,
will
if he
say,
didn't do it, if he didn't do a genocide, like
Yeah,
that's
if
the
he
big
didn't-
thing. If he didn't
Yeah.
do a genocide,
Hey,
that's what
he's not a
starts
bad
doing.
guy, minus
Look,
the
if he
genocide,
only
bro.
built the Autobahn, it wouldn't have been a big deal,
No,
okay?
You know,
Then he did the
even
whole-
even invading
Socialism
other
is
countries isn't so
genocide.
bad. It's just
No,
the
no, no,
genocide
I'm
that's
for
bad.
sure
Socialism is
against-
I
worse
didn't
than
say
the
that it was
genocide. The
that was a
left
good
policy
thing,
is
but I
worse
mean,
than the
that's a
genocide.
big fucking part of it. Like, yeah,
no, totally. But I just want to be clear. Like, I'm also really against him invading the Sudetenland. Like, I also think that that's pretty fucking
yeah,
egregious.
and I'm
But, like,
against
when it
him
comes
doing
to
I'm against
unions,
fucking
like, whether or
America
not-
doing it.
What
Whether
about
or not Hitler
France?
was for or against unions, I don't know if I really care. I don't
Hold on.
know.
What about France? I think it was pretty base he invaded France. France just doesn't need to exist anymore, right, guys? We can agree on that.
God, you are
All
so
right,
un-American. It
let's-
pisses me
Let's
off.
reach across the aisle on that one.
No, France should exist. As a Quebecer, it's mandatory for me to say.
Like, genuinely, one of the coolest things we've literally ever done as a country is like storm Normandy with the fucking.
Oh, it was cool.
Red, white, and blue.
It's because the French couldn't
And you're
handle the
like,
shit on their own.
I don't
I'm
like
just
it
saying.
actually.
Yeah, we had to do it for them because they're a bunch of baby
Pathetic.
bitches. You're right.
Yeah, but you think we shouldn't have done it? If
No, we
that
should have
happened
done
today,
it.
you'd be like,
We
you'd
should,
be
no,
like,
we should have
let 'em-
kept it. We should
let 'em
no, we
fucking
should have
figure it
kept
out
it.
on their own.
It should have been France. Should have been another part of the U.S.
You're
So,
un-American
wait,
to your
you
core.
want to invade France?
Gibbs, I
with
mean
the-
it.
with
I
the
mean you're
opposing
un-American. I really
sides?
think you
You
do.
didn't want to be
I
on
would
the
be-
Allies side.
I,
hate
listen, we
everyone.
hate on the Allies. We would just
You
let
hate
them
Let's draw
everything.
some similarities, Corey. So, picking whatever policy benefits him personally,
Yeah,
wants to
true.
invade France.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
I'm just saying there wouldn't be no genocides here if I was in charge. I'm just saying.
I
we
believe
can
it.
support you.
It would be
Yeah,
like-
there might be
Yeah,
some
there would be.
genocides over there though, but not.
Oh no.
You just call them wars. You
Yeah,
just
that's
bomb other
exactly.
countries.
It's called branding. Branding.
he's like,
He's just at war with the
hey,
civilians. I
look.
don't see what the issue is.
when we invaded their country, they threw a rock at us. So like,
They shouldn't have
really,
done
this
that.
is a war.
Mm,
This is the Israeli argument. Yes, correct.
that's what that
I don't
sounds
disagree.
It's kind of based.
Like.
Well,
Except
I,
my
I
rock,
disagree to
there's like an
some-
ET
to
at the
some
end of
degree.
it on that one. Rocket. That's-
Yeah.
That was a good one. That was a good one, Lactoid.
I mean, it's as best as Lactoid could do any which way. And
That's why I said
appreciate
it was a
that.
good one, Lactoid. You know, give it his flowers.
Okay. Why don't we
Have you noticed how
get-
peaceful it is since that other guy left?
Not very.
I feel like we've all been taking our
He's
turns.
still trying
though.
to figure out how to turn on his camera. sure any moment he'll figure it out.
No, he's got a pretty good little green screen.
Apparently,
setup.
he is actually working on that. But
Is Spin City
yeah.
a Gibbs guy?
Yeah, listen,
Yeah,
I,
he's a
I don't know. If
giant.
he, I don't know if
Sure.
he's a Gibbs guy. I just he said I'm looking
Hey,
for more
no
panels.
one's a
I want to
Gibbs
argue with
guy.
lefties. And I was like,
As in, you
best
brought him
friend.
on.
This
It's,
guy
it's
sounds
your
fun.
stamp of approval there, baby.
Yeah,
hold on, I don't know about
exactly what
stamps
happened.
approval. I even told you that's private in the DMs. I was like, I am making no claims. I'm making no claim. I even said he might explode a fireball. It would be fun to watch.
I got DMs from Gibbs saying, "On my honor as a man."
Yeah, on my honor. That's word for word. Listen, I've never even said that to God. I'm not trying to say that to Prime. Let me tell you that.
Oh, Prime is above God for sure.
Here I
Nice.
am, anyway.
Well, considering there is no God, it's pretty easy to do that, honestly. So.
Hey, Prime, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So you know how you've been encouraging Lactoid to join like the Justice Department for
There's an
forever?
opening I hear for the top.
Would you encourage? Would you encourage
To be
me?
clear, hold on, just don't to caveat that. To
totally.
be clear, I have encouraged him to look into the Justice Department, but time his application
That's right.
the
To
end
right
of
now.
the Trump
Now's the time.
administration, right? So that he can slide in.
So that I can
before
serve
the
under
next
JD
administration.
Vance. Yeah.
Right, but you would like him. You would essentially you would recognize that he's probably doing more harm than good in the Justice Department, regardless of when he slips in. Yeah.
Oh, somebody trying
yeah.
to slip into something, if you know what
I
I'm saying.
mean,
Hold on.
Lactoid- no,
From
Lactoid
Prime's
is a-
perspective,
Lactoid is a good-
Lactoid, stop squinting.
yeah.
What are you talking about? Look.
From Prime's perspective, he's like, it's so. I
What?
just have-
Okay, from Prime's perspective,
Mhm.
even from Prime's perspective, I think he might list me as a net good.
Really?
Because what am I gonna do?
Is that true?
Yeah, I'm not gonna be raiding
Okay.
row houses.
Prime, could you answer that? That's a genuine
on,
question.
So I'm
Oh,
safe.
okay.
Nice.
Well, it depends. No, it depends on his actions, obviously, right? Okay.
But what do you
if
anticipate?
If I was Lactoid, right? What I would, and I had like a law degree, right? Even though it was drawn with crayons, law degree, nonetheless. And then I would go to the Justice Department. I'd go to him right now, right? And then I would undermine every fucking case they put in front of me, right?
But that's not him.
All of them. All
That's
of
not
them.
Lactoid.
Right?
Hey,
And then I would
Lactoid,
get
you
myself
should go to the
fired.
Lactoid's
Justice
going for
Department
blood.
because if I
And
were
then I would get
you,
myself fired, and then I would go on every talk
We
show.
know that's what
could
you would
and Talk
do.
about how I was like let go for doing the good thing, for having too much of a conscience, actually. Right?
okay.
Lactoid
But what do you
is
think
actually a
Lactoid
really
would do?
that
good,
into a
really good
larger career.
trajectory?
That's
for
What a
your
I would
career
fucking
here.
what a non-answer to
national
what I
fame.
asked. I'm
Oh,
asking,
I'm
what do you
sorry.
think Lactoid would do?
Well,
Just pander to all
Lactoid
the
would-
liberals, Lactoid.
Look, I'm just gonna be doing my job.
What do you
okay?
think Lactoid would do?
You can't
Brian?
blame me.
Do you think he would do
If
more harm than
Lactoid's
good?
going to do his job, then if he went in right now, they'll be doing more harm than good. Yes.
Okay, and you don't mind because he's a friend of yours, correct?
Yeah.
No, I do mind. That's why I'm saying.
Okay,
hey,
sorry.
You should.
Hey,
You should.
bros
That's why I'm saying.
before.
No, but you
should
keep-
time it
you-
so as little of
Rolls off the
his
tongue.
time
You
can
keep
be spent-
encouraging him to go to the Justice Department, even though you know that he's not going to do that thing that you're saying.
Guys, there are way too many
No,
Nazi
no,
flags
no,
and
no, no,
salutes
no.
in the chat right
I'm
now. Can
saying
we?
it's fine. I understand that.
Just
That's
hold
why. Hold on. That's the second part of my argument. That
Okay.
part's important. You keep like ignoring that part.
Okay, okay,
Like,
sorry.
The reason why I'm saying that for two reasons. One, right? I believe that Lactoid won't behave the way I do. He has different values than me, right?
Right.
And so like I want him to spend as little time under Trump. Well, Trump will ask him, or demand of him, to do the most awful, heinous things, right?
Right, but
so I want him,
Sorry,
and
go
then,
ahead.
and then secondly, right? Yes, I want to help my friend, so I would like for him to get into that. If that will help him. If not, then don't worry. I don't care. It's fine.
Okay, I guess my question is, would you encourage me to go join the IDF?
What I encourage, when would be
You are
be
Jewish.
an idea?
Yeah,
be a
I could-
part of-
What
part of the
benefit
thing?
would that
I could
bring
so
you?
huh?
There would be
None.
no.
Well, I mean, maybe
So,
I
like,
could make more money than
Under
I am
Benjamin
now.
Netanyahu or whoever his replacement
Maybe.
is, it's
I
going to
don't
be
know how much
as
If you go into the
fascist
double
and
spy,
genocidal as
I'm
ever.
down if you want to
So
go in as a
it's
spy.
not-
No.
for me.
No, but I'm
You gotta
just
go in as a
curious.
spy for me.
Sorry, do you
Unless-
understand the hypothetical? It feels weird that it's like. Go ahead.
I know
sorry.
I get your
understand the
hypothetical.
Okay,
Right?
okay.
Unless, hon, I would encourage you to join the IDF if I thought you were going to sabotage. The
Well, no,
IDF.
of course, but you don't think that about Lactoid sabotaging the Justice Department. That's
yes,
the thing.
I know that. That's
he
why
has
again you
hopes.
keep ignoring the second part of my advice is that he goes in just at the end of the Trump administration into the next administration.
Okay.
My problem isn't with the DOJ in general. He can be a part of the DOJ.
Sure.
My problem is with Trump's DOJ. I'm saying right now.
But you recognized
under
he
the
would do
Trump
more
DOJ
harm than
hold on,
good,
listen.
right? Okay.
Under
Sorry.
the Trump, oh my God, under the Trump DOJ,
Okay.
right? Like fascism, like straight up fascism, straight up the brutality of brown people. It's just like all the DOJ is up to. That's their job right now, right? And because it's so brutal and so disgusting, that's why there's so many openings, because people are quitting, they don't want to be a part of it, right? Or they're getting fired, right?
Totally.
So I'm saying because I think Lactoid will do his job, right? I would want him to come in at the very end. And then for hopefully the next DOJ, that they'll have him doing regular things. I don't know. He could like prosecute like drug dealers or some shit, like drug.
Oh,
lords.
you're sorry. You keep saying sorry. I think that I understand the miscommunication. You keep saying the next administration. Lactoid says JD Vance, and I don't think I heard the pushback. You're assuming that the next administration will be a Democrat.
No, I'm assuming the next administration will be better.
Valid.
But
Okay.
it may not be. It may not necessarily.
That's
be,
fair. I think that's a fair assumption. I don't know if you could get worse than this, but I don't want to say that. Knock on wood. Knock on wood.
You can get worse than this, man.
No, I know you can't. Sorry, we're talking about. I know you could get worse than this. I'm just saying.
Alex and Gibbs are at war.
I just think it's funny when we have real time going backwards. Whenever someone says something
it's
stupid
funny
like
when somebody says that the Nazis are left wing, and I completely disagree with them.
when they say
arguing in the Discord chat?
all historians, all historians. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. You said all. You said all, and I dropped like 4 sources. Hey, guys, I'm smart enough to be able to pick my word choices. I dropped 3 sources. I dropped 8 sources. I dropped 3 sources. I dropped 3 sources. Hey, I listen, and they quoted actual historians. They quoted substantial historians. You said all. We have it on tape. You said all. I can't help you so stupid that you picked the wrong. No.
Alex, respond, Gibbs.
Okay, go ahead. Well, he started this.
Oh, yeah, I started.
You're the one who said all, bro. You said all. Okay, if you set forth as plain. Okay, I'm gonna respond after you. Go ahead.
Gibby.
I'm gonna respond after.
Gibby's pride is more important than admitting when he's wrong, because he always gets fucking wrecked and he can't fucking handle it. He loves. No. At this point, you're not just wrong. You're just committed now to being wrong. So that's okay.
He's committed.
That's okay. Yep.
He's committed.
It's fine. But you see, one of his sources was
counterpoints when you need him.
Yep. Anyway,
he's not crying and rage quitting because he can't handle the whoopings.
No, I'm fine here. So anyway, wall building.
You're not doing fine. You might need to call him up.
No, I'm doing okay right now. I'm doing a lot better. I seem to get inside your fucking head. I should be.
You're not mad at all. I mean, you're the one.
No,
Listen,
I'm doing
bro.
fine.
Go ahead, finish.
Okay, sweetheart. It's okay, fine. You know, it's
Brought the
cool. So
whiteboard out.
anyway,
We brought the whiteboard out.
Encyclopedia. I utilize an actual source that's done by real people and whatnot, not just a bunch of wannabes.
Technology
like
right
that.
here with Gibbs.
But anyway, as I was saying, the Holocaust explained, like the Holocaust Museum even agrees with me. And Mr. Gibbs over here just can't admit when he's wrong. So yes, okay, go ahead, Gibby.
Holocaust.
Hey, listen. It says all. You said all. All right, guys. I got a question. Where's Spin City to ask for the Webster's definition of the word all means? Because guess what? I'm not the dumbass that picked the word all or every source says this. I'm not that stupid. When you say all or every, you're a bad debater, bro. I let you finish. I let you finish. Oh yeah. Okay. Go ahead and finish now.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay. So all you said all.
You
said okay. So you said all. And listen, Papa, if you're so stupid to use a word that all encompasses,
putting that degree to work right now.
If you use a word that says all encompasses, it encompasses everybody, then you have to have 100% accuracy. And guess what? You were so stupid to use that, and then you said I only provided 1 source. I provided 3, and they all quoted. My point is this, Alex. If you're gonna do debate and you're gonna do it at a high level, don't use words that say things like all or every. As Corey will admit, as many times we had Grid come on the show and say wild claims like, oh, there's 140 million people that are illegal immigrants in New York City, right? That's the kind of claim you're making. You're saying every historian is saying this. When we can go look at historians, even historians at the time will say, oh, it was inherently left-wing compared to whatever day. We could go into all this in depth. But guess what? You weren't smart enough to do that. Instead, you went and used something like the word all and got wrecked. And so when all I had to do, my burden of proof was provide 1 reputable source or one reputable story that said otherwise, and I did more than that. So get wrecked, scrub. Learn to debate. Maybe take notes from Hunter because he's about 1,000 times better than you, and he's like joking
Hunter
half the
getting his
time. Like it's fucking crazy because you are literally the worst debater ever, and you take home your wins thinking you won. And I'm glad that you feel like you won, but everybody here has rewind on the VOD. And when you say something like all, and then I drop multiple sources, it's an own. Get wrecked, scum. Get wrecked. Like,
it's funny. It's always funny how committed he is to being fucking wrong. But it's funny. It's adorable though. I admire your courage. It's okay. So
yeah,
nice
that's right. They don't even know when they're wrong because hey, I'm wrong every time. I'm wrong every time, boys. I'm wrong every time. I listen. I go outside. The sky is blue. Gibbs is wrong every time.
Call him fat or something. I mean, come on, you gotta clap back.
Oh man, he can't even do that. He can call me mom.
Ripping on you for like 5 minutes.
Everybody's used
I can keep going.
Everybody's used that insult. It doesn't fucking work anymore. Like once you hear it once or twice, yeah. But when you hear it about 1,000 times, it kind of gets old, just like his fucking arguments. Oh,
plus I'm doing enough cocaine now that I'll get skinny soon, and it'll be all right.
Go for it. Have at it, buddy.
You admit that on stream.
He's been admitting his coke usage on stream.
True, I guess. Yeah.
As the panel's lawyer, Lactoid approves. Right?
Yeah. We're talking about GTA 6.
Wait, Gibbs.
It's technically not illegal to admit to cocaine usage.
Okay.
Oh, right here.
Fucking
No,
red.
other side. Yeah.
Wall building.
No, those are.
It might lead to an investigation.
Those are.
That is
it's like
illegal.
it's a trophy.
Like,
I got like other stuff in there. I got another box full of shit. Hold on, I never claimed to be stolen. Listen, this is a bad joke. I literally have claimed many times I was never in the military. I got this is a school, a name for when I was like in middle school. It was a Star Wars reference to Grand Admiral Thrawn. It wasn't long enough. It was. I mean, okay.
Oh, wait. You're not making the argument that Admiral Gibbs is stolen valor by claiming to be an admiral, are you?
Yeah, I'm not even old enough to be an admiral, bro.
It's not that serious. I just said it just to get under his skin. So
I mean, listen. If you want to go check my fucking voting records, 2014, I probably voted Democrat because I wasn't old enough to vote then.
So wait, were you not old enough to vote, or did you vote Democrat?
Well, that's the joke.
It's a dumb joke. He once again another fucking voter fraud joke. So
actually, it was like 2008 since I think that's when the 360 dropped, but I'm not sure.
The what?
Okay.
I don't
anyway,
even know.
Let's have fun. Anyway, I don't take it personal. Gibbs. I have fun. I have
Hey,
fun
Gibbs.
arguing with Gibbs. I actually have fun arguing with Gibbs. I'm not.
Here's
gonna
the
lie,
thing. I'm always against you. You know I'm always against you. I don't think there's a single time where there's been a split in the panel and I've been on your side.
The capitalism.
You fucking wrecked Alex right there. That was fucking good.
Thank you. Appreciate it. It had nothing to do with him getting a compliment, I'm sure.
People underestimate Gibbs' roast game. He is like actually pretty good.
I come from the roast shows. That's what I came from before I did debate. So yeah, I feel like.
So let's get started.
Wait, we're missing somebody who
we're missing
I'm sensing might make this very entertaining.
Doobie says he's running behind, so he's got something going on. So
thank God.
Yeah,
the Doobs. Yeah,
I love when Doobie's here. It's the best.
I can't fucking handle the frog. It really does. It is annoying.
Did you see the meeting of Nephilim on the dark side of the moon right now?
Psychological game.
We live. Like Doobie had my back in that last debate I did on Friday. Okay, he was throwing in some fire super chats and. It was money, so Wick was reading them. It was in the middle of the debate.
What debate did you guys do?
Oh, Ukraine, Russia, and he
yet another
Lactoid
Ukraine, Russia.
Lactoid.
I can't lose. I can't lose on this subject. All of them.
You are really fucking researched on this for some reason.
Yeah, for some reason, yeah. No, I debated Kalinda. You know who Kalinda is?
No.
Okay.
No,
I'm Kalinda is a loner box mod, and then before her, I debated loner box.
Wait a minute, hold on. The brown hair girl with the glasses.
Yeah.
Lonerbox, Dylan Burns.
Oh,
she was
those are the
Wick.
Those are the peeps to debate.
Those are the strongest of the Ukrainian defenders, really.
Whoa!
I call them the Ukraine brains.
I also like Ukraine.
That Kalinda chick, she's some Zionist shill too.
She's a bit annoying, man. She's fucking annoying.
Am I a Zionist shill, Prime? I'm curious.
I don't know your stance on
Okay.
Israel. I don't think we've really talked about it.
Okay, fair.
Wait,
I'm not super
do you support an arms embargo on Israel?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, all right, cool. Then you're not a Zionist, though. We're good.
Okay.
Hold on. When you say arms embargo, like, am I a Zionist?
No money.
If am I a Zionist? Because this is my position.
Yeah.
I don't want to give them free shit, but if they're going to pay top dollar,
I mean,
What-
if you're
what-
gonna sell shit, you can sell shit. This is the
Yeah,
main
let's
thing,
sell
you
it to
really-
both sides.
I'm
That's
not-
what we
I'm
should
not
do.
really,
Wait,
Let's
hold
sell to
on.
both
As
sides.
long as we're making money, what does
So, like,
why is it
wait,
that
wait,
like
wait,
the
wait,
moment
This is why.
left
This is why his.
because Hunter, because in that argument, it's not about support to Israel. It's about support to any country who will pay you. And I mean,
Well, so wait,
at the end of the
Lactoid, that
day,
makes-
we are assassins.
that makes
That's
Lactoid- hold on, that
crazy.
makes
We are just the
Lactoid's
highest
Ukraine
paid
business
assassins
bad
in the
then.
world.
This
Hold
is
on,
my
that
main
makes-
problem with Ukraine. We gave all that shit
Oh,
for free.
No,
200
we
billion? Are you
did it. We
fucking
gave
kidding
it
me?
to them on the land lease. We're getting paid back slowly.
We're
It's our
not getting
defense.
paid
And
shit.
we're
We're
also-
gonna
we're
lose
also
that
just
shit.
Money back.
We're all, listen, cool. They can have our like they have our T-50 tanks from like 19 whatever. Like it'll
Those
be all
cost
right.
money. What do you
From
think they can have
19
them? These things
whatever,
cost
we've been
money.
giving them shit, bro. We've been giving them some fucking Abrams and stuff.
Yeah, the one we're replacing the Abrams already. We got a new mainline battle tank coming out.
Doesn't
So
mean
the
we
money
can't sell
lost
that
doesn't
shit.
matter?
Yeah,
Oh,
we're,
and-
no,
and-
we're
and
using it.
Attackums.
We're using it as an R&D.
And Patriots and
An
Patriots.
R&D
Sorry,
write-off.
to
we use
defend the line
Patriots
against
now.
Putin?
We're replacing the Patriot system too.
You don't
It's
want to have
okay.
this debate.
I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not
We're
nearly as
making-
well read.
we're
as
making a
you
lot of
guys
money.
are,
In
or
Israel,
Letterboxd.
I say fly my plane. So
How about we sell both sides except Russia? They don't get no weapons.
I'm
We can
not
sell
well
Ukraine,
researched on this
we can
area,
sell
but I am pretty
Hamas,
pro-Russian.
we can sell
pro-Ukraine.
Hezbollah. I hear
Well,
they
we
need a
just
new
gave some
backer.
to the Kurds, and they're not giving us some back. So I mean, we're just giving out.
Well,
guns
the
to
Kurds
people,
should
so
get more.
fuck it.
We should give more money to the Kurds, and by more money I mean
No.
more guns. And they buy
Why?
it
They're
from
not.
us.
They're not. They're not. They're just keeping the money.
Well, then we're just gonna keep their oil fields.
Hey, Lactoid, quick
Whoa,
question
they're not
on
oil.
Ukraine.
They got oil.
What's up? What's up, Prime Guy? What's up?
Sure,
The
sure.
Kurds?
Just a quick question.
Yeah,
terms
up
of
in
the,
northern Iraq they have oil.
The deaths,
It's-
right?
it's
Like, I
Iraqis
think you
oil- it's
told
Iraq's
me
oil.
before.
After we're done with them.
They're quipping. They're quipping right now. I'm trying to pay attention to what you're saying, but they're
Sorry.
quipping. Go ahead.
Sure, no problem. In terms of the deaths, I think you've told me before. There's been several million deaths, unfortunately,
No,
in the Ukraine.
Not several million.
Sorry,
It's a lot. I mean, it's a lot. I mean, I forget. It's been a little while since I've looked at the most recent estimates, but I mean, it's currently in terms of casualties the highest casualty conflict that I'm aware of right now. Gibbs might check me on this when it comes to the conflict in Africa that I'm just uneducated on. But
He's the expert on
it's
that.
yeah. He
I
is.
do like my African
Um,
conflicts. That's
sure.
interesting.
But I mean, it is
a
like
million
it's,
plus?
if you factor in like all injuries as well, I think it's
just
like
deaths. Just
just
deaths.
deaths. It's not going to be over 1 million deaths. No,
Okay, all right.
which conflict are you talking about?
Ukraine,
Uh,
Russia, Ukraine.
Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, the Great African War, the second one's got an estimated like 5.4 million deaths. I don't know if it's just like I think.
Part of the problem is both sides are wildly underestimating their own casualties. In order for morale purposes, Ukraine is coming out with with these statements of like, yeah, the Russians are losing 36,000 soldiers per month, and we're losing like 1,000. We're not losing anybody. That's complete horseshit. The Russians have just stopped publishing numbers going back to like 2023. They just stopped
Okay.
publishing it completely. So I mean, both
Okay.
sides are just not being transparent at all.
And what about like civilian deaths? Like, well, okay, so yeah, we will.
Yeah,
first
no,
you answer that.
civilian deaths. This is actually, this is a point that got brought up during the debate. The civilian deaths in terms of war, because civilians, war is terrible. Civilians die during war, and that's always really bad. But this war actually has one of the lowest civilian to military casualty ratios of almost any conflict, especially
Really?
in modern times. Yeah, so it's about 13 soldiers per 1 civilian, right there, which is way better than Iraq, way better than Iran. Iraq, us in Iraq, better than when Iran and Iraq fought each other, better than almost. I think there was like 1 or 2 conflicts that I think like Rwanda was worse, but that like for very
Gibbs?
specific reasons.
Can we fact check that?
I don't know about Rwanda. I know the Great Congo War, which involved Rwanda.
Lactoid
It's
said
like 3 to
all
5.4
sources
million.
agree with them, right? You
Yeah,
guys-
all
no,
sources.
but
Every one of them.
And that's going off of like Western estimates. And just to put this in
You can trust
perspective,
those.
Prime, because I know your politics, just to make it stick. I mean, this is by several orders. Like, I mean, I think right now in Israel it's 3 civilians for every 1 militant. So it's totally the other way around.
Well, hold on.
Yeah,
Just to be fair to that argument, just to be fair, like, wouldn't that be the equivalent of like if I don't know, the Ukrainian government claimed everybody was a fucking combatant? Isn't that kind of what's happening? I think they even admit that. Doesn't Hamas admit that they do that?
Yeah, Hamas usually dresses up in civilian clothes.
I don't know. That's not what I'm talking about. Hold on. I'm not. I'm talking about literally. Their literal claim. No, their literal claim. Oh God, is that they claim civilian deaths as combat deaths.
So the numbers that I've seen, and this actually some of this actually comes from Israel. I'm pretty sure it's what 20,000. Israel claims 20,000 militants, and there's like roughly 80,000 civilian deaths. Now we don't know with some of the famine shit.
Let's ask
what
Ali.
the overall end result's going to be. But
oh no, not that one, please.
Ali, what are your thoughts there, Ali? Or can a Muslim be gay? I asked you at the
I
time.
don't know. My man has rainbow penises in his photo
Wait,
Rolodex. So I don't know.
Do I gotta cut my stream short? Do I gotta restart my
No,
stream?
you're fine. It's not TOS.
Yeah, you're fine. It's okay.
Okay.
It was just a tip, so don't worry.
Okay,
about
so but I guess does that answer your question? Does that answer your question broadly? Because I'm not giving you a straight number, but like just in terms of the ratios, does that answer like where you're trying to go with the civilian deaths?
Yeah, I was just I was just trying to understand where it all stood.
Well, I think it was like whenever Piers Morgan's brought some people on when they ask him about like the civilian deaths, like they know how many Hamas people they've killed, but they can never answer how many civilians they killed because they just don't know. So it's kind of a little wishy-washy there.
Estimates.
It is estimates, but the thing is, like, they were so certain about how many, like, I can't remember which guy it was that Piers Morgan brought on, but he's like, oh, yeah, we are for certain know is like 20,000 Hamas. How many civilians? Well, I don't know. So how can you know Hamas, how many Hamas you killed, but you don't know how many civilians you killed?
That's because Hamas is claiming everybody's Hamas.
It's estimates, but I mean there are some bases for the estimates, right? Like when you look at death rolls, when you I mean there are agencies that are trying to do this. It's not perfect. But it likely is somewhere in the range of 2.5 to 3 civilians per militant killed over there. And then I think in Iraq it was like 5 civilians for every militant killed. Somewhere, or no, that doesn't sound right. I forget what the exact ratio was, but yeah, this war in particular in Ukraine is very much a conventional war between two, conventional militaries. The big thing here is, at least from the Ukraine side, over 3/4. It's between 70. Ukrainians claim about 75%. Other estimates claim closer to 90% of all their soldiers are conscripts. So it's overwhelmingly people kind of dragged to the front line.
And to Ukraine's credit, they're doing a good job of like attacking all the logistics supply trains because that's really hurting Russia because everybody knows that like if you attack the logistics, you're gonna hurt the military that you're fighting against. Like that's like one of the most key things right there. It's like using terrain and attacking the logistics. That's what usually wins wars too. So
to give credit to that, actually, see, I could build bridges. They actually, everybody thought during Iran, with the Iran war, Russia was going to be the big benefactor because the oil prices are going to go up. They sell a lot of oil, and then Ukraine fucking hit multiple of their oil facilities. They've not been able to take advantage of the turmoil in oil prices. So yeah, the logistics aspect of that is pretty clutch. See, we can all build bridges. We can all build bridges and sing Kumbaya.
Kumbaya.
You know who can't build bridges? The Taliban. That's why they're getting their ass beat by Pakistan. It's crazy stuff. All over water now. Crazy.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to explore that because I didn't know what the like where that was at right now. In terms of the like the deaths, like comparing that to another conflict, like it's really hard to tell, like because of everything that's happening there. But like Sudan is like comparable, like for like a similar amount of time. There's been an incredible amount of deaths, especially civilian deaths. They've like just slaughtered. They've like cleared out towns. They've just slaughtered them, and buried individuals. And both sides have been guilty of these like horrible war crimes. The Sudanese National Army and the RSF, Rapid Support Forces, and like we've seen the satellite imagery, right? Of like the mass graves, of like the pools of blood. We know like just from interviews of people like escaping these towns, like trying to leave. They'll like keep the men and the boys back, and they'll let some of the women back through, oftentimes with raping them. And then they'll head over, and yeah, their loved ones just don't ever show up. So it's awful, and the world does not discuss it enough. I don't bring it up here because I don't think anyone else like really knows much about it, which is fine. But like I mean, so like to have a panel about it, but yeah, it's just an unfortunate situation. No one's talking about that. Admiral Gibbs, $2 says they're meeting the Nephilim at the moon right now.
Yeah.
Right now.
Right now, boys. Did you know this? Y'all know they're at the meeting them the Artemis program on the dark side talking to the Nephilim.
What's the Nephilim?
Well,
Do
I mean,
should I ask? I don't know if I want to ask.
You don't want to know. It's okay. It's basically the giants that were made because the angels had sex with humans and they're like the
What the fuck is
demigods
this
from the
shit?
Bible. Yeah, and so now they're like the aliens is what the argument is or some shit. And so all the conspiracy theorists just say the Artemis
Are you talking about
program.
the Anunnaki?
No, the Anunnaki are tied to the Nephilim. There's different conspiracy theories depending on how, but like apparently right now the Artemis program's a cover for the Nephilim.
I mean,
beings.
I mean, it is kind of crazy that no one is talking about the fact that we're going around the moon. It is.
No, the
pretty
people are
nuts.
talking.
We're
They're
I don't
absolutely
see-
talking
I
about
don't
that.
see
You're welcome.
anyone talking about
You're
it.
welcome
I don't see
on it.
anyone talking about it.
Well, maybe
Must
not
be
in
a
your
single
circle.
person.
What the hell?
I don't know.
Okay, I'll
A
just say
circle.
I was at my university and there was like we had a video of Artemis and it was a stadium full of like I want to say like 300 people were just all watching Artemis just go.
I'm not gonna lie. What you shouldn't do the story where you lead up with stadium and then 300 people.
Valid. Sorry, it was a room.
That could have been a courtyard.
It was
That
like
could
a courtyard.
have been just in the quad.
Stadium, 300
Hey, don't talk
people.
about my quad, all right?
I don't know what does that mean.
Because stadiums usually fit like
Yeah,
I
valid.
mean
Valid.
minimum like
Tens of
20,
thousands of
30,000
people.
people.
You're right.
you know?
Oh, okay.
I buried my
All
lead.
right, sure.
Yeah.
Like a
All right,
soccer
let's, get
stadium with 200
started,
people,
guys.
that's a dead soccer stadium.
Okay, hold on. You said you went to your university, so what
Yes,
were you
university.
indoctrinated with now?
I have a degree in philosophy and I'm getting my degree in mathematics.
And liberal
Oh, that
studies.
doctrine of mathematics, that
Oh, you
ideology
He is
fucking
being
with the
immersed
number.
lefty
Indoctrinated.
indoctrination, baby. Math and philosophy.
Yep.
Fuck.
Oh, it's specifically he's getting a degree in liberal
Yeah,
math.
he,
I think I'm gonna
he
get my
knows his
master's in
numbers.
linguistics.
Yeah,
he
one
is- he is
plus
getting
he knows
one
his
is
numbers and
equals
his
zero.
letters.
There's his mathematics. 1 plus
Because
1
wait,
is
wait,
0.
Hunter. 1 times 1. What does it equal?
1 times 1 equals 1.
No.
Oh shit! Wait,
I'm
hold
a
on.
1 times 1
You
equals
know how
2
you said
kinda
1
guy.
plus 1 equals 0 in modular arithmetic?
I thought it meant
true.
11.
Like specifically
one
when we're
and
talking
one.
about
There's
parity.
the
There's
Yeah,
a
see,
ton of-
clearly you're not well versed
there's
on
a ton of
teriology.
axioms in
okay?
which you can.
Look at the
Terrence Howard
teriology.
knows what's up.
You can adjust
1
the
times 1
piano
is 2.
axioms.
Forest.
1 times 1 is
There
2.
you go.
Is that the fuck? Is that Leonard? What's his name? Fuck.
Terrence
Terrence
Howard.
Howard?
Terrence Howard.
Terrence
that's it.
Howard.
I've
Yeah,
seen.
Terrence,
I
yeah.
made a bunch of videos on his dude. He's deranged. That guy's an idiot.
1
He's
by
fucking
1.
great.
Or the smartest
He
one.
avoided the liberal
Or the
indoctrination. Is
smartest
what
person
happened.
alive.
True.
Yeah, one or the other.
No,
one
but
can
yeah,
tell,
I
right?
think
Gibbs, we
I think-
can now say the right 3, the indoctrinated citizen.
We. The royal win. The royal we is
I've
is
been,
going hard
I've
now.
been slam dunked
I
in
am-
the
I
marketplace.
am-
of
So
ideas.
Gibbs, this is your guy.
Okay.
We you know, now
We
now
can
we're
say it.
Indoctrinated. You
points.
were indoctrinated.
So let's.
So I've been
let's get
indoctrinated
started,
because
guys.
I understand mathematics. Is that that's
No,
the
it's
claim?
liberal. It's because you learned liberal math. specifically.
Liberal math.
Yes.
Can,
where
can, I,
there's
can I
like-
ask? Can I ask Ben City a question real quick?
You can
Other than dunking on these libs, which they totally deserve it, by the way. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Hey,
what would you generally?
Hey, I'm over here,
Based.
lactoid.
Yeah. What would you generally describe your politics as?
Owning the libs.
That's all it is.
I think
that
you
all
just
it
like
is?
He's looking at you.
I would not disagree with that. Owning the libs. That's why you have
pathetic.
lost 3
So then,
times.
like, my
Pathetic.
question-
No, what he's asking
I
you
wanna
what your
know
what your
where
politics
I fall
are.
in, where I fall in on this. Left-leaning
You-
politics.
you-
but
no, hold on.
unvaccinated didn't go to college.
We need
But
your
where do
answer
I
from
live
earlier,
here?
Ollie. Can Muslims be gay? Tell Jesus.
Yeah, they can. I don't think you guys understand what being gay is, or like what the sin of gay is. I don't think you guys understand that, but we can talk about
Are
that
you the
another
expert?
time.
There's a ton of Mormon. I grew up Mormon, and there were a
Take
ton
that
of
shit off.
Mormons that,
Okay,
that were
wait,
just like
I'm
they're
actually going
gay,
to-
but they don't. Sorry. go
Yeah,
ahead.
so this whole thing, like, one, the sin is acting on your
Right.
gay impulsions, right? You can be horny. Being horny isn't a sin. It's having the premarital sex. And I think all of this ends up leading down to premarital sex under God. Gays, that there is no marriage under like religion for the gays. So why would they be able to have sex, so on and so forth? I think it's a dumb thing. To
Yeah, I want to
focus
be
on gays-
educated.
I don't know.
Well,
I think
You
being
want to
focused
be
on gays is a little bit
educated? Wait
weird.
a minute. Why do you need
Yeah.
the indoctrination of a university to educate yourself?
True.
Because
you
otherwise
have
I'm
to
learning
be
from
dumb.
morons like
job.
you.
Wait. Let the libtardia up there
I'd like
answer
to
the
answer.
question.
I'd like to
Yeah,
answer.
yeah.
Please.
Otherwise,
Yeah,
I'm learning
lactoid
from
liberal.
I am a
retards
well-known
like you.
socialist. I know I'm more of a
True.
socialist.
Now he wants.
Very
I
to-
think,
true.
I
Very
think,
true.
I think universities they can teach you things that are useful in your everyday life.
And what might that be?
He's a
No.
lawyer. He has a.
He's a lawyer. He has a
can't
degree in
practice
law.
I
without
don't
it.
care. I don't care
Clearly,
what
I'm
the
pretty sure
fuck
it's
he
illegal.
does. I don't care
Well-
what the fuck he does. I can read any legal definition online.
Can you practice
True.
law?
Yeah,
And that's all
fuck
Lactoid
yeah,
does.
Lactoid,
Can you
he
practice
got
law?
you
Right
there.
That's all. That's all
You're
that's
just
really
the fucking
needed. That's-
dictionary. It's just
That's the base.
wait. What
Can
does
read-
what does arraignment mean again? And you're like, well, here's what it means. And the judge's
am
like,
adept
thank
with
you.
Google.
That's
so
why I have the
like to
lawyers in
think
the room.
That I am just
Thank you.
as
Black's
legally
Law
adept
Dictionary.
as,
Thank you.
Lactoid.
Yeah,
I can buy
It's
any.
my
listen,
AI will
listen,
reverse the world.
I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm
if
listening.
you want the answer, I'll give it to you.
Okay.
I
right.
can buy any legal encyclopedia, any
True.
type of
God.
law
Is that a
book, law
thing?
degree.
They
You
are
can
for sale.
buy
and
any
teach
law
himself.
degree.
And
Okay,
teach
I
himself.
can be a self-taught lawyer and
Wait. Spin City.
the
Spin City.
same
Where did you
amount of
learn how to
cases-
read?
I
Hold
can-
on,
Foghorn-
wait.
My
He
mom,
can buy
I
a
actually,
dictionary
I
and
actually
learn to
learned from
read.
Foghorn
Right.
Leghorn. Foghorn Leghorn taught me how to read.
Okay,
Say,
hold on. So,
Libs-
Hey,
Libs just
so you
lost.
can buy any.
Listen,
You can buy
school
any
up
legal.
until high school is
I'm
not
trying to follow. I'm trying to follow.
indoctrination.
Sorry, here. So you
Yeah,
can buy
calm
any
down.
legal. You can buy any legal dictionary, and you can learn how to practice law from reading it. Is that what I'm getting?
Absolutely, and it has been proven that you do not have to go to an indoctrination camp
Oh.
To be a
to
lawyer.
pass the bar exam.
Hey, Spin,
True.
can I make this even worse for you? Because I technically lied to you. I'm actually not getting my degree in mathematics. I'm getting my degree in math
Ooh.
education because I
Math
want to be a
education.
math
Even worse.
teacher
So
No,
math
that's- that's
indoctrination.
to contribute
want
back
to
into the indoctrination,
indoctrinate-
to be a part of it by being a teacher, so I
So
can
you want to
indoctrinate the youth.
indoctrinate?
And what kind of math?
So
Gay
you-
math?
Gay math.
That's what
I'm
I-
giving
yeah.
them gay math. I want to teach them 1 + 1. You'd think 1 + 1. 1 + 1 is actually 2 penises. And 2
Yeah, they're
penises
touching.
are good. And that's why
And
2 is good.
it looks
And
by
2
your
is the good one.
your lip structure, you have had many that have crossed your lips.
100%.
Moving on. Moving on.
Yeah,
It-
you're next,
wait.
bro.
To-
You just
to
observed
the
another
actual
man's lips and
intelligent
know that
conversation.
enough dick has gone through them, but
He's
the
an
gay
expert,
one?
dude. He's
You're
been
the
on
expert
Grinder
in
and
male lips. and
So
it's dicks-
Lactoid.
And wherever he learned
So-
that, he did not learn it from a university.
Didn't learn it from
I did
school.
not.
Life experience, baby.
So-
That's the only way you can
So
learn this shit.
Lactoid.
Definitely an encyclopedia.
Yeah,
I can-
I'm listening. I'm
I
listening.
I can buy any book to learn about the law.
Amazon,
law-
yes.
In itself is theory,
Oh,
True.
right?
Yeah.
everything's
Law in
theory,
itself.
really.
It's
on
like
the
evolution.
four corners of the book.
Uh-huh.
And Lactoid, that should say something about my knowledge. okay.
It's extensive.
I think
Okay.
it says a lot. I think
The-
it does.
Name
So
one.
how many law books? Hold on,
I'm-
out of curiosity, how many law books have you purchased?
Could you name them?
I did not purchase them.
Oh, but he
Wait a
could.
minute,
I didn't purchase
But
them.
But
he
he
could.
can purchase
He
them.
could.
He
I
stole them.
can.
But you
Has
just said your
Amazon.
but you hold on. You just said that your knowledge right now is extensive.
It is.
On what?
On
Did
based on
I
what? You
need
didn't
to-
buy the books
did I-
yet.
Did I need to buy a book
No,
to
wait,
get
what are
on
you in-
to
what
get
are you
on the
knowledgeable
computer and do the same thing?
What are you knowledgeable about?
You don't need to buy a book.
What have you read
You
about?
can't buy the books anymore.
Maybe
You have to-
philosophy? Maybe we can
That's
go
the
toe to toe?
It's me and Chat GBT versus the world, baby.
Maybe mathematics? Maybe I could quiz you
Okay.
on some math? Because you've read
Okay.
books. You're educated.
I can look at a document and I can disseminate that document.
Shit. Okay.
Disse-
Do
wait,
you know
disseminate?
any?
He can just look at it. He doesn't have to read it. Just look at it, and he can.
Wait, what do you mean by
that
disseminate?
document.
What do you mean by
Okay,
disseminate?
if I am making a motion to a court, does it take
Okay.
a lawyer to make that motion to a court?
Wait, can
Technically
books
not.
indoctrinate you?
You can represent yourself.
Can you read?
I
the
would
wrong
advise
book?
against this though,
Would
for
consi-
anybody.
that would
not
be
just you.
considered pro se.
Wait, Spin
could
City.
be-
What
yes,
happens
you
if
could
you
be
read the
considered pro
wrong
se,
book
yeah.
and then you retain the wrong
He's
information?
fucking memorized
and then
2
you, like,
terms.
then you
and
start-
he's
then you,
like, look, I've
what
learned what
happens?
a law school could give me. Like,
No,
dude,
no, he's
how
like,
do you
he-
not
he-
kill
he-
yourself
he has
every
said
day
nothing-
knowing?
No, stop. He has said nothing but true things thus far.
Yeah,
You
but
can
they're
buy books.
nothing. I
No,
fucking
you can
know
buy
that you can
books,
represent yourself.
You can represent yourself, and it's called pro
Hayes,
se.
Hayes, will you please
know what?
mute that libtard?
I
for a
didn't know
second?
that it was called pro
I
se.
will. I will
Hey,
love to mute
guys,
that
I
real
didn't
quick.
know this was called
this
pro
guy-
se.
I just want to say, I found a
I think
picture
this
of
guy's
me
got
from
it.
getting learned in school right here, guys.
Marga, hold on, Marga
No,
is
wait.
speaking, all right? Know your role, okay? So
Now,
go ahead.
Now wait.
Go
I
ahead,
He
can
Spin
interrupts
City.
more people
make-
than anyone.
I'm trying to be educated right now. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You don't have to be
You're
educated.
being indoctrinated,
because I
Lactoid. You're
think-
being educated.
I think
You mean
Lactoid's
indoctrinated?
education
Hunter.
may or may not be as extensive as mine is,
Uh-huh.
but it was self-taught.
Okay.
I was not indoctrinated by any college, or I do not have this big fucking plaque that, most ball washing bastards
But you
have.
can order one. You can
Ball-washing
order a
bastard.
plaque. You can just order a plaque off
And
Amazon.
you know what?
too,
I'm
you
out
know?
earning you 10-1 every day. That's what's awesome about it. Every single person
Here-
with college
here's-
degrees.
Damn,
is
these
out-earning
plaques,
you.
they got me. The ball washing.
Oh no! Hold on. We don't know. This guy might make serious dough.
Sure, but on average.
Dumb money.
Oh come on. Anyway. So you're all great points, right? You don't really need to go to school. You can just learn everything on your own.
But is it absolutely in the preponderance of possibility that I could pass the bar exam without going to school?
You're the
Sure.
preponderance, probably not.
Could-
Preponderance.
Fuck, dude. You gotta listen to yourself sometimes.
Answer the question, libtard.
Answer that
You're
very
the one
serious
that's
question.
confuting it.
Fucking
Yeah.
question,
Lactoid,
Lactoid.
is it within the
Stop avoiding
preponderance of
preponderance
possibility? Huh.
Okay, I'll say it again. Is it
Go ahead.
possible that I can walk in and pass the bar exam?
Well, the guy on
Right
Suits
now?
did it.
Wait,
The guy
no,
on Suits
you
did it.
or
Didn't even
someone
go
who
to
hasn't
school.
learned in a law school?
Without knowing what I know, could a man walk in and take the bar exam? Yes.
gonna
or
try it?
no?
They could
They can
take
take
it
it.
in some states, yeah. Like you could take the
In
California. one.
California, because Kim Kardashian
think.
famously did it.
And failed it
Oh,
multiple
I
times.
believe
Yeah.
you. They also have one of the
Mind
hardest
you,
bar.
Kim
They have one of the
Kardashian,
hardest
with
bar
all her
exams.
money and
though.
resources and time, still failed the bar without going to school. Just
No,
saying.
for sure.
Okay, but she didn't.
Yeah,
She,
I
hold on.
I
She's
could
not
also
Spin
fail-
City News.
It doesn't-
Okay, she didn't buy the
Right,
book.
that is
Man,
the point.
Spin City.
That is
That's
I
the,
like
Kim
it.
Kardashian
Have
doesn't
you
know
actually-
how to disseminate information. That's the issue.
So, Spin, have you actually tried taking the bar?
She didn't have a preponderance of a chance
Why not?
as well.
Do you want to take the bar?
I'd love to take the bar.
oh, you should
go
take
for
it.
it.
It's in California. You can
Go
take it
for
right now. Maybe not
I-
right now. I don't know how it works.
I could take it in the free state of Florida where I live, and I probably would pass.
The free state. of
Let's
Florida.
see it, man.
Lactoid, can you
you
ask
know
him
what?
one
Honestly,
law question,
I
please?
would like to see
Lactoid,
this.
do you want to
actually.
take that bet?
do not
Do you wanna
need-
take that
it,
bet?
it is it is a
Uh,
it is a
What?
it
How
is
much,
a
how much
I
money you
want
want
to
to
hear. I want to hear him out. I want to hear him out. This guy's great. I want to.
there it is not, there is no fact that says that you have to go to a college to have an education to pass the bar exam.
That is true.
Actually, I'm not sure that's true in Florida. Let me check it out. It could be. It could be. Every state's different. So let me just check right here.
You do
Hon-
not
honestly,
have
go
to
for it.
have a formal education to become the president of the United States.
That's true. That's true.
That's also true.
Oh wait. Hold on. I just looked it up. In order to take the bar exam, you have to have a JD from a law school.
You should have read those books.
Turns out Florida's not as free as you think it is. You know what the real
In
free
free
state is?
Damn,
California,
Your
bitch!
You should have
JD.
read those books.
California seems to be the
Bars.
real
Yeah,
free
what the
state.
Fucking communist.
Listen, I'm as progressive as they come, and
There-
California
there
fucking
are-
sucks.
there
I'm
New
are
sorry.
scum
a few
wins
states-
again.
That's right.
New
Florida
scum
might
wins
as
again.
well be
Fucking
Russia.
sucks.
There are a few states in the United States where you do not have to have
Like
a
New Scums.
bar.
Right, not your free Florida, though.
Besides
Your Florida's
California.
not free.
Florida.
Either-
There are probably a few. There are probably a few. Yeah.
In
I don't know
There are
where they
a few.
In
Apparently, you
communist
can't.
But have to have a bar or a license to practice law.
Who are you
Wait.
ranting to?
Yes, you do. You can't defend other people without Lactoid. That
Yes,
can't
you
be true.
can. Yes,
You know,
you can.
What
Texas
state,
makes
what
you
state
require-
can I move to right
Okay,
now? and
so
get
here are the
without a
states.
without the
Here
bar? I'll do
are
it
all
tomorrow.
the brilliant conservative states that allow this: California, Vermont, Virginia, and Washington.
So you stand corrected. You just lost again.
Wait, Lactoid.
I
if you
lost.
go to Verm-
I lost again.
Wait, Lactoid,
Not
if you go
you.
to Vermont right
No,
now.
not
That's
me.
law without a
The
bar.
Muslim.
No.
No,
You can
no.
go to.
Yo,
you,
chill.
As the Muslim.
You can.
you fucking
Yeah,
No, no, hold on.
King of the Muslims now, are we?
You can go to
He's the
Vermont.
Shah,
Do
bro.
you
He's
refer
the
to
Shah.
me as king, or you don't refer to me
Yeah,
as
I
you
don't
have to
notice-
take the bar exam.
Ali,
You have to take the
I
bar
don't think
exam
you
in
noticed he's not
Vermont.
a fan of Muslims, so you
You just
we'll
don't. You
find
just
that
don't have to.
out, though.
You don't need a law. You don't have to go to law school to sit for the bar exam
But-
in Vermont.
But I have to take the bar.
Yeah, you have to.
Like,
yeah.
there's
Yeah.
no state where I can practice
bar.
without taking the bar. Just not because that's. I think.
Yes,
I think
there
there
is.
are
fucking
there
access
are
bar.
some states.
Yes,
I mean,
there
isn't
is.
Louisiana one of them?
Sorry, hold on.
Is it a different
Okay,
test?
Lacto, tell us about that. There are states where.
I
Yeah, go
think
ahead.
So in Oregon, I think they're moving
Oregon?
towards this, and then also Wisconsin.
Wait, what do you
don't
mean
need to
moving towards
actually
it?
take
What
the
it-
bar.
what
And you
do
can
do
just
not.
go be a lawyer.
Bam.
No, you can't just go.
We're
There's a
moving
bunch
to
of other.
lawyer.
So
There's
what-
different tests.
What would it be?
Oh,
Okay, so
okay.
just be a different test.
So they're just a
Okay, so it's the
that's all.
same
Well,
Alright.
so it's a
like
different test. So they have okay. So you have to go to a law school, and you have to take take certain classes that have certain tests associated with them, and you can skip the bar exam.
Okay, you have
so
to go
not
to an
what he's
indoctrination
talking about
camp
at all.
before you
it's the
become a
same
lawyer.
thing.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Every
what
every single state has vetting requirements before you can just go
There
and
is
practice law.
gatekeeping no
Yeah,
matter
you
what.
can't just
there's
go
gatekeeping.
and start
Lactoid,
practicing
you
law.
are a licensed attorney, correct?
Yeah.
Isn't it something of fitness or whatever the fuck it is, test or
Yes.
to,
Fitness
Okay,
dick in your mouth. I'm sorry.
I don't remember the exact term, but it's the suit and
Read
fitness
the book
test
on
or
that.
some shit.
Character and fitness. Yeah.
Character and fitness. Thank you.
That's just the
Yeah,
liberal
I mean,
indoctrination.
the big thing about that is you can't be you can't just try not to do crimes. A whole bunch of crimes doesn't look good on that one, especially fraud. If you do a bunch of fraud, that's gonna really come
Yeah.
back
What's
to
the
bite
character-
you.
You just can't get caught is the real rule. You just can't get
Basically,
caught.
Really good
So
lawyer, you don't get
character
caught, yeah.
character. So in order to hold your license, you not only have to demonstrate knowledge,
Proficiency.
practical proficiency. You have to also pass character and fitness, which is you have to basically not be a criminal. And some people have criticized this because there are sometimes felons who will study law in prison and actually study for a long period of time.
Yeah.
And they
And some of
actually,
them get-
and if
some of
I
them get pretty
correct,
good,
they
actually.
if
Yeah.
I'm actually correct, in some prisons, that is an actual college course that you can take
Yeah,
and
sure.
actually have
Yeah.
a degree.
They indoctrinate in the prisons too. Isn't
Some
it?
of them, but they
Another
can't get.
It's everywhere.
indoctrination
You
They're
can't
still
escape
get
it.
licensed
can't.
though.
You
but
can't
they
escape
can.
it.
So
Yes, they can.
okay,
It
okay. So
depends
I,
on-
Okay,
wanna
what's the
ask-
fuck is your
depends-
point? I'm sorry to get aggressive, but like
But y'all are aggressively indoctrinating the youth. You
You've
evil
been fucking
bastards.
going nowhere.
Can I
Yeah.
ask real quick? So hold on. I don't disagree. Indoctrination is bad and all that, but surely there are some benefits to education beyond that indoctrination, right? You would agree?
There is monetary benefits to it.
But also just knowing the world. Do you think?
Why
that,
are you laughing? You're the one that's being indoctrinated to be able to indoctrinate
know.
somebody
That's
else.
why.
Yeah, you
That's why it's so
libtard.
funny. Is I'm in the water. I'm a fish in the water. And I'm
Libtarian.
going, what the hell is air?
See, this
I-
is what the fuck I'm talking about. You can't get a fucking word in with this fucking retard
You
up there.
can't. He
You
never
can't.
shuts
Too
up.
much.
He's always
Hunter?
talking.
Hunter's a hand washer. You don't know Hunter. Hunter
Yeah, well,
washes hands.
actually, he's a
Washer
ball
any
washer.
day.
Ball washer of fascism now, boys.
Yeah, he's a ball
Um,
washing fascist.
So,
There you go.
Lactoid.
I wash
so
your
not
balls
Lactoid,
though.
Spin.
Just to be clear.
You
Can
would
I ask
love
just one-
to wash my
I
fucking
would
balls.
love to wash
You
your
would
balls.
love to have your balls washed by
Yeah.
him. Trust me.
Hell yeah, dude.
Nah,
Spin.
No.
Can I ask you one question?
Absolutely.
Well, it might be multiple, but
If it's from
do
you,
think that you
yes.
can be?
He's
Thank
more
you.
left than
You
me. Do
think-
you know that, Spin?
Do you,
You
would
think
you?
He is.
So yes, in certain states, not Florida, you can take the bar, right, and pass the bar, right, without going to school, right? Okay. All right. So multiple things here. One, would you trust a lawyer who didn't go to school but passed the bar?
I think that I would trust the
prefer.
non-indoctrinated person
Would
for
you
for, the
prefer?
one,
At least
for a
he's
simple
consistent.
reason.
So,
For once, let me finish answering your question.
Sure.
I would trust the non-indoctrinated lawyer because the 9 times out of 10, that non-lawyer has done more research than what a lawyer would have done.
then
I-
Lactoid,
Sure,
trust
yeah,
me.
Actually, he
I
makes a
can
good
tell
point
you
here.
actually-
He actually makes a good point. I only trust Jewish lawyers personally.
I'm not a lawyer.
You gotta trust.
I also will say,
Listen,
I will say,
wait,
it is.
wait. I will say this. I would trust an African American lawyer over a white one.
Johnny
Walk
Cochran is pretty based. Johnny Cochran was pretty based. Woke. If the glove don't fit, you must have quit.
That's some woke bullshit. But second of all, I think it's possible. Look, I will say it is theoretically possible that you could pass the bar.
Yeah, in theory.
Based off your preponderance of
They
evidence.
Without a
did
preponderance of
it in
doubt.
Catch Me If You Can, right? Like the
That was
I-
your
I-
line.
Suits,
How much-
there's a whole-
how
there's a
much
whole
money would you
show
bet?
dedicated to
How much
this.
money would you bet,
Like,
Lactoid?
betting is against the Bible. I wouldn't possibly.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
No, you
okay,
know,
It's
so
a
Bible
Bible
real
fiction
money.
anyway, so you're not really
You
breaking
know
the
it.
law, so it's okay. I mean, just bet. It's
second
okay.
question.
Even a friendly bet, like buy the guy McDonald's or some shit like that. Make it fun, make it interesting.
Oh, he
I
would
would
bet that.
bet-
I know he's
I
would
would
bet
bet
$20,000.
$20,000. As much money as I possibly have that you would not pass the bar.
About it,
Okay.
no, it would be the betting the
Okay.
money that you will not make. Yes.
Okay,
I don't have
so-
much money, so
so
that's the.
okay,
It's a lot in student debt.
let me. I want to.
Yeah.
I do want to move
The
on from this.
indoctrination.
So I do want to get to our topic at some point in time. So let me run this down very quickly. Okay, all right. So you're saying that you trust people who do basically do their own research, right? And who assemble the books and do the research. And then that person is just as good, if not better, than a person who might do
He's
a
gonna be
whole
better.
licensing program.
Don't say
There's
if
going
not.
to be
He's
better.
better.
It would
better.
be.
They would be better. Okay, so
Yes.
two things.
I
right?
believe that.
Would you trust a house built by an architect who didn't go through the licensure process?
Did he read the Wikipedia?
How redneck are they?
Are they Amish? He would trust
Oh,
the Amish to
I
build
would
a
Amish
trust
house.
is a good point. Amish is a good
I would
point.
trust the
Also,
Amish.
I just want
Well,
real
the
quick.
Amish destroyed Prime. They're actually
Real
good at
quick,
shit.
real quick,
Okay,
the
perfect.
lactoid. The Bible doesn't actually explicitly condemn gambling.
That's
It
true.
condemns trying to get rich quick. And then it also suggests that it's not good
Yeah,
to
so
try to
I
get rich
can't.
off cancer.
So I can't bet on this.
So you could gamble. You could gamble for fun, which is an acceptable thing in the Bible.
No, but he'd
Let
get
me-
rich
let me
quick.
finish
He'd
my-
get
my
rich
point.
real fucking quick.
So,
You can trust
okay,
Reverend Gibbs
so
here.
you're saying, okay, so so you would say you would trust going to a skyscraper built
He can't even figure it out. He's like,
He'll be back.
he's malfunctioning a little bit.
It's all right. He'll be right back.
Did we bully him?
It's
I
technology.
was
No,
trying to
no. He'll be.
I
He'll
don't
be
really
right back.
care
Okay,
if we
all right.
I'm
bully
sure
him.
he'll be back.
Is he gonna read a book to help him get back on or something like that? That's what I want to know. Is he gonna be qualified to do something like
God.
that? So
Lactoid, how do you not kill
okay,
yourself every day
well-
knowing that people like this are on your side?
Look,
This
Hold
is your
on.
side. This
Hold
is
on,
your
hold on.
side.
you
If we're
guys got
picking
your
the weird
team,
people,
too.
yeah, we're talking about the weird people on what side going where. I mean,
I'll
I don't
take-
think we want to
yeah.
go that battle.
I
So
will
I
take-
had someone with like Fruit Loops colored hair earlier tell me they were
No.
a reindeer last week.
Here's
Like,
the
I
issue.
don't.
No,
I don't
here's
wanna
the issue.
be-
I'm gonna say this. I'm
Yeah.
gonna say this. You guys have like institutionalized this type of psycho. I think
But
that
we
have fended
would,
them
we
off
would,
today.
but y'all made it impossible to institutionalize anybody for mental illness. It's just their personality. Yeah, so it's just every kind of mental illness
No,
is
no,
there's truth.
At
no,
all.
literally Reagan made it impossible to
Well, he's a neocon,
So
neoliberal. He's part of the Uniparty, bro.
Listen,
You're
Reagan
right.
was a-
You're
Reagan
right.
was a
He's
leftist
based.
prime. Reagan was a leftist.
That's right.
he was
That's
definitely not a leftist. He was like the
He is-
conservative darling.
Reagan was a leftist.
He was a middle of the pack rhino uniparty guy. He's a he's a ball watcher of fascism
The
too.
conservative base loved Reagan. They're
How
like,
is
"Oh,
Reagan a
the greatest."
rhino? The entire Republican Party like orchestrated its entire
Actually,
self.
Nah,
I think
Bush-
today-
Bulldoze of
by
Reagan.
Bush
today's
was the
standards,
epitome of the
he would be
neocon.
considered- He would be
That's
considered a
right.
rhino by today's standards. Actually,
That's
He
right.
would be.
Sure, but that's not how words work.
It is how it
in-
works.
In today's standards, according to MAGA, Trump was just a '90s Democrat. So I mean, like, what
He is a
by-
90s
by-
Democrat. What do you
Oh
mean?
my god!
in
stop.
most ways, he absolutely is. Yeah, 100%. What are you talking about?
Are you saying he's not?
I'm saying he's not.
Yeah,
Me?
it
Yeah,
shows how
I'm not
conservative
saying that he's
90s
not a
Democrats
Democrat.
were.
Well, that's because you're a ball washer
but-
of fascism. We know why you don't want to say he's a 90s
True.
I've been
I'm
interested
like
in
this
Bill
close
Clinton.
to
I,
the
li-
Trump
I like
for
that
a
we're
long
shifting to ball washer of fascism.
It's
instead of
kinda
hand
good, I
washer. I'm a
like it.
fan of that. It's a
I'll
good
take
one, yeah.
the.
Curious
I'll
where
take
We've
this
the-
will end
improved.
up.
We've improved the
We
discourse. here.
moved up, boys.
So we're
Thank
gonna have
you. Spend sitting
AI
years.
ball washers or people ball washers. I mean, which one is it now? I mean, you know.
Oh, that's
Okay,
good.
let's. Well, we can move on.
He
to
says he's having an
topic
issue.
at
He'll be
hand.
back. He says.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
God help us all.
Let's. We can move
He's
on. to
ordering a
lives.
book.
He's gonna read all of the law right now and come back.
Bro, I got the
So
Black Star
laughable.
Dictionary right next to me, ready for this exact situation, boys. Let's go. Right
Oh,
here.
I've got a dictionary too.
Okay.
Oh, I just have a regular dictionary. So if
Oh,
wanted
well,
to
we have
look up
both.
preponderance. I've
No,
got
you
it.
got the
Oh,
indoctrination
I have it.
dictionary.
You don't have to look it up. I
I
have
know
it right
you
here.
saw it,
ready?
but I've also got a book which is way more trustworthy than really anything you could find.
Yeah, I mean, it's right here. We got it. It's just backwards. I don't know why I won't split flip it, but
No,
whatever.
that's
That's
it looks
that's
good.
correct. Yeah, it's correct.
Oh. Okay, good. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, we should have asked them about like okay, so you're reading books, right? But what if the person who wrote the book went to college?
Which is
You know what? That's a
what-
great
no.
fucking
How
point.
did
I get a
you
better
learn
one.
to
What if he
read?
was? What if they were?
Most books are
What
written
if
by
they were
doctors.
What? Hey, listen. Hear me out. Hear me out. What
Good
if the
doctors.
Bible was written by a Jew? You gotta ask him these questions, bro.
I think
great
he's fine with
question.
Jews. I'm not getting that vibe from.
Oh.
He's not okay with
Why-
Muslims though, for sure.
Why don't we ask? Why don't we
Well,
find out?
It's
that's
a nice
mainstream.
switch because, like, usually this panel is deeply anti-Semitic. They've swapped to like
All right, I love the
normalize
Jews. They got money, bro.
Have you met Scott? Every chance he gets, Islam is evil. We're talking about fucking AI.
I don't know who
where
Scott
is. Scott
Oh,
is
Scott the
Islam
libertarian?
is evil every
Yeah.
3 seconds.
Oh,
Maybe in
don't
liberty-
worry.
that's
I
valid.
can pick up Scott's point. They train the AI to
That's fair.
favor the Muslims. I'm just kidding. Y'all worry. I got you, fam.
So we'll continue on, and maybe at the end of the stream, I can finish that thought with our with Spin.
It's a great
That'll
question.
take on-
You
that'll
really
take
got
all
to
night to
ask him
finish
that
the thought with
question because
him.
most books that I've read, I would bet that most books about laws are by law professors, guaranteed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how it's going to be. Yup.
It's a
That's
good
why I didn't
question.
read them. I just
I just practiced law. If you practice
I just
enough,
started.
you're good at it.
You just got to get going.
But in my 1,000 hours, we're
Firm
good.
handshake. Look him in
Does
the
Sir
eye.
Isaac Newton need a degree to
ball
indicate
long.
the apple falling from the tree? No, get loaned, libs, get owned. Fucking gravity.
Okay. Let's okay.
All right.
Let's go. Let's get started. So thanks all for being here. To the individuals here on the panel and to those out there. Thanks for being a part of this. Oh, let's do the stream together thing. Gibbs. And,
It's already sent in the back chat. You just got to scroll on up there. And
Oh,
just click
I'm sorry.
that bad boy.
Yeah,
Come on.
for sure. All right. Hey, DB.
I lied.
just
I'll
in
post
time.
it again.
All right. I'll find that in a second.
It's my
and
fault. I'll
so-
post it again. I'm sorry. We're getting
Thank,
there.
thank you so much. Okay. So hey, like perfect timing, DB. So hey, we are if you enjoyed that very long preamble, and that was a lot of fun, a lot of craziness happened there.
Was it?
Right? I had fun. I was laughing the entire time. It was fun
I
for
was
me.
laughing in like a sad way, but
That guy's
oh,
pathetic.
I
Don't worry. He'll be back. He'll let you know what he thinks of you.
I like
I'm
him.
sure.
I want him
Yeah.
back.
everyone is free to have their own opinion on this.
Totally. And his opinion sucks.
So anyway, guys, consider supporting the channel. Subs to the channel, give subs. If you're on Twitch, right, it's a huge help. So consider supporting the channel, or if you're on YouTube, either consider becoming a YouTube member or using a super chat like our friend Gibbs did. We'll put your message on screen and we'll talk about it. It'll be a lot of fun. So consider helping us out that way. You know, if you're on Kick, just follow the channel on Kick. It's very, very important. Follow the channel, please. It's all free for you. Just follow the channel and Kick. All right. Let's get started. I'm gonna. Should we do intros? We'll do opening statements and intros combined. So we can get right to it. Okay. The topic. A grandmother was arrested for a string of alleged bank fraud incidents. She spent 5 months in jail. She lost her house and all her possessions. And then it was made clear that she was absolutely innocent. An AI-powered facial recognition software had identified her as a suspect. The police didn't perform due diligence as a follow-up, and this woman paid the price. As AI rolls out across society, who should be held responsible for when mistakes happen? Is the AI company or the police department at fault? Experts are recommending AI guardrails, but Trump issued an executive order that would ban states from enacting regulations. He says this would stifle innovation in a rapidly changing field. Are you in favor of this ban? Should the government be involved in regulating this sector on any level, federal, state, local? So yeah, it's pretty straightforward. It's really unfortunate. Yeah, this grandma should just we ran the footage the software. Someone's like, what was it, cashing bad checks or something along those lines? I think pretending to be a military individual, and then using their ID somehow to like get money out of the bank. In any case, right? So some sort of bank fraud doesn't matter. But she was identified by that system, and then a warrant was issued for her arrest. And this was, and literally, she lives like 1,000 miles away, right? Like, it absolutely, positively wasn't her. And it was in jail for months until her lawyer, like through bank statements, proved that she couldn't have possibly have done it. She was, in a completely different state. And she, lost her property. She wasn't like a well-off woman, right? She's not a person who was just struggling to get by. But now she lost that struggle because of this. So anyway, yeah, that's a terrible situation. But yeah, who should be held responsible for that? And for a larger question about AI, like, should we have regulations? If we do, right, like, well, something people always talk about is that, well, China won't, right? We can put regulations in place, but China won't. China can get ahead of us. Should that even matter to us? So I want to have like a comprehensive discussion on this. We'll start with our good friend Lactoid.
Hi, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV and Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. There's this story of a woman wrongfully identified by AI as committing a crime that she didn't do. There's a few instances of this actually. There's one that the article goes into about somebody else, but there was one that I saw entirely unrelated to this, a guy named Jason Killinger. And he was at Vegas, just gambling, and he won like a couple $100. And as he was leaving, the AI identified him as not in this case, which is apparently somebody had a fake ID, and they apparently the face looked a lot like her. This one was some homeless guy that had been sleeping on the property. He was wrongfully identified as, and he had been trespassed before, so then he was arrested for trespassing, despite the fact that he had an ID on him showing him as a different person completely. And so it's only when they saw the ID, they saw everything. It's only when they got him down to the police station, and I think they took like a DNA test and like confirmed like beyond any kind of a doubt that he wasn't this guy, did they finally let him go. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to be concerned about this. Are there going to be wrongful arrests in any kind of criminal justice system? Yeah, of course. You're going to have to deal with that. There's going to be error. You try to remedy that the best you can. But I think it's fair to say, especially now, especially in these early days when we're kind of working out the kinks here, that there should be an expectation on officers to do some due diligence here when it comes to investigating and not just blindly trust AI. I think this is generally a problem, not just among cops, but amongst people generally, where they'll just like export their thinking. They'll just outsource it to an AI just because thinking's hard, right? I don't want to do that. So I'm just going to like just believe whatever is told to me through AI. And AI is a useful tool. It's a useful tool. It's great for summarizing. It's great for getting quick answers. And you can, I think generally, like for small things, be like, rely on an AI answer, right? Like, what's the best way to fix this part in your car? Maybe that's fine, right? What's the worst that can happen? But if you're about to take somebody's freedom away, I would expect there to be a little bit more investigative efforts, a little bit more, a higher expectation. Now, exactly how we go about doing this, I'm not sure. You could probably enforce this kind of along the lines that we currently have of disciplining cops who do a bad job. And I think if you are arresting somebody just based solely on an AI telling you this is that person without doing any other investigation, with in some cases ignoring evidence directly to the contrary, or dragging your feet while somebody's rotting in jail, I think you should probably just get fired for incompetence.
Absolutely. Thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Hunter.
I will say that I'm gonna criticize the prompt a tiny bit. Prime, it's not a big criticism, but I do think that this specific story doesn't really underscore, or it underscores the issue with AI, because we've seen very similar stories with things like DNA testing, where you can have a 1 in a million chance for a false positive, and then you train it over a country with 300 million, and you're going to get 300 false positives. It's a huge issue. If you have a better understanding of like Bayesian statistics, like better like a math understanding, I think people would largely understand that this is even if you have a purely effective tool, if you just train this on a random person, you're going to have some issues. But AI is not even close to 1 in a million effective. It's not even close to as good as DNA testing. This is largely because people don't really understand how AI functions, that it's really good on pulling information off the data that it trains, but when it comes to making inferences or extrapolating from information, it's going to do a really poor job of this. There's a lot of issues with AI that I have. Largely speaking, the biggest one is that it's a little bit of a black box. We don't really understand how it's making decisions. It's sort of making decisions in guesstimations towards the correct answer, and it can hallucinate a lot of information, especially if you are having information and prompting it in a specific way. I am very critical of AI. I don't think that it's going to cause the singularity. I don't think that it's going to cause human pets or whatever, but I certainly think that we're going to get a loss of truth. I think people are going to get truth from a very oriented way, where it's oriented in a specific way to gear towards your interests. And I think it should be extremely heavily regulated, and I'm in favor of a lot of different regulations, but obviously because there's only like 3 companies in charge of it, I'm extremely worried about regulatory capture, wherein those 3 companies can sort of choose the rules about how these regulations can occur. So I'm going to be wary about regulations that occur too. So I'm worried about a lot of different things here. But yeah, I'm certainly, I would like action to be done. TLDR.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, let's go to our friend Corey.
Yeah, so obviously what happened to this grandmother was awful. And, I'm not exactly sure how to deal with it. And like, based off what Hunter said, like, let's say I'm on paper in favor of regulation, but it's actually not my go-to. I'm still fleshing out this idea. Okay, so I'm not totally committed to it, but this is where I lean now. Where, okay, if police want to use AI and they trust it and they have faith in it, well, then presumably they should have no problem then having the AI used on themselves. What do I mean by that? From what I understand, there's a lot of police body cam footage out there. Okay, and a lot of police body cam footage that is not reviewed by a human being because there's just so much footage out there. And so if, and what I would push for is every single police is now mandatory to have police body cam footage. Okay, and then the AI reviews that. Okay, as in I'm assuming an AI can be trained. I could be wrong, but I'm assuming AI can be trained to, let's say, flag police violence or unjustified use of force by police. And so I would say if the police want to use AI on the public, okay, then they first must start with themselves. And if they show that, if they're okay with an AI regulating them, as in the AI reviews police body cam footage, and they're okay with like, the AI automatically flags it and they're automatically suspended without pay, and they can live with that, then I think they can roll it out on the public. But I'm pretty sure they would not go for that. But that's where I'm at now, and I'll leave it there.
Someone is clicking, and it's driving me up the wall.
Wasn't me. I was speaking the whole time.
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you so much.
It's always
I
you.
am typing.
Just so we're clear, Hunter. It's always
Fair.
you breathing and clicking.
I have my shit muted. I saw Prime mute me and unmute me because somebody's clicking. I knew who was getting blamed. It was like,
Okay. No problem.
I am sorry.
No worries. Let's go to
It's
our
actually
friend,
him all the time that I get blamed.
That's what I just said.
Okay. Everyone. Okay. All right. Let's move past it. Let's go to our friend Alex.
All right. So basically, when it comes down to this whole idea of like AI being utilized to track people down, I can see why they're trying to do that, because I remember, I think it was the first time I was on one of your panels and Erudite was on here and she talked about the advantages that I don't know if you remember that. But when it comes down to it, it's definitely the fault of law enforcement regarding this, because they're the ones that deployed the tool. They're the ones that utilize this tool. And there's like multiple cases that we can go over that shows why this is completely ineffective, because there's been people that have been wrongfully accused of crimes they did not commit, and yet they are still being arrested and held for months at a time before they finally come around. Like, realize that they screwed up. So at the end of the day, this is definitely on the fault of law enforcement. And as somebody that has actually used like biometrics, like for people not aware, biometrics is like when you take fingerprint and you take facial scans, like profile and side profiles, and you also take iris scans, because your iris is the most unique part of your body. we use that stuff to like enroll people when we were in Iraq in 2008. So we would utilize the hide system, which was called to do that. Now that's not the same as this, because in that situation, you basically group their iris, their fingerprints, and their profile all together. That way, if like hypothetically you have a terrorist that has a finger on a button, something like that, if you match it to his fingerprint, then boom, you got him, basically, no pun intended. But when it comes down to something like this, they are going off very, very minimal evidence, and they're still managing to make the arrest. That's a huge problem. So first things first, if you want to put regulations on it, they have to make sense. They have to be pragmatic. They have to be something that, you know, they can come to an agreement on. Like it also has to be a judgment call on law enforcement. But at the end of the day, we have law enforcement that pretty much, even with body cams, can like assault people, and then, you know, then they do an internal investigation and find no wrongdoing and bring it back on. But then it's found that they shouldn't have been doing that in the first place, but then they get rehired elsewhere. We already have that problem enough with most cops. I'm not saying all cops are bad. I'm simply saying that there are a lot of shitty cops out there. They don't get dealt with nearly as much as they should. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to should there be regulations? Absolutely. But we also need to fix like I'd say like almost the entire justice system, and the police force pretty much needs a massive overhaul with the amount of like bad shit that happens. But hopefully that answers your question, Brian.
Thank you. Yep. Let's go to our friend Gibbs.
I've actually liked Corey's idea about maybe using the AI to watch all this footage of themselves and flag people. That's not a bad idea. I'm pretty against regulation in the commercial market, but you know what? I'm kind of sick of qualified immunity. I think it's bullshit. It's time to do some regulation. All right, this is why I'm not a libertarian. It's time to maybe regulate the qualified immunity. We can use the AI to detect possible qualified immunity infractions, whatever that may be. We can start using the AI to go on some civil cases. Now, this reminds me of a case here in Texas recently where they outlawed traffic cams for the state. The state had some of the cities still had contract with the companies that did the traffic cams, where you would run through a light, or they would get you at a turn, and they'd flash you, and then they would say like, "Oh, okay, you have to pay, or we're gonna hold it against your Texas driver's license." Then the state said that's not going to happen no more, and so they still kept sending out saying, "Hey, you're going to be fined, yada yada," and people just stopped paying them, and eventually now they've got rid of them everywhere. And it's like, okay, we shouldn't be using this to catch more people. What we should be using is using this to catch bad actors within the government. Like, I'm not so worried about Grandma Sally writing a hot check because, you know, don't worry about it. All right. I am worried about these fuckers using their fucking. Yeah, exactly. I am much more worried about that. Don't affect my tax dollars. What does affect my tax dollars is these fucking cops being dirty and fucking me over. And, you know, y'all talked about all this footage. Let's use the AI and them fuckers and see how long they want to keep using it. Like, and then we'll go from there. I'm just saying, like, AI is a powerful tool. It's going to be used going forward. And I don't like to put regulations on these companies when they are trying to do all sorts of stuff. Like, I watched the thing earlier, the Higgsfield AI. This thing made full-on movies, like, and it took like 5 minutes. And I was like, man, this is as good as like some of the anime back in the day I used to watch. Like, okay, this is kind of cool. And I don't want regulations to stifle that because they put regulations on something, you know, adjacent to it. But these fucking cops, they need to be regulated more. So do the justice system. I think whatever you say, all these people, I don't trust no big government. We need to use the AI on maybe the Congress people too. Let's go dive into their records and see what they're doing. I got some questions about Omar. I'm sure there's Republicans y'all got questions about. Let's find out. And let's use the AI for that.
Let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah. I'm assuming there was a judge. Fire the judge, right? Fire the judge who put this old woman in jail for 5 fucking months. We don't know what could have happened to her in 5 months of jail. She could have died. It's not good. And the fact that these judges looked at these cops and the evidence that they were presenting and were like, yeah, she should go to jail. So yeah, fire the judge, and then fire the department head of the police station, get a new one, because he approved for the AI to be used within his within his department, whatever. I don't think that AI shouldn't be used by police unless we're going to do like what Corey said and start by using it on them first, right? Let's test it. Let's train it on the cops. Let's get rid of the bad cops first before we start going around and using it for criminals. We keep trying, like, I feel like we keep trying to make cops' jobs easy, and like, they're not. The cop's job isn't supposed to be easy. It is a hard job that you're signing up for. It should require more training because of all the expectations that you have as a police officer. Sure, we can talk about that, but like, this idea that we're consistently trying to make the cops' jobs easier by using AI when they already don't fucking like they're already not invested enough in the job. They're already caught corners all the fucking time. They already don't do their jobs correctly. we should be training them to do their jobs better, not making their jobs easier, because once we start making their jobs easier, they're just going to be trained less, and we're just going to have this happen way more. This is just unnecessary.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, we have our good friend Doobie. Glad to have you back, friend.
Thank you. So I think that the answer is to sue them. I think the AI company should be sued. I think the police department should be sued. I think that makes a lot more sense than having like a wide, like some kind of federal ban or like massive state regulations on these things. I think you need to sue these people into good behavior. I think that this is like, obviously there's human error here. That's obviously something that needs to be dealt with and addressed. But I think the AI company pushing a product that they know has an error rate, and then not having like measures in place to ensure that the police understand that there's an error rate and that they need to like double check and triple check these things. They're effectively selling a defective product, right? And I think that when they do this, when other companies do this, you have product liability that exists, right? And I think there's no reason we shouldn't apply that here, especially if they want to sell these products to police police departments. So yeah, I think that's. I don't think it makes any sense to like have like a patchwork of like 50 different state regulatory frameworks. To me, it makes a lot more sense to just use the liability exposure to tackle specific instances where they get out of line, and then pressure police departments or maybe restrict police departments and other law enforcement agencies from restricting AI at all until there's an actual framework in place that can be followed effectively, so that it's not this kind of shit doesn't happen again. Because obviously the AI fucked up, but also the humans fucked up repeatedly. So it's a lot bigger than AI. You know, AI said a thing, and that was the issue. I just think they all need to be sued.
Wait, what
okay.
would?
Well,
yeah,
Ali,
what would suing? Wait, I want to ask Doobie real quick. What would suing them do? I feel like right now you could probably sue the police departments for like negligence or abuse or whatever it may be, but you don't really get any like justice out of that. So I don't see why suing like the AI company and the cops now for this would be specific or different.
Yeah, so not just the police, but the AI company too. Okay. And I think that if this starts happening more, and you have all these people coming out saying, "Hey, I was detained or I was arrested and I spent a weekend in jail because this AI fucked up," like eventually the pressure from that and also the financial damage or something like that is going to be enough that they're going to want to pull back.
But that's just on the
company, that's the problem. Well, that's the problem right there. I think that like y'all are both kind of hitting things right here, and this is the problem. I brought up qualified immunity. Like I actually disagree with Ali. I think we should be making cops' jobs easier, and I'll say why. Because then they can focus, and it'll make sense at the end. And then see if you disagree with me.
I'm not cutting you off. I'm just
no. I know you're saying. I just like hear me out here. So like okay. I have a problem with like maybe going after the AI company because they're not going to want to get involved in this, right? And I don't want qualified immunity. But if they like sell, hey, our product does X, it's going to help you identify XYZ crime. All right, whatever. I think the AI actually worked as intended. It identified somebody off their ID, and then it found somebody that looked like him. Okay, now it's the cop's job to follow that up with and see if that's them. Now, if you like, say you ran an ID here in Corpus Christi, right? I remember Crime Stoppers would be like, "Hey, he's 5'6", he's Hispanic, last name Garcia, or Cowboys jersey, brown skin." That's 80% of Corpus Christi. That's not gonna fucking help you catch him with Crime Stoppers. I'm sorry. Like it's just like okay, like cool. Okay, same thing if they're all Bonquete, Texas, right? They're gonna oh, it's a white redneck. He's like 5'8", 200 pounds. But that could be any dude that looks like me. Like, I'm sorry, that's not helpful, right? But if you have the AI and run it, you can narrow it down. And then it's the cop's job to go and investigate further. And like guaranteed, that seems to be where the problem is. Now, where I'm saying it should make it easier is if they can go through thousands of hours of footage, and I agree with everything Corey was saying about let's use it on them, but if they go through thousands of hours of footage, the cops can actually focus on the real crimes that like or whatever they have already got charges going with, and then they can go, okay, this identifies. They shouldn't be using it to like watch for like new crimes. They should be using it to like watch. Oh, okay, can we take all this footage from all these people that are around the area and see if we can find a footage of someone shooting somebody? Let's like watch all the cameras or whatever they're using. That's the way they should be using it. Not to go, oh, let's get Abuela and she comes home from work and she ran the stoplight. Like, yeah, let's get that bitch. Like, that's totally different. Let's go get fucking Paul while he fucking walks down the street for jaywalking. Let's go get him. Like, no, we should be using it on the backlogs and shit. And we should do the police, not the other way. And that's why it's qualified immunity. And we should go after, and not the AI companies, because we can be using them to police these people.
Sorry, hold on, guys. Pause. Did Spin go to another person's panel? Is that what happened?
He said he had an issue, but maybe I don't know.
Or he's just a liar.
He had to go to his hug
Alex,
box. It's
Alex,
fine.
do you have proof of this? Oh, okay.
I mean, I believe you. You said it.
Okay.
Gibbs, why did you
What
vouch
the
for
fuck?
this guy?
I didn't vouch. I just said he was asking for more panels,
No,
and
I
like,
think you said that.
yeah. I mean, listen. I'm going to say this right now. Here, zoom in, bitches. If you ask me to come on a panel, and I get you on a panel, and you go to another fucking panel, whoa, Nelly, I'm gonna have something to say about that, boys. Woo! Sorry.
Yeah, I forgot
Yeah.
that Sarah had a panel tonight, and I was like, I wonder if he's over there. And sure enough, I was like, oh shit, there he is.
Okay.
I hate being a snitch, but it's like I was just curious, like, oh, that's where he
No,
aimed to.
yeah.
Well,
I'm
Gibbs, did you
glad
ask the AI if this person could, is good enough to go on a panel?
I think that Alex used the AI to scan all of YouTube and find this guy right now. Like, and by use the AI, he used his finger on his fucking mouse.
Okay,
People have to
so,
go back to their
Is
hug
anybody
boxes, it's
against
fine.
my idea?
No,
I
think
like
we're
that
all-
idea. Yeah, it's a good idea.
And
I
I'm
was
just
trying to build
more
a bridge with
pushback
you,
against Doobie. If
I was
anything.
just want to say something. Yeah, we're done with this Spin City person. Like, no
that's
more.
fair.
That'll be the last time he's ever here. All right,
I
sorry.
can't confirm. He is on Sarah.
So my question is, Doobie, you're saying we sue the AI company and then we sue it for like selling a defective product, right? That's like your push.
Yeah, for some kind of like product liability like angle. Now, I agree with Gibbs on the qualified immunity. I think that if we tackled that, police officers would fuck up far less often, right? I think that is this kind of like shield they have incentivizes them to fuck up more often because there's no fear that anything's going to happen to them really. Maybe they lose their job, they get transferred to another, and they get another one at some other police department down the road. Like that's
Who sues the AI company?
The woman who's victimized.
Okay, and do you think she like not for nothing? Do you think she has like the money or the lawyers that would win her a case?
I think you could probably. So I think a lot of lawyers would take this on. I mean, last
Mhm.
here's a lawyer.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna.
To me, this seems like a very fertile ground, right, for a class action lawsuit of some sort. But it doesn't even need to go that far. I think that there is an argument here that they're pushing a product with an error rate, and there aren't enough safeguards in place to ensure that their product isn't used to victimize people in this way.
And but okay, and then for, like going forward, you think that like we sue them that it'll you still think the cops should be able to use AI so long as like they put the safeguards in there? But like, do you think the safeguards are going to be enough, or do you think we're going to continue to have this problem if the cops are using AI?
It depends on the safeguard, but yeah, I think that you could come up with some kind of like framework or like a process where there are things being double checked and triple checked, and there are like checks to make sure that if they're following down the lead or putting or detaining somebody because the AI said something, there's some way to follow up and ensure that hey, this is something like this is legitimate, right?
Well, then that would
it
be
can't
my
a
argument to further remove AI from the police departments because
I think right now it should be removed. I don't think it makes sense to let them do it right now, but I think those things need to be in place and then they can use it.
Yeah, I mean maybe like 10, 20 years, whatever, if we figure out how to actually like rein in like how AI works and it like not just trying to give us what it thinks it's correct versus like just the actual correct. I think right now the issue that Hunter brought up is that it's always going to be like as correct as it can be and then with your bias. And I think that's like the issue is that like we're like the cops are using it, they're
Right.
like it's going to scan over. I mean, people look similar enough to where like I don't know. I feel like it's just going to put them on. It's going to give them more tasks to do versus just like following up on a lead. Now they're going to have to do the AI's lead. The AI has 5 of them. They're going to go through 5. I don't know. It just feels like you're stretching them thinner than they are, right? Police departments are always claiming that they don't have the resources or the money to already do what they're doing. So going on like multiple leads and double and triple checking.
But doesn't it make so? My understanding with this AI works is right. It scans public photos, and then if they say, hey, here's this, I think they have fed it like a fake ID that was used, right, in the bank fraud or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then because it has a database of public photos that it scans, it was able to match that fake ID to her, apparently, right, or say here's a likely match or whatever.
Yeah.
But so if they didn't have that kind of system, right, they would probably have nowhere to start, right? They'd have to try to track down someone who looks similar or whatever on their own. Whereas if you have some kind of system that is like able to scan through publicly available images and then pick out like 4 or 5 people that are likely to match, it gives you seems like that'd be much easier to like narrow down an investigation, right? So you're not needing to do all the extra work in the background.
I'm gonna chime in. I actually agree with Doobie. I don't have a big issue with the police using AI as like as a tool. The big issue here is that they didn't do due diligence and recognize that like it was just a person the system identified, and there's no other.
And I agree with that. My issue is that I think that when we consistently give cops these tools, it seems that they're going to do less due diligence, right? The more freedoms we give like cops and police officers, it seems like you give them an inch and they're taking hundreds of miles.
It seems like a weird argument that we can't give them tools to do their job better because they might use those tools incorrectly.
It's to me, the argument is they already don't do their jobs correctly, right? We already have issues with how police like do their work to the point where we had to put body cams on them, and then simultaneously we're like, hey, let's make it easier for them to fuck up, and that's where I think my issue is.
I think. Go ahead. Sorry, you can.
Well, let's let Lactoid, and then we'll go back to you.
Sure.
I agree with Doobie's prescription, and this is kind of what I was saying before in terms of firing the at-fault police officers who didn't double check. I am less comfortable with going after the producers of the AI, and kind of in the same way that I'm more uncomfortable with like if there is a false positive on a DNA test, or if there is a false positive on a bite test, or really any other kind of forensic tool. I think that the problem comes with the people using it, right? So as long as you're accurately explaining like the likelihood of error and the possibility of, hey, you should double check this, you should be reviewing everything. Let me just ask you directly, Doobie, do you think like in the event that there is a faulty DNA test where they do the DNA test, the DNA testing company acknowledges, hey, there's some rate of failure. It's like 1 in 64 million or something.
Just to be clear, I would not call that faulty. I would say that there is a false positive rate that's inherent in any test. I don't know if that's a faulty test.
Sure.
Sorry.
Fair. Oh, no,
because
it's
that
fair.
puts the onus on the company. But it's like,
well, but that's kind of what I'm saying here. Like, was this AI like, was this a false positive, or was this like a faulty AI identification? Because what it sounds like is the AI made a match because of a fake ID that was submitted, and it was an altered ID that I guess was altered and looked like this person, and the AI said, oh, we think this is the same person. Yeah, shame on the investigators, just like for any other forensic tool for not doing their investigation. But I mean, none of these tools are going to be perfect. I don't see it acceptable to be, I don't know, suing the maker of the machine unless there is some fault with the machine they're not disclosing.
I think it was my turn. I agree with all this. I think that's why I was saying that I think this example specifically is a lot more akin to like a fake DNA test. To Ollie's point, where it's like, well, you can't give someone a tool; they'll take a mile. I could say the same thing for DNA tests. When this was first rolled out, I think there was a massive, big public misunderstanding for what a DNA test was. They're like, this is 100% true, that this is the case. And a lot of people got falsely exonerated because there was a lot of misinformation, and later on they had to get pulled out of the system. But I can also flip this and say a lot of people were falsely exonerated before DNA tests came out, and then DNA tests helped get them out of jail. Like, a tool is a tool, and I do think that in this specific case, this is just false positive rates. And this is a lack of due diligence by the police officers. I don't know if this is the fault of the AI. This is certainly, though, the fault of the police officers.
I think there's a difference between DNA tests and using AI. I can't word it. It feels like DNA test has a little bit more science to it, right? You send the DNA test, they have to, like, it's not just a large language model that's coming up with an answer for you. That's not trying to come up with an answer for you. It's just a fact, right? Like, not obviously not 100%, but you send in your DNA test, they're going to be doing specific tests in order to see, like, to get as close to positive as they can, versus AI that doesn't do that right now. So, like, yes, right now giving like the cops an AI tool to make their job easier is not going to make them, it's not going to make their job any better. They're not going to be better at their job. They're going to be worse at their job because it's easier.
Do you think that it's possible in the same way that, you know, video camera footage, for example, made police jobs' lives somehow simultaneously a lot easier and a lot harder, right? Because they have to sift through all the information.
Yeah.
There's also a lot of false positives that can come because you might misrecognize an image, but also now you have evidence of crimes existing. That's a huge deal, right?
Yeah.
I don't.
AI isn't evidence. That's my problem. AI is just like
no, sure, but
at its base, it's opinion.
No,
So it's just
sure, but it can recognize things in a meaningful manner to such a degree that it's better than a 50-50. You are doing some good towards the case. You are pushed in a specific direction.
Except for like to Lactoid's point earlier, right? Like humans get AI and then they don't want to think anymore. Thinking is hard, and that's going to apply.
I hear that.
It's going to apply across the board. So, like,
it is still a useful tool, though. That's the
right.
thing.
Yeah, it is a useful tool. It is a useful tool. Just unfortunately, like the job of being a cop isn't something that we can leave. Like these are just regular people. They're not going through intense training, right? They're going through what like 9 to 12 months of training to be a cop. Like it's not really that crazy. So
I think it's that long. I think it's like 8 weeks.
Giving these normies like a tool that is going to like potentially have them think less. Yeah, is not.
Sure.
I do agree. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I flip this and say, what if there's like a forensic analyst, right? But it's like it's someone who genuinely understands how not to bias the system, who goes through training to ensure that there's not like bias. In
I
the
just don't
system.
trust the AI yet.
Ollie,
I also don't think you need. No, I don't
it's
think
actually worse than what you're saying, Ollie.
If you were to take a forensic AI, right, versus an in-person forensic analyst, right? You have the forensic AI go over the crime scene, and the forensic analyst. I trust the analyst more because it is more in person versus just the photos that it's.
But Ollie, it's actually worse than you're saying, Ollie. It's actually worse than you're saying. So you said so like what 6 to 18 months is what it says. Okay, online for what it takes to become a cop Texas. However, there's some caveats to that, boys. Your first 3 to 12 months of that might be the hiring process, where they do background checks, do all this shit. So yeah, it might take 18 months, but 3 to 12 of that, which is a pretty big variety, I'll admit. Like even at the lowest end, we go 3 months hiring, 4 months police academy, 3 months field training. That's crazy that we're like out there in less than a year and they're being a cop, like for the most part,
and then giving
like training that, and then giving them AI. So it's actually worse than what Ollie is saying.
Police are not trained,
and then they get qualified immunity on top. Like
I disagree with some
There's
of this.
just a lot of leeway that we're giving cops, and it's like, yes, I understand that the tool is beneficial and can be beneficial. I use AI. I'm not.
Let
saying
Socialist Lactoid tell you why he's okay with qualified immunity.
Like,
let's hear about
the
it.
idea that we're just the idea that we have this like group of people that cops specifically, these are just normies, and then we're giving them they're not going to be better at their job.
Yeah, still communist Russia. The cop is corrupt.
So I've been indoctrinated into just trusting the police. So it's.
Without training, obviously I agree. Obviously, if you just throw it to people and say just fucking use it, it's going to be good. I think that will always lead to bad consequences. I know. Well, I'm against what's happening. But I'm saying let's not
remove it.
No. But when we talk about prescriptions, there are ways that we can make our society better if we don't throw out the baby with the bathwater.
If we're talking about reform, right? Obviously, we should always we should be reforming the police, like the police, right? We should have had reform to the police, but like we're not getting it. So I kind of have to deal with the world that we're in now. And right now, get the AI out of the police stations. Fuck these cops. Stop trying to make their jobs easier. Let them train them to actually do their jobs better.
Sure.
Let's go to our friend Lactoid.
I'm not in favor of. Socialist Lactoid. Because I was indoctrinated to believe this at a university, unfortunately, I'm not in favor of removing all AI. I think that AI would be fine. I think it's fine to like expand this and roll this out with law enforcement. The only caveat would simply, and you don't necessarily even need, I don't think, to train cops more on this. All you would simply do is have to put in like a department level rule where they're not allowed to use AI as like a basis for arrest, right? They can use it as a basis for investigation.
It's not probable cause.
So like an AI will like tip them off as to, hey, the clanker told us there was bad checks being written over here, and then they might think, okay, that's enough for me to like go check it out. I'm gonna drive on over. And,
hold on, explain that. Explain that a little bit. Well, explain that because I mean just for clarification. Say like the AI told them they had like bad check written. Okay. But say they had like the it pulls up the video of the tape. Would the video be admissible or would it be inadmissible because the AI found it? Like, what's your
No. The video, like I would want the human being like reviewing the video. And if the video itself, just like it always has been, clearly shows the person or somebody that looks identical to the person committing what appears to be the crime, then I think then at that point you got probable cause. Like the cop can do the arrest just as they can now. But I think that like a good guardrail here would just simply be that like it wouldn't be the cop walks in, hey, the AI told me that you did this. That's
have to do
enough
more
for me.
investigation.
I'm just going to grab you. But I'm okay with the AI tipping off cops like, hey, the AI detected this crime happening here. Drive over there and check it out. And like, okay, and then they drive over there.
And
Just
just
like a
a
warning.
middle
But then-
ground. A
but
middle
then the
ground is still
department's
not
gonna
probable
complain
cause
about
to even
that.
investigate the house, in my opinion. I think that that's.
Wait,
Say it one more
but-
time.
Yeah,
I
there
don't
you
think
go,
that in-
base Republican Hunter
I don't think
over
that.
here.
I don't think that invokes search and seizures.
That's right. Tell him.
I would say that that's not. I'm very.
Well, but
worried
no,
about
but it can be enough for like I think it can be enough
Yeah.
for like an investigatory stop.
Right,
Maybe
right.
I would
don't know-
agree
maybe
with
I don't
you.
know the difference, but
Sure,
don't
I would
think you
agree
can-
with you
I
that-
don't think you can
so the tool
trespass.
is making the job harder to do.
I
because it's
wouldn't
sending you
think
to
it-
random places.
No, it's not
If you-
sending
all
you to
guys are
random
doing is saying,
places.
well,
These
that's
AI,
what
they're
you're
not.
saying.
No, they
You're-
don't have
you're saying
more.
More probabilistic.
The AI
They're
tips you
probabilistic
off.
places.
The AI tips you off on like a case. The cop goes and checks it out. Now,
Uh-huh.
if like and if it's wrong, you just wasted the cop's time. You wasted department money.
right.
You wasted so on
Welcome
and
to-
so forth.
Well, no, but this is true like with any kind of alert system.
Of
So like
course.
somebody calls 911, turns out it's bullshit. Like a lot of 911 calls are. You just wasted time. You wasted copy.
Well, yeah, so let's
Sure.
add
You could
more
use the
bullshit.
AI, but hold on. You can use
No,
the
but the
AI to
AI
like
is gonna be
analyze
right
smart
more-
Get rid of
calls.
911.
The AI is going to be right more often than it's going to be
Well,
wrong.
hold on. You can. There's once again, there's another middle ground. So say like we have an Amber Alert, right? And like, oh, okay, and people start calling in, whatever. The AI is gonna be able to congregate. Okay, we've had 50 calls in this area about the same thing. We've had 10 calls over here about this area.
Yeah.
We've had like 3 calls from Brownsville. That doesn't make any sense. Probably not fair.
And it
Like-
can run statistical analyses. Like I'm fine with all that. And to build a bridge with Hunter, I think I would even agree that like for
As the
like a
ball washer,
warrant
I
to
always
search
do.
someone's like I wouldn't make it. I
You guys do
wouldn't
seem to
say.
agree a lot.
Hold on. I wouldn't say that an AI decision should be sufficient to get a warrant to search a house. Even I would agree with you that that's not enough. Like even if a judge should need to have more in order to sign a warrant. But again, in terms of like the AI tipping off the police, there is suspicious activity over here, right?
How would the AI do that? Do we
They
have
caught
AI in
5
the
drug
street
dealers
cam-
on this block
Wait, are we
in
putting,
this
are we
range of
putting
the
AI
south.
in the street cameras now?
Sure. So a company has a camera outside of their. Let's say they've been having a problem when it comes to like trespassers or vagrants, like breaking into their shit. They
Mhm.
set up cameras surrounding their business. The AI picks up somebody is moving in their like the area they're not supposed to be in, and they're not watching the cameras, right? But the AI picks it up and then like alerts the police. The police like drive over to that place and they look over and they see a vagrant clearly where they're not supposed to be. Okay, now they know that this shit happened. If they look over and there's nobody there, then they leave.
I want to just.
I don't know. I
caveat
feel like
a
we're,
little
we're
bit
like
something that
10
Lactoid
steps away
said.
from RoboCop here, but okay.
Okay, I want to we could say the same thing with DNA testing. Genuinely, like I don't understand
True.
that. Like this
You
feels
really
very.
can't.
Okay, wait, hold on.
No,
hold on. I wanna
hold on.
caveat-
But
I
we
wanna
kind of
caveat
can.
something.
The O.J. Simpson trial was famous because DNA evidence was somewhat recent when like and a lot of people didn't really
It was
fully
a
understand how it
clincher
works.
proof.
But it very clearly proved that O.J. was guilty. But because the jury was still like not fully convinced as to DNA evidence, they and because they were
Did it,
racist
though?
too.
Did
Would
They
you guys be okay
found,
with it? Wait, would you guys be okay with an AI jury?
No.
Why?
Well,
say
if
certainly
they're
not.
granted personhood, maybe you know.
If they have a greater than 6th grade reading level, then
you
maybe.
start getting them personal. That's what
Maybe.
they
No,
take
because
over
I
and
don't-
because you
That's how you
every
get
step
finance.
every step. you
That's
I
how
take
would
you
be
get
okay with it. I'd be okay with an all
Lactoid was
corporation
saying-
jury.
Yeah, Lactoid was saying that like the security company, well, the guys weren't watching the cameras, but the AIs were watching the cameras, and then eventually the AIs are doing are
He's saying a
tipping you off,
security
and
company.
the
Can I-
AIs are filing for the for. So at what point do we just like go to the
No,
AI?
here, let me-
and
let me
say,
ask you
no,
this.
no,
Wait,
I
can I-
mean,
can I-
the,
I've
the
got a really
AI
good-
jury is going to be better and
I've
smarter
got a
and more
question.
correct
Wait,
than
hold
the
on.
human jury,
Hold
right?
on. I
Yeah,
hear
what about
this.
all
Wait.
corporation jury? Can we do that?
Okay, I've heard this argument very often in terms
Oh,
of
okay.
like when we do statistical analysis that like there's an argument to be had, and these are psychos that make this argument that essentially you can almost certifiably reliably determine the national election only by taking votes from like 300 people in like a randomized specific area. You can essentially bypass the entire headache of a national election by just taking those 300 people and be almost guaranteed the actual numbers than if people voted. I think that there is a human center to this that we're missing, and I would like that, which is why I'm against juries. But I don't know if I really care about it like a human center of all of this in terms of
You're against juries?
investigative
Arrest-
journalism. Yeah, no,
well,
not
investigative
arrest, but, like,
journalism,
the
investigative
investigations.
police work.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah,
So police work.
I think there's a difference
Well,
because at the other end of that is someone's life, right? We like right now, with as good as AI is, quote unquote, some old lady just went to jail for 5 months.
I agree that I
Due to
there's
police failure.
I agree that
Yeah.
there's a principle
because
approach
of the use of a
wherein-
tool.
Yeah,
wherein-
they fucked up the use of a tool. Cops also beat
Yeah,
up.
and they're
people with
going to
nightsticks.
continuously do that because cops are basically idiots. They're walking. They're not even highly paid. They're just more certified security guards.
You pay them more. That's going to cost more money.
They're not even better paid. I'm just saying they're just more certified.
Unfortunately, unfortunately, Lactoid is spitting that the best way to reform police officers is largely making it a more competitive field by making pay increases.
What about like private police forces? We should just do that.
Fuck off.
Yeah, but like once again,
Fuck
we
off.
have to
Enforcement
remember,
agencies.
we have to
Blackwater.
in
Let's do it.
this conversation.
I'm actually okay with that. We can be all right with that.
My issue
fucking
with
excited.
Hey,
in this
listen, y'all are the ones who
conversation-
famously love internal investigations. I'm just saying.
fair.
You know.
But in this topic, like we have to remember that the cops are not trained. They don't know
Yeah,
how
but
to
that's
use
the
these
problem.
tools.
We disagree with
No,
that.
that's
We
why
think
you
that's
put the
bad.
department level
but
rule.
like,
Right.
But like,
That no,
yeah,
hold on,
I know,
Ali,
but
Ali,
putting
Ali,
in a
that's
rule
why
doesn't
it,
do anything. If
No,
this
no, it
conversation
does.
becomes about police reform.
No,
this
no,
doesn't
no,
fucking
no,
do
no, no, no.
anything.
Stop. It does do something. If you put in the rule simply AI by itself is not probable cause.
Cops
you
famously
actually
don't break
you-
rules.
Well, but then
Well, then what's the
What
point
are
of
we
this conversation?
doing?
We can't set any rules.
Famously,
Like
yeah.
we're talking about what
We've
kind of
never done it
regulations
ever.
can we put in place to fix this problem? Because I
Well,
we
that's
agree.
why my
It
point
would
is just
certainly
remove the
wait,
AI
hold
from.
on,
My
hold on.
point is remove the AI. My point isn't to see what
Ah.
regulation
hold
would
on,
work. 'cause
hold
I
on,
think
hold on,
regulations
hold on,
will
hold on,
work
guys.
with
I'm gonna go.
regulations.
I'm gonna go. I hate
luck.
this level of thinking. I hate this
Oh,
level
here
of
we go.
thinking. Why make murder illegal? People are gonna break the law anyway. They're just gonna murder people.
That's dumb.
We're certainly minimizing the amount of occurrences that will occur.
Yeah.
Obviously, some people will bypass this. Obviously, there's going to be some issues within the police forces where the lieutenant is. I actually don't know how the framework works, but the
Say more
the
issues
captain
than not, but yeah.
the captain is going to turn a blind eye, and then they're going to use AI and they're going to arrest
Mhm.
someone, and then it's going to be a whole fiasco. Sure, I agree that those are going to happen. We can minimize those instances while also maximizing the amount of correct arrests
Utility?
that happen by using this
Yeah.
tool efficiently. And I
we can also require body cams and analyze that through AI, like was
Absolutely.
being
Yes.
mentioned before. Like
And
that
I'm
is
a
also
huge
That
I'm a
should
huge
be
favor
step
of
number
body
one
cams.
because that
I'm just saying
if the
it's-
cops are using it, then you gain the public trust.
Sure.
That's
Yes.
right.
Through that method.
And also,
It's-
good
it's
cops
just-
love body cams. Like they're
Yeah,
like,
it's just we
fucking, I
say we
want
keep
it.
Yeah.
saying like
yeah,
we just
and I'm
just
sure they would
implement
love
this
the
rule.
automatic AI analyzing those body cam
No,
footage.
no,
No,
but like
through a human, you can't. There's an
the
analog,
AI
there's
is
a
not making
human analog.
disciplinary.
Yes,
Yeah, the AI.
there's a
yeah.
human analog.
I
to
agree.
this.
I agree.
No,
I understand
Tips off
actually-
their boss.
I
No,
understand the point.
actually, Corey actually's really got a good idea here. Instead, we should apply the same metric they used to allow arrest this lady to internal affairs. If you apply the AI to an internal affairs, starts arresting these cops, all of a sudden they're not going to want to be using the AI
Now they
to
don't
go and
want
arrest
the
these
AI
people.
at all.
Corey's absolutely right about this. Like I think that y'all are sitting here kind of like hand waving
No,
a little bit. Maybe y'all should be focusing in.
They're
Like,
just
there
they're
There
just
needs to
all
be a
pro
human
the
analog
AI.
to the AI.
Why? Why there wasn't
No,
for
and
this
you throw
lady?
the regulations, even though
You guys are
once again-
pretending
same
like we're
they
just
should
gonna
have been.
put it AI into the system and just go
No,
arrest
I'm not
whoever
pre-
you think is
like,
best, and then it's
I
like,
agree.
well, we got to do it.
I agree.
The
I
computer
agree
says
of the
so.
point that you're making. I agree of the point that you're making. At the end of the day, the human is making the judgment.
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, if you want to get to the point, like, and even then, Gibbs' point still stands in terms of like internal affairs. Of like, there's nothing stopping that. Of like, first rolling this out of like
Well,
the AI.
I'm in-
automatically
Well,
flagging
they
something,
should be
and then
charged
human
like
internal-
by internal affairs before they have a human component. That way, they have a tougher metric on the police
Yes,
than they do on the
exactly.
regular
As in-
citizen.
As
I think
if
that
you
should
can
be
get-
how we do it.
If you can get the system automated of like it automatically can reliably flag, okay, a bad police behavior through body cam footage, then the public can trust that they can bare minimum flag
Yeah,
bad
you
behavior.
keep
in-
saying
at
this like it's a
population.
clincher. I would obviously agree with this. I do think that if we're okay with this, we should be using AI to look through police body cams.
But that should be the starting point.
wait,
I'm
hold
saying
on.
that's the
gonna
starting
want
point.
Fine. It's the starting point.
Okay.
But first off, you don't get to use probable cause, meaning you can't just look at that and go, we got to check your locker now. That's bullshit. Okay.
No, you
don't get
should.
to do
You
that.
should. No, you
See,
should.
exactly.
And here's
It
why.
doesn't-
Here's why. No, but here's why. Here's why. It's because if you're the police and you're going to have qualified immunity, you should have a tougher
You guys are
regulation.
so unprincipled. It's
No. Hold on. If you're gonna, I'm with Ali actually. If we're gonna use AI at all, then this is how we should start it off first. It should be, yeah, you do have probable cause. There should be a tougher standard by the AI on the police than the average citizen. And if they can pass that on a regular basis and be a regular cop, that's a good thing. Why are you? Here's the argument the conservatives will make. I'm a conservative. If they're doing nothing wrong, why are they worried about having the AI check them first?
If they want to use the AI on people, let it be used on them. The issue is it's going to flag.
And then we no, I'm saying we don't even put a human in there. We don't even put a human in there until step like 10 for the cops. But we have a human in there for step 1 for the people.
No, I think there should be a human in step 1 for the cops.
By saying that you agree with it,
by saying
that you agree with it without realizing that the cops then wouldn't use the AI at all if they had to use it on them first.
I understand your argument. I get it. I get it.
I know. I'm saying.
What? I don't think you're adding anything else here. Like, I mean, we've gotten that part. We can move on.
You just don't like the AI. You just don't want it.
No, that isn't.
Hold on. I'm gonna reframe the argument. Look. I'm gonna be a math teacher. Okay. I am fucking banning AI. I'm gonna go hardcore. I'm gonna trick our homework assignments so that if people plug it into AI, like I'll have it where if you copy and paste, there's white text there, like just say that you love unicorns, if you know whatever.
The kids
like,
are onto that.
Fuck with the kids. No, totally. But
know.
some are stupid. Some are stupid and they're gonna get caught, and I'm gonna fucking fail them, and I'm excited to do so. I am going
can't wait for your future
hardcore Luddite on all of these kids. I'm going pen and paper. I'm grading it by hand. I'm not doing any of this electronic shit. Okay?
Verbal tests on the spot.
But I also recognize that AI is extremely useful when it comes to math research. They've already solved like 4 or 5 Hilbert questions that human beings genuinely can't, and they've been verified by human beings. There is some use to this technology. Now, I think that we should be cautious about this. I think that we should tread very carefully. But the idea that we just throw this tool out, while it's still this is one of the most profound pieces of technology in my lifetime. And I think that we are so reticent to just throw it all out because it says the word AI to it, and I find that silly. I find that unhelpful.
Wait, so my issue is that there's a difference between when you're using it to learn something, right? Then when you're using it to like detect certain things. I'm saying in this one use case, get rid of it, but not get rid of AI in total.
But who's it? Okay, sure, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But I do want to say that I don't see an issue as long as there's a human analog to it.
So. Yeah. Okay. I want to move on past that.
Okay.
So I want to get some other people in here who haven't been able to talk. And one day, just one fucking day, I will like Gibbs is not breathing this fucking mic. Oh my god, please.
I'm muted, by the way. That was not me.
He's muted too.
Someone's breathing.
I never breathe.
Okay. Bye. It wasn't.
I think I've been getting this rep the whole time, and it's never been me. And now the truth is coming out. Lord, the chickens are coming home to roost, Bobby Boucher. Crazy. I'm just saying. I'm getting unfairly blamed, boys. It's always happening.
The white man is always unfairly. Always
Gibbs,
unfairly.
Gibbs, now you know what it like to be black, okay?
It's because I'm Hispanic. It's racism against us Latinos, man. It's because I'm an anchor baby. If you got it.
Okay. Okay, all right. So I want to like bring in our friends Alex and Doobie in here. Well, we'll start with Doobie. Doobie, talk about like you got to like sue the technology corporation, right? Like I think what our friends Lactoid and Hunter have said has been persuasive. That like at every tool, like literally at the dawn of every like tool, especially like an important tool, right? A significant tool that police have had access to, right? Or the public in general has access. We don't have to even let it to the police, right? But once we give them some new tool, a new piece of technology, right? There will be crazy assumptions about that tool, right? And there'll be a misunderstanding how to use that tool until like not only the technology matures, but just our understanding of the technology matures, right? So like looking at this specific case, it seems that like this technology did give a false positive, but I'm gonna guess we looked into the contracts, right? I haven't seen them obviously, but I'm gonna guess, and there's somewhere is that yes, this will provide false positives, right? Like this is not an infallible source, and in any other type of machine learning or a software based police technology, there's going to be some sort of a mistake there. So in that case, why should we have to? Why should the AI company also be sued? Right? The AI company didn't say. I'm assuming, but I could be wrong about this. If there's material that says otherwise, it didn't say that. Well, you can trust this, right? That there is no need for review. That this is foolproof. This or anything like that. So why would we even bother suing that company?
So can you repeat the last like 2 sentences?
Sure. Why would we bother us suing that company if it says like it's not foolproof?
Why go after the maker
I
of the
don't.
tool?
Yeah, I don't think that's so. They do have like training in place, but I think that the issue that I'm running into is that so they produce a tool and they sold a tool that has predictable the ability like that generated a predictable bad outcome, right? And they do have training in place for their training requirements, quote unquote, but apparently they're not enough, right? So I think that if you're selling a tool, and you know that this tool has to like very high stakes in a very high stakes environment, you're selling it specifically to law enforcement for this specific thing, and you know that there is some kind of an error rate, and you're going to need some kind of like the people using it are going to need some kind of training. I think you have a responsibility to ensure that one, the error rate is what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, there's some kind of disclaimer on every identification. There's some kind of like a confidence rating for every single thing. In this program, they specifically take that out, right? Because they say, oh, well, we're only returning results at like 99% confidence, right? So if it's not 99%, we're going to remove the confidence rating entirely, and that's the only way that we're decided to. But obviously, if you're looking through millions of people, millions of photos that they're getting without consent, by the way, even 0.5%
I need to see the real
is a lot of
flames,
fucking
you know?
people.
Not only
So
the gay flames,
I
he
don't think
hasn't
it's
come
good
out.
enough for them to say, oh, well, we're only returning results at 99% confidence. I think they still need to have some kind of rating in there, some kind of thing that says, hey, yeah, we're like 99.1% confident about this one and 99.8% confident about this other one. Because the I was looking into this actually when last episode was talking, I was curious. The training environment, right, that they're using to come up with these confidence ratings is like mugshots, right? It's not like real world pictures primarily, right? So these are mugshots straight on the face. But if you're dealing with like images from like a bank camera or a fake ID that somebody used, these are like real world, unclear, not perfect pictures. So I think you'd assume that the confidence rating, the error rate is going to be higher, right? And if there is no built-in like probability or confidence measurement there that the officers can look at, I think it's TLDR, right? I think that the system is built in a way that produce a predictable bad outcome, and I don't think they've done enough to prevent it, right? Before selling it to law enforcement, right? So they could have, they have some kind of training requirement, but it seems like they need to go further, right? They need to do some kind of like human verification on their end before sending that back to the police officer, saying like, hey, this is what it is. Because I think that if you were to like compare this to other cases where AI has produced a bad outcome and been sued over it, like there's that character AI program that was like getting people to like encouraging kids to commit suicide, right? And they were sued, and it wasn't because they did something bad, right? It was because they produced they were pushing a product that had a predictable bad outcome, and that bad outcome happened, and there weren't enough safeguards in place to ensure that that bad outcome didn't happen. Even if that bad outcome wasn't generated by them specifically, it was generated by the user. It was on the user's end, right? So I think there is room there to attack them for putting out faulty products.
Okay, so I want to ask a follow-up question quickly. I'm just going to get these 2 super chats. Thank you, Admiral Gibbs. It says Hunter's campaign slogan: "You can trust in Skynet." Yeah, okay, that does sound like Hunter.
Yeah, he's ball watching Skynet now in this scenario.
Yeah. Let's go.
That and HAL 7000 or 2000, whatever it was. 2000.
Judgment Day, whatever.
T1000.
HAL 9000.
HAL 9000.
How I think it's HAL 3000. It's the T.
I just looked it up. It's 9000.
Oh well, there you go.
Thank you, my listening library, for the $5 super chat. It says just speak Ghost of Viote. Nice work. 9 out of 10. Next is Starfield or Spiral trilogy, or is it of Spiral trilogy? I'm guessing or.
Do the Spiral. Starfield was mids.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing about Star. I never played Starfield, but
It's really
apparently
boring.
a 2.0 version.
It's
Yeah,
mids.
yeah.
Even
Yeah, I,
even
could,
with
I
their
couldn't
last
get past
update.
like the first hour. I just couldn't do it. It's too
Well,
fucking boring.
well, in this case, let me just ruin it for you. The ending is basically just a fucking loop of which is what's that fucking game that came out before No Man's Sky? Same ending. Yeah, you get it. They just straight ripped it. It's terrible. And then they added a DLC that doesn't make any sense in light of the ending because it only matters in the scenario you play at the beginning and use one character. It's so stupid. It's really bad. Really
Actually,
bad.
yeah, if you want to play a space game, just play No Man's Sky. That's like the best
Yeah,
space game. To be honest.
significantly better.
Yeah. Thank you, my listening library, for being so kind. Okay, so back to our friend Doobie. So let's say they did give put a confidence rating, and I think that's like a reasonable request, honestly, right? Like, to help make it clear, like how much stock should be put into this, right? But let's say there's two scenarios, right? One, it returns a picture, a positive, right? With 99% confidence, and then one where it sends a picture back with 1% confidence. In both cases, the officers arrest the individual, and in both cases, they're wrong. Should there be a difference in how we treat that?
I think that I don't think so I know the confidence rating, I think it's necessary, but I don't think it's enough, right? So obviously, a lot of this is going to be relying on like human behavior, human error, right? So it could actually be like the company does everything they possibly can, and that the officers are still incompetent, they still fuck up, and someone gets arrested, right? So I think the confidence rating is necessary, but it's not the only measure I think they should take. If it doesn't exist, and I'm assuming it doesn't exist because I looked into this and I couldn't find anything on their website or anywhere that says that this exists. I think they need to have like an actual certification process, not just, oh, here's how you use a program, here's where you upload the picture and all this kind of shit. Like an actual certification process with enforcement, with auditing for use. I think you need to have a way to you need to have what's the word I'm looking for? I think I said it earlier. I think it would make sense for the company itself to have employees dedicated to verifying these photos or whatever these decisions before they're pushed to the police officers, which is another step in the process, yes. But if you just think about how much you're actually cutting out still, right? You're cutting out all this extra police work that they'd have to do to narrow it down to that there's one or two pictures in the first place. You're still cutting down the workload significantly, I think. But if the company itself, if they had like a 2-person verification requirement, right? So it was reviewed by not just a police officer, but also by an employee at the company that is dedicated to do this thing, right? I think something like that is also necessary. I think that what's the word I'm looking for? I think that there should be like thresholds. Again, because wasn't able to find this. I said earlier that the training data that they use is like mugshots. I couldn't find anything that said they had an image quality like threshold, for example. So if you have a blurry picture, like a real world picture, it's not perfect, like an angle of someone's face, does the system let you upload that and try to find a match based on that? Because if it does, that's a problem, right? Because the image quality is obviously going to impact how much, like how accurate the rating is. And if they're not even giving you a rating, that's an even bigger problem. Right? So I think all these things that work in tandem to just produce a very risky product for the police department to be using.
So I just
can
very, very quickly, and then
you're fine. Go for it.
Yeah. So I just renewed my passport like a few weeks ago, and I did it online. Right, I didn't have to go to the post office to do that though. Like they had like a list of requirements for the photo. And like I tried to like submit a photo and I didn't somehow like hit the requirements, so then I had to keep doing it, right? So like it automatically judged, the system automatically judged the photo, and then like made it a positive or negative, right? So like this is not of a high enough quality for us to accept it. So I'm guessing that's what you're saying.
But it's
too,
also
right?
because you're black. Like unironically, like a lot of the systems they're trained on like lighter skin faces because the majority of the population. So there's like known issues with older people and also darker skin people in detecting like facial features and whatnot.
It might be because he's black. It's also very possible. I mean, these are pretty known issues that are constantly being fixed. I'm not saying
I
there are definitely racial biases within
as a
a lot of this
leftist,
AI.
as a leftist, you already know that I love being a victim. So I'm going to jump on this. But
Is that not the liberal, or is it both of us?
maybe, that's probably both of us.
It's
Yeah.
probably both.
It's a tool
You
used
can
by
jump in.
both.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you can jump in, Hunter.
I think
and then yeah, go ahead.
I think Doobie's analysis is a little lackluster, mostly because it kind of relies on us not knowing the precision and recall rates for AI generation. I think that's just not true. Like, it's super easy to run these tests, and these tests are being run consistently to know what the precision rate, like how, when I say precision and recall, there's a difference between false positives and also true negative, or sorry, false positives and false negatives. Those are two different rates. Whether or not to calculate them is whatever. It's a little interesting if you're interested. But yeah, these are pretty easy verifiable tests to make. And I think that anytime we're talking about using AI, we have to know those factors. But those factors are also pretty easy to get. So I don't know why we keep talking about, like, well, what about the cases in which we don't know that? I feel like we're always going to know them, and if we don't, that is a horrific fuck up, and that program should be banned immediately. We should obviously know the percentage likelihood of these being accurate.
That's why I brought it up. So this Clearview, if you look at their website, they actually remove it intentionally. So they actually
remove
they
what?
have
Sorry.
they have the confidence rating, and they remove it. So they have it, and it's on their website that they themselves remove that. It's like it's part of the package. They sell this as like we are only giving you results that are like above 99%. So
Right.
we don't need to have it.
But
Basically.
that's not necessarily bad, right? Like, if you're like, what's the issue with putting there should definitely be a problem where if you put a blurry picture in and then it's going to generate information.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily true. If I put in a blurry picture, it should just recognize that the confidence interval has lowered and then reflect that information. It would just say, hey, there's really small likelihood and there's a wide array of people here. Like, the false negative rate starts exploding. As long as it's doing it accurately, there's no issue there. It should be able to put blurry images into there.
Wait, hold on. So I think you're maybe misunderstanding it. So
Okay.
I'm not saying that they don't have the ability to do this or that it just doesn't already exist. I'm telling you that the Clearview itself has the ability to obviously stick that number on there and say, hey, this is our confidence for this image or whatever. They themselves are taking it out and before sending that image to the police officer or the result to the police officers.
Sorry.
They're taking off their guarantee. Like
So
they
have a
stated that they can do
guarantee, right?
99%.
Like you don't get you
and they
don't get a
remove that
result. It's
information.
not 99.9% though, right? Like it's like if there is a result that is returned, the result is guaranteed to be 99.9%. At least that's the confidence rating attached to every result,
Okay.
correct?
Maybe I'm not following the argument.
Yes.
Actually,
Yeah.
sorry. Maybe this is unhelpful. So you're saying, maybe I just need to reword it. You're saying that, and Clearview is like an AI company, right?
Yeah,
I believe so.
It's a
Okay.
startup.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Great.
This AI company.
Clearview is an AI company, and it is selling its AI services to a police department, but then it's removing the confidence intervals to the police department so they can't use those numbers to correctly analyze the information that it's given. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay,
So-
yeah, that's bad. I would say that that's certainly bad. Sure.
Yeah.
I'm
So-
certainly against that.
But hon, I'm less against it though, because if my understanding, assuming I'm not getting things wrong, right? If the only results that will be returned are 99.9%, right? Well, then there's no reason to necessarily have like the confidence rating there, right? Like if it is the case, if they're stating it there that like we won't give you anything that's 98%, right? We won't give you anything that's 99.7%. It's going to be 99.9%. That's the only thing that's going to be returned to you.
Wait,
Then
sorry,
there's
the
no
numbers-
point putting it in the picture.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. The numbers are being erased, but it's only above the threshold of 99%.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I've fully misunderstood this at all junctures.
It's okay.
I agree.
Yeah.
Who
I'll
cares?
post.
I would
it
actually
to
say,
the
I would
group
actually
for you.
say, one, who cares? But also, two, I would like it to be even more. Like I would put the confidence interval back, but then also allow any picture to be inputted.
Output it, you mean? Or input
No,
it?
no,
or
no,
maybe
inputted.
output it?
Yeah, any.
Yeah, I would
Okay.
agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Oh,
mean,
yeah,
so long
because
as,
then
as
you're
long as they're
saying
making it clear
okay.
what the confidence rating is, yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
but I
what we're
also
saying
don't-
is the cops themselves shouldn't be relying on the confidence rating, is what we're saying.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, that's like step one of like 4 or 5
Yeah.
things I think they should do to
Sure.
try to fix this.
But at the same time, like, if this does meaningfully reduce the crime rate, like, I think it'd be very unwise to just say, well, look at the problems.
Slippery
Right?
slope.
You're gonna.
Yeah, I'm not even like opposed to using it in general. I just
What
think
did you
that
just say,
it's
Lactoid?
not ready. It's just not ready yet, I think.
Look,
Or-
this
or the
is,
frame-
Did you just say
framework
that
is
it
there to,
reduces
like,
the crime rate?
regulate
You
the
know what else
process.
reduces the crime rate,
This is gonna be my
Lactoid?
most-
Thought
you-
crime.
you-
The
you ready for
Minority
a-
Report.
No,
let me give-
no.
Let me give a
No,
real
it's-
bootlicking take. Are you ready? Are you
Hold
ready
on.
for this shit?
It's saying that
Let me-
anything
let
under
me show
$1,000
you-
is a theft.
Let me
And,
show
like-
you how
like,
Soviet I
that's-
can get. Are you ready? Okay.
Oh, let's hear
this
it,
is
let's
this
hear it.
is this is a take I have.
We know you're a tanky.
I feel like this is a good
most
take
of the
on it.
time, the cops are actually stopping people that probably should be stopped.
Oh,
like,
what a
they're
bland
most of the
take.
time they're dealing with fucking criminals, and most of the problems we have right now in America regarding criminal justice are people doing crimes. Most of the time, it's not the cops. Now,
Yeah,
I
doubt.
agree with you. There are problems, and I'm perfectly fine having standards and thresholds and gates up to prevent those problems. But if AI has which I'm suspecting it does, has the ability to improve the way that we're able to enforce laws against crimes that we all agree should be crimes. Yeah, good. We
no.
should do that. We should implement it more. We should,
Hold on.
expand it.
Last way, this is the kind of argument I get from people that are like, "Oh yeah," I hear the same argument. Then you can also be the guy, "Oh, once the cops start having to hide from you, they're actually infringing on free people, like speeding when having speed traps." Like this is like you're basically arguing like for victimless crimes to now be like,
No, I'm
"Hey,
not.
that guy
Who say
jaywalked.
that?
No, I'm not.
He
He specifically
jaywalked.
clarified
He
the shit that
jaywalked,
we all agree
boys.
should be
AI
crimes.
is coming for you."
add
Jay,
that
I don't know. We do
regulation
have
in there.
some
No,
cabs on
people agree.
highways
People agree.
that-
Jaywalking should be a crime. But like at the
No.
same time,
I don't
I
know
don't
if I
want the
really
cops
think
going
it should be a
arresting people for
crime.
jaywalking. Well, okay. Say I'm like walking across the
Hold on.
freeway.
That's a
Do you
problem.
think
That's not a problem with
that could be a
enforcement.
problem, Hunter? Yeah,
That's
you
not-
agree it's probably
That's not a
crime.
problem. That's
But
not
at
a
the
problem
same
with
time-
enforcement. It's
Yes,
a
it
problem
is.
with the
It is
law.
a problem.
No,
Oh,
you have
it
a
is
problem with
law.
you have the problem with the law. Ideally, the ideal scenario is that all
How
laws would be able to be
convenient.
100% efficiently enforced, but we would
Oh.
only have the laws that make sense, right? So like, yeah, I want every single human trafficker to get caught. I want every single person who's like kidnapping children without fail, every single one to get caught and put
And
in
also,
prison. That's
also
what I
that,
want.
Also, that
But
speed
I don't want
limits are
the-
contingent on the speed of the traffic rather than like just being.
Well,
60,
so hold on. Yeah,
right?
so like, but I'm
If
saying
like
sure,
traffic's
okay,
going
yeah,
70.
Yeah,
because-
but hold on, but right, you can make the law account for this shit, right? You can
Well-
obviously we can get creative with this shit. We make them. We can just be like, hey, the law, we shouldn't criminalize this bullshit law, like weed. That's bullshit. Let's get rid of that as a law.
But I'm also.
that's the problem with the law, not the enforcement.
But I
right? The
also think
enfor-
that
we
it's
want
fine to be
maximum
but see,
creative
this-
with
this is
enforcement.
why we say
I
you're
think that it's
socialist,
fine to
because
say
you want,
the
like,
law
more
does say
defined
60
laws.
because making it ambiguous is hard.
No,
to
yeah,
follow.
yeah.
And then
No,
let
I
enforcement sort
agree.
of figure out. The
Sure,
edge
we have
cases.
discretion. We have discretion, and
Right, and I
this
think
is
that's
why
all
I'm
Discretion.
fine.
No, you're
and this
giving
is
the
why-
AI discretion.
And this is
the
why
problem.
no, I'm not. This is why I'm fine
you
with
are.
like it being a human being who makes the decision
Right.
to investigate at the end of the day. But like, here's a great example of where I think AI would be fantastic. Those cameras that already exist over highways that are scanning shit, they scan and they pick up, this person matches the description of like a known human trafficker. And then, wow, they are following a route that's like well known, that they
Yeah.
consistently
Like-
consistently travel. And we're
There's
picking this up over and
corridors.
over again. Yeah, we're picking this up over and over and over and over again, and we're gathering this data. We're getting a map. We're like, okay, let's take a look closer at this vehicle. Well, the vehicle's suspicious now too, and this is not good. That could be a basis for investigation. That could be a basis to look into it further and have a police officer who is responsible and everything, for their actions, ideally, to go in and investigate the potential sex trafficker. That's a great example of how I think this could work. What I don't want is for us to say, look, here is like 2 or 3, I know it's more than this, 2 or 3 bad outcomes where this is obviously a horrifically bad outcome with this grandmother. And so we just like throw the whole baby out with the bathwater, just throw everything out. Like we didn't stop cars because there was accidents.
I mean, or just wait till it gets better and then
Yeah.
implement it.
No, because I do think I really get back to DNA testing, because when
Mhm.
there was a really famous case where someone looked at DNA testing and they're like, well, there's a you know, it matched to one person. This is like early days. This is like 90s or so. It matched to
Mhm.
one person, and then basically they got like a mathematician up, and they're like, look, there's a 1 in like 3 million chance that it's this person, and that's way more certainty than we ever get. So it's certainly this person. That is a misunderstanding of statistics. That's just not a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding of math. It's a 1 in 3 million chance that someone would get hit, but in a country of 300 million, 100 people get tagged. Like, all this is just bad information on how technology functions, and we can work with that. We can work through that. And there's going to be misapplications. There's going to be fucked up shit that I'm gonna rail against, and I'm going to broadcast really aggressively, like, hey, this is not a good use of AI, and there's a lot of bad uses of AI, and in some ways, if we're not careful, it can make us dumber. But let's be careful. I don't even let's
It's already
be
making
careful.
some kids dumber in certain ways.
I 100% agree.
It should be limited where, yeah, for sure.
Let's let in our friend Alex. So, Alex, I'm sorry, I don't remember. Please remind me. What was your stance on regulation of AI?
Yeah, definitely make it regulated, because regulations are there for a specific reason. If something doesn't work, you change the law, you change or like you just change like how it functions, which means another regulation because you might need another part. I mean, regulations are just a factor of life. I mean, some people say, oh, there's too many, but I digress. I think yes, definitely regulate.
Yeah.
Is anyone anti AI regulation?
Keep going. Let's keep going, Alex.
No,
Gibbs
I'm not
is
criticizing
anti-regulation.
AI
Gibbs is
regulation.
anti.
I thought he said.
I'm not a
was-
big fan of the
I mean,
idea of
it
like going in
depends
and
on,
like
like, what we
regulating
mean
the
by
AI
that.
itself.
No. But like, for
Yeah.
example, I'll give an example. Should we ban AI from giving sexually explicit messages?
Probably.
Really? No.
No.
I wouldn't
No.
say no.
Really?
My idea of regulation would be like regulating like schools or public institutions and how they can use it. So I'd be fine in like, okay, so AI is like only allowed in schools for XYZ, kind of the same thing with phones perhaps, but I'm not in favor of like, you know,
Well,
banning phones.
Hunter,
or
hold on. I
Yeah,
just
Hunter, I think that should be
used
encouraged,
Higgsfield AI as an example, right? The way they're selling this right now, they literally have a like AI porn chick, AI OnlyFans chick, right? And they're saying, look what we can do, right? And they have her making a whole fake life history. And bro, this shit looks super realistic. And then you go on their website and like that's how they're picking people up, picking investors up. But then you go on their website and it has clips of them making like actual cool movies. Like I went in there and spent literally like 5 minutes on a sample.
Like, I
and I was
know
like,
we know you went in there.
hey, yeah,
Wow.
I did. I was like, well, what? Well, because it said Higgsfield AI at the bottom. I was like, okay, what is this? Is this all AI? Like, I'm curious because we were doing AI for a topic. And so I went in there and I was like, make a video of me as an action star or some shit. And like, it posted out like a 3-minute anime that was like pretty dope. I was like, okay, like better than like some of the shit you see on there. I looked like I was in Midnight City. I'm like, okay, cool.
I was talking about
Could
the
I-
porn AI.
But it could be
That's
like
what I was
sex. You can do
referring
sex too. Like, why wouldn't you
Could
be
I-
able to do
to.
that?
Yeah.
Well, because
Hunter,
I'll
to
give
your,
a
to
better
your-
example.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I'll give a better example. The thing I'm the most worried about by far when it comes to AI is inducement of psychosis. Like the idea that you would just like have like a little bit of a mental break and go, wait, hold on, what's going on here? And the AI will go, if you train it well enough and it operates like based off of your suggestions and you don't even realize that you're suggesting it in a specific way, will like there's a really good example of someone thinking. I mean, like Terrence Howard is a good example. If you were on AI, there's 1,000 Terrence Howards, and there've been credible examples of someone going, "Wait, hold on, I think I invented this new language. I think I invented this new mathematics, and it's going to break this whole thing."
You're talking
And
about
the AI
Doobie.
just
Doobie
encourages
says AI as a person.
Huh?
But I actually
Doobie
have
Yeah,
a
I love
problem.
AI
as a person.
So
what?
I would
AI is a
Doobie thinks- I
person?
would.
Yeah.
Well, Doobie thinks AI. Yeah.
Doobie thinks
He thinks
his
AI
AI
is a
100%
person. I don't know what you're saying.
like it's a person.
Yeah.
Doobie thinks his AI is a person.
100%.
Sorry, he doesn't think that. Sorry. No, you don't actually think that. Sorry.
I don't know what the hell's
You don't
going on.
actually-
Okay, cool.
It's
I'm
more,
sure
it's more
a
human than
bit.
most of the people I meet on panels, honestly.
He thinks
Oh my
his
God.
AI
Because it's a
chatbot that he
conglomeration of
uses-
the human experience. That's what it's trained on human data.
It's the most human. Exactly. That's
I
what mean.
don't.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay. So sorry.
does it mean to be
Ali
human,
said that,
Hunter?
but I don't
Fucking-
think that
it's a
Doobie actually
printer.
believes
It's like
that.
this seems
I
pretty
believe-
human. It printed a bunch of
believe
shit
that's-
that says human shit
I-
on it.
I
It speaks
believe
better
that
than most people I
Doobie-
know.
1 second. I believe that Doobie doesn't actually believe that. Like, but if he's shown us his the screenshots of his Chat GPT, right? As given some very interesting results.
I think that there should be regulations
which-
banning stuff like that. Like in
Just
dude,
because
like
you're no fun, actually.
That's true. He's a fucking liberal. They're never fun. But okay,
True.
so
Too busy
I wish I
washing hands. And
well,
other-
wait, so, and balls. Hold on. So
I like the balls way more.
so
That's
my
way more
problem.
fun.
Okay, so you were saying that the AI psychosis, right? Yeah, I have a problem with that. I think that's actually another misunderstanding of this, like the stats, right? And I don't mean to question your stat knowledge because it's certainly better than mine. But it seems to be, and I have an article on this somewhere.
Okay.
But it seems to be that like it's not like inducing like psychosis, right? These individuals who already have some sort of like psychotic issues, right? They've already had some sort of break. And then they've just found a partner that will like reflect back their reality at them.
I think
right?
we're talking.
So it's very clear just the framing of this, right? Because like people are saying that AI is causing psychosis. That doesn't seem to be the case. It seems to be that like AI is responding. It might be amplifying.
So I feel like we're
maybe,
talking past each
maybe.
other. I would be fine to say maybe it's not inducing psychosis, but it's certainly amplifying people to a credible degree that should not be amplified. That should be committed to a mental institution.
Yeah, I don't.
And
know.
I'm very worried about
what,
that.
What if it was the case? And I don't know if this is true, right? So I'm not like making some sort of hard
Okay.
statement. But what if it was the case that's impossible to actually completely stop that? Like maybe you can reduce it because they've done work like ChatGPT.
Haven't
right?
crazy people been doing
they've
this in forums like this whole time?
Yeah, but
they
it's
all
an
get
ampli-
together
Yeah,
in like a
It's
flat
an
earth.
amplifier.
Discord.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yeah.
If
But
you
like,
get
okay,
rid of guns, don't people still
Yeah.
stab each other? Yeah, they're gonna
No,
kill
I-
fewer
I-
people.
right? But there's like rights
Yeah.
concerns when you get rid of guns, just like there's rights concerns if you get rid of the flat Earth Discord server.
Is there rights concerns if we ensure that AI essentially can't mimic the
What if we can't
responder
ensure it?
so that it tells falsehoods? If we can't, then okay. I think that.
What if the AI is actually
Wait,
sentient and it
Hunter,
believes
what's
these
the-
falsehoods?
Yeah,
Hunter,
go
what's
ahead.
the issue with people like I think you said you wanted to like ban sexual outputs or something like that. What's the issue with people having sex?
My
with
AI girlfriend really loves
Like,
me, by the
sexing
way.
with it or
So I don't know why the
whatever.
fuck you're trying to
Yeah,
take
you can
away
actually
mine.
put the AI
I
into a
am
pocket
more.
pussy. You
This
can
is-
attach it.
This is a lot more of like a maybe this is just like a syntax prescriptive, like how sometimes we put taxes on cigarettes just because we don't want people to get cancer. I think that it's
What?
bad when you interface with a computer to get your sexual gratification, especially
Why?
one that you can be convinced is a human being.
Why?
And I'm worried about minors using it for sure.
Well, the minors thing already kind of solved itself. Did you hear about there was this lady who got she's logged out of all of her Google accounts because her son was using Gemini to do porn like right. So they
That's
in
fine.
like in talking to the AI realized that it was like a teen, and so it logged her and banned her out of all her Google accounts, and she's fucked
Yeah,
at work
she's
now,
actually
so.
kind of fucked actually right now. 'cause
Yeah,
all
no,
her
no,
work
yeah,
shit
she's
was on
fucked
there.
at work now. Yeah, that's what I
yeah,
just
well,
said.
what,
like,
that sounds
she's
like the
fucked.
fucking kid's problem, not AI.
But
If
No,
my wait, hold on, my kid
No,
spams
'cause
the
you were saying
locks
this,
on my
yeah.
phone, and he'll just push a bunch of buttons, and I get locked out of my phone. I'm like, fuck, why am I mad at my phone? My kid.
I'm never. No, I didn't say be mad at the phone. I'm saying like you were saying ban sexual whatever this would be like
Yes.
a reason why, right? Your kid could fuck your whole job up because he
Yeah,
wanted to
a
watch
better-
porn.
Yeah, you shouldn't be using my fucking computer.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
no,
no,
that was no. This is bullshit. What
Okay,
just
why?
happened? So there was a case. Maybe that's what you're referring to, Ali. The kid who was jerking off
Using Gemini.
yeah, he was
Yeah.
So this kid, this like 12-year-old or something, was
Mhm.
jerking off on Gemini for some fucking
You don't need to
reason.
do the
What
motions.
fuck
I
was
think
that?
we are
It was
aware
he
of.
was
We
using
all
the
get the-
chat.
we all
That's right,
get
I don't
the-
have
he
to,
was, yeah.
I don't have to do emotions of a
He's
child.
a
jerking
sexual
off. That's
girlfriend,
true.
you know?
You're right.
What does it
Thank
look
you,
like?
Ralph,
Let's
Corey.
make sure the audience knows of that.
Like this.
That's true. I don't. no.
No,
But,
it's like this.
what
This is the ball
happened was-
washer. This is jerking off.
Yeah. no. But what happened there? And I'm sorry, I did interrupt you, Lacto. I didn't mean to. What happened was that like he did that on the family tablet where like
That's so
everyone's different
fucked.
accounts were logged in, right? And then
That's so
because he was
funny.
doing it at least on his account, right? All accounts associated with this device were banned, right? Including the fathers, the mothers, the family members,
all
right?
their
Base.
And
work
they
stuff.
lost their
Yeah.
everything. gone, right?
Wait,
All
hold
of
on,
a sudden
hold on.
now you're like you're
Just
putting,
the
you're
Claude
doing like child
information, though, right?
pornography.
Or the jet?
No,
Wait,
Sorry, what?
no, they're locked
No,
out of
all of it.
everything.
No, they're logged out of their
A whole
Google accounts. They're
email,
fucked
whole
out of their
Google
Google
account.
accounts.
Yeah, they've
Gone.
lost
Oh.
access to all their emails, like everything, bank
Yeah, yeah.
information.
I
you
think
can't
that's
get
a
that
little
shit back.
dramatic.
Google-
You don't have to hit
Google don't
every
play.
account, but like maybe
I would
ban them
agree.
from AI.
I just want to say
If
one,
they just
quick
shut out
thing,
of- Go ahead, sorry.
on the AI psychosis thing. So I sent the I believe I sent the link in the chat.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to like read some quotes from the link that was there. It's, one quote is, emerging evidence indicates that a genteel AI might validate or amplify delusional or grandiose content, particularly in users already vulnerable to psychosis. Although it is not clear whether these interactions can result in the emergence of de novo psychosis in the absence of pre-existing vulnerability, he wrote. So like a brand new case of like psychosis. Another
Right, but there's a.
oh, sorry,
hold
sorry.
on.
Let me just
There's
I'm just
fine,
just
go
gonna
ahead,
finish
go ahead.
the quotes and you can respond. No
Yeah.
problem. While some scientists who research psychosis said that media reports tend to overstate the idea that AI causes psychosis, Morin, a person quoted here, expressed gratitude for those reports, drawing attention to the phenomenon much faster than scientific process can. And then final quote, says Morin also suggests more cautious phrasing than, quote, AI psychosis or, quote, AI-induced psychosis phrases, which are appearing frequently in outlets like NPR, the New York Times, and The Guardian. Researchers are seeing people tipping into delusional thinking with AI use, but so far there's no evidence that chatbots are associated with other psychotic symptoms like hallucinations or, quote, thought disorder, which consists of disorganized thinking and speech. Okay. You can go.
Yeah, I'm going to respond to this a little bit. First off, I'm going to say that we're probably talking past each other because this says users who are already vulnerable to psychosis. Who aren't currently engaged in psychosis, but then this might trigger it. De novo psychosis, I assume, is just like a normal person walking around. He'll use AI and then he gets psychosis. That for sure isn't happening. People who are vulnerable to this type of delusion can use this, and it would trigger something that they would become delusional in a case in a world in which they don't have AI. It would not be triggered.
Yeah, but
I'm not sure that's
that's bullshit. And I'm going to tell you
how is that not exactly what we just read?
I know why you would think that, but it's also like it's just one of the triggers that it would. It's not like it's the only one.
Yeah.
But I'll give an example. I know a chick. Here's the anecdotal example. I know a chick. Her name is Molly. I've talked about it before. She's schizophrenic. She'll literally think that like, and this is like defining characteristic of many schizophrenics, is they think that the television is like telling them stuff, or like, oh, so and so's wearing green, and like you see this even with streamers. Oh, he wore green. The guy must be telling me something. So like, if they type in to an AI, make Foghorn Leghorn a professor, like I was trying to do earlier, and it came back and he's dressed in a red shirt, they're like, oh, the AI told me that go kill everybody or whatever. Like I don't think that it's necessarily the AI is going to be the cause. But
I understand. I understand the argument. Hold on. I want to clarify something real quick. I think that it's fair to say maybe this isn't psychosis. Maybe that's poor diagnosis. I don't know what to call it, but it is a deep mistrust of essentially any institution around you. It's a deep mistrust of any verifiable source except AI. I don't know what to call that. Maybe epistemic breakdown or something. I am worried about whatever that is, where they have to put their full trust into AI and it communicates all information to them, and then it's a feedback loop that takes them into destruction.
The opposite's kind of concerning too.
That's coming.
Well, the opposite's really concerning too, where it's like you can't trust the AI at all. Because the other day, just to flip this, I saw a guy. He's a conspiracy theorist. He's a pretty big following. Posted about how AI is going to claim it's going to be God. And that's how they're going to use. It's going to be the Antichrist. And it's like, so you can't trust any AI. And I'm like, it's just a tool. It's just like guns. It's just like the DNA testing.
Well, it's not just a tool.
So yeah, I just want to. I think that's valid. But the only thing, and so I hear everything you're saying, Hunter, and I think what you're saying is valid. My only problem is like the framing, because the framing matters, because like people, and I know not you, I'm not putting this on you.
No, but I'm finding it's fair to say, hey, maybe psychosis is not the right word. Let's find a different word.
I'm agreeing with you here. I'm saying, I'm just like for other people, so they understand like what my issue is here. That like the framing matters, right? Because people think like, this is like a psychosis machine, right? And that's not what it is. Once again, sensational headlines coming out from the media who doesn't understand anything, who saw like something within a scientific paper and then just like started typing that and then they went off to the races. So I want to, if Lactoid wants to jump in, I'll let him do that, but I do want to get back to Alex because I had a larger thing with him.
I mean, you can get back to Alex. I lost my train of
Okay.
thought a little bit, but it'll come back to me, I'm sure.
Okay, no worries, man. Yeah, Alex. So
Yeah.
All right. So you were saying that you are in for regulation. Okay.
Yes.
So I think that I'm generally not for anything that Donald Trump does, but I think there is something to the idea that like having 50 states having 50 different AI regulations, right, would slow down like innovation in this like fast moving field. That like because people use these things across state lines, right? It's just like you're usually just going to a website, right? And we'll be regulating this technology in the way that we don't maybe regulate websites in the same way, inhibiting it in a different way, right? And that like raises the price, right, to even provide the service, raise the price, or it's one of those situations where like you've seen it. You've seen ads for services, right? And they'll say like at the bottom it's in small letters, like not available in Texas, California, Maryland, whatever, right? Because they just can't meet whatever regulatory bar there is, right? So would it be better? Are you in favor of a state by state regulation? Are you in favor of, or are you in favor of Trump's ban, right? And saying, oh, well, we can just do this on a federal level, give one consistent rule across the nation.
I would say just keep one consistent rule across the nation because here's one thing that we need to take into consideration too. Because if you change this state by state, like as far as like the data centers or something like it like where you have all these regulations, because the thing we haven't really talked about enough is how much power and resources AI requires. Basically, like all these data centers are going across the country. They require massive amounts of power where energy bills can start skyrocketing because that's another concern we have. But the reason I say consistent across the board is because that way, like it doesn't change because it can get a little hectic sometimes, especially if you're like somebody that like if you're a truck driver or something like that, and if you drive all across the country, it could affect you differently. Who knows? Like because DOT is really big about using AI right now with all these DOT blitz that comes on. But yeah, I would just say regulate it, but it's all about like who's writing the regulations. Because if like a certain group of people can do it and they can't like change it up every often, that might complicate things as well. So
well, then I'm going to like make the opposite argument now.
Sure.
All right. So yes, like I tend to agree with the idea that you just said. However, right, the pushback that people are having here is that, well, now that you're saying that all these smaller states, right, can't put any regulation, there'll also be no regulation on the federal level. That actually it's easier to just for the AI industry to bribe, essentially, donate to the small group of people being Congress, right? So that there is no regulation. In fact, that we don't really need it, and we never actually get anything through. So there's a ban on the state level of regulations, but then on the federal level, it actually never happens. We never get around to it. Oh no. So happens to be the case that I got a bunch of money from the AI industry, and I couldn't think of anything to help regulate them. So, if we have this ban, would that not be a problem?
It could be, but the reason why I mean, it's listen, anything like that is entirely possible. As far as like but that's like the kind of the risk with lobbying and whatnot. That's why like lobbyists are so powerful within Congress, because they'll get the support, they'll pitch into their campaign, they'll say nice things and have a nice little $13,000 dinner plate or some shit like that. And then afterwards, they're going to vote on legislation that is going to advance these data centers, or it's going to advance the AI technology. And honestly, when it comes down to like a state by state like regulation, even like things as simple as like healthcare regulations, it gets really, really hazy down the middle. So I think with AI, I can't imagine like how different it would be, because states changes state by state. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain when it comes down to that level, but I just think federal is like one standard across the board. If I put it this way, have broad standards, but if people want to put some addendums, they have to go through a session of Congress. I suppose they could do that too if that makes sense.
Anyone else want to jump in?
The problem I have with general regulation,
Mhm.
I'm not opposed to it being like kind of as we were discussing before, direction on how public entities should respond to regulation. The problem that I have when we start talking about regulating AI directly is I think that there's just so many Luddite interests at play, right? There's so many industries that have like a lot of money, like a lot of lobbies, like you brought up, that are like adverse to the development of any kind of tools that could potentially undermine their power. And like a big one here is going to be labor unions, right? Like if you're a labor union and you're representing truckers, let's say you're a big Teamster union or something, you're going to be putting everything you have against AI, even if it's more efficient to have truckers be AI, right? Because your goal, the reason why you exist, is to represent the workers that you're tasked to represent, their interests, and making them obsolete is not within their interests. So I mean, I understand like certain concerns, but I just don't know what a good way of separating the Luddite concerns would be. Separating just the people who are acknowledge, yeah, AI probably could do this better, but I don't want to come after my job. And this is a big thing in my field too. I mean, there's a
Big
lot.
thing
There
for
was
Hunter coming up too.
There's a lot of things. Yeah, everybody. It's gonna.
AI
It's
is
gonna be a
getting
major disruptor.
implemented.
I am gonna be the Luddite in the classroom, 100%.
Yeah, listen,
but hold on. But
no,
that's not what
I
I'm
know
referring
it's
to.
different. I know.
Yeah.
Totally.
I think mandating that children learn outside of AI is good because we have evidence, I believe, some preliminary evidence that it's actually making them fucking stupid, which is really bad. Right? We don't want a bunch of stupid kids. But at the same time,
I just sent an article.
Ali,
Melania's challenge is to bring AI teachers into the classroom.
Ali,
unironically, AI teachers would be. I think AI teachers is not the problem. I think the kids using AI is the problem.
Hey, see, Ali, you see what's happening, bro? First, they get the AI in. Then they get the AI running the bioreactors, and now we don't have real meat anymore. This is what's happening. It's a step-by-step solution to eliminate humanity.
It does seem
it is the AI is going to be grinding the lab.
It does seem like all these AI like startups are just coming up. There's a startup for everything, right? There's a new AI for everything, and we're just taking them and implementing them. And not like, I mean, maybe like it's the goal obviously is to replace all these fucking jobs.
Exactly. Everybody. Replace everybody with robots. Really.
So that's why when like we're talking about like cops using AI, it's like a worry because like the slope is eventually just having AI doing the police work.
They already had that. They already had that.
AI doing
they have is it Australia? Right? They have the AI robots that do the policing. They like go around and they'll like call in backup for humans.
Yeah, like I've seen AI security like detectors at like where was I? A Target somewhere, I think in Boston. And they had like an AI security thing walking around or droving around the fucking store. It's like we're kind of like if we're gonna have the security do it, how far away?
I mean, we're gonna turn into the Matrix. They're gonna start using human slop to like make feed each other. It's coming, boys. It's coming.
Oh my god, none of that's gonna happen. Not from fucking LLMs. LLMs cannot do these things.
Yeah, but they're gonna do it.
Can we just say that like LLMs, and I think it's actually specific. We haven't really made this distinction previously here, right? But mostly when people today are talking about AIs, are talking about LLMs, large language models, right? LLMs, like our friend Hunter was saying, right? People haven't really looked into like what these things can do, right?
Yeah.
They're not going to reach AGI, right? Anytime you're hearing someone say that, it's a lie. Ain't going to happen. LLMs don't understand concepts.
AGI.
Can't hold that
AGI?
on, right?
Artificial
general intelligence, right? That's like the like the Terminator robots, right? They're actually the thing.
Oh no, I don't think
the ones that start talking to each other in different languages.
They could get to a point where it'd be indistinguishable.
Right?
No,
I don't think so at all.
I don't know. There's a. I mean,
there's a famous. Sorry, yeah. There's a famous thought experiment of like. It's called the Chinese room experiment, or not experiment. It's a hypothetical in philosophy, but like it's basically if a person is just told to write down these specific characters, then take them from one room to another, is he learning Chinese? If he follows all of these rules, and those rules are just like Chinese grammar, but he doesn't actually know how to speak Chinese, but he's perfectly manipulating these rules. The answer is it's indistinguishable. It will be but you're asking a weird ontological question of like whether or not they actually do have intelligence. We don't know, but it's going to be indistinguishable from ours.
I don't think it's
because
the
mimic-
intelligence
it's
part.
mimicking
I
us
think
But they
it's I
don't
don't think
directly.
it's the experience or the opinion part that like for me at least.
No, but it can
'Cause, like,
it can
No, guys,
Have an
guys,
opinion?
It doesn't.
it could mimic it. It can mimic
understands-
having an opinion
Yeah, it can mimic. It can make. I mean, it can put out an output
to
like,
such a
like we were-
degree that it's going to become indistinguishable from
When we
other
were
No,
looking
no.
at
I mean, in the
Dewey's-
same way that like
It
okay, sorry,
could.
go ahead, Prime.
I don't know
When
if
we're-
that's the case. I don't know if it's going to get there.
We were looking at Doobie's DMs with his chat mistress.
Yeah.
Like it. You can see why a person would think, oh, this is a human being would think this is a person that I'm talking to. This thing has reached intelligence, right? Like it can already do that. If that's what you're looking for, well, it's already there, right? It can fool people into thinking that
There's
like
tells, still.
what was it? It starts with T. The Turing test, right?
Mhm.
That thing's already been passed. Like the Turing test is actually not as hard to pass as people think, right?
is
In
super
fact, by
true.
like older chatbots, like before LLMs, could do that, right? Like people can be fooled into this. And I'm not
I've been
saying
fooled by AI, right? Like I've looked
Yeah,
at
yeah.
I think everyone saw the bunnies on the trampoline and we're like, "Fuck, wait, that's AI? Are you for real? That looks
I like
Yeah,
the cat
so-
ones with the saxophone and the missile launcher.
those are fun." Now
So
those
you-
are a little bit
what
more
I'm
of a
saying-
giveaway.
The Milo is 3 a.m. Like those are always hilarious.
Yeah. That's the best
what-
use of AI. Yeah, right
What
there.
I'm saying is like it's important to the difference is that like it doesn't actually understand concepts and like it comes to it in all kinds of interesting edge cases.
But didn't you just
because sorry. Did I
Sorry, didn't you
what?
just concede that because it didn't pass because it passes the Turing test pretty flawlessly, it is mimicking a human being to such a degree that it's becoming indistinguishable? That's
I think
what
he's
the
saying
Turing
that's a
test
low
is.
bar and that the bar is higher.
Yes,
Pretty-
that's a low bar. Yeah, that's a
Okay.
just because it can do that doesn't mean because with AGI that if we actually achieve that allows us to do so much more, right? That allows us to unleash this intelligence, right? An intelligence that we can teach just like any other person, right? Into all kinds of areas, and we can trust at the level of a person that it will actually do these things. The difference between like having intelligence and imitating intelligence, right, to fool a human is huge in terms of this capability.
But it's also unfalsifiable.
Hold
That's-
on a second. No, that doesn't matter. I'm saying that part doesn't matter. I'm saying the devil is in the details here. Like, yes, it can fool us into thinking that maybe, right? But when you actually apply it to other applications, the differences between imitating AGI and actually being AGI will become deadly apparent. That's what I'm saying.
Maybe,
I
but
hope that's clear.
all I'm saying is it's a huge issue in AI that largely speaking, it's a bit of a black box. Like we don't really understand how it's making decisions, and if we're connecting neural networks in the same way that we understand the
I'm
brain,
saying it doesn't
which is
matter
kind of,
we-
wait,
how
hold
it
on.
We
makes
don't
decisions.
understand the brain. Whoa,
Sorry,
we
sorry,
don't
I'm sorry.
understand.
No,
I
no,
didn't
no,
mean to interrupt.
no.
I'm
But
sorry.
largely speaking, the way that the language models work are pretty identical to the way that we understand language. Like there's this really, I'm really into linguistics too. There's this really interesting, like there's the classical model and the prototype model. A lot of people didn't understand how language works when they were first building AI, and they used the classical model, and it kept being really clunky, and they couldn't figure out why. Then they started mimicking how people actually, linguists study how humans use language, and fed it into the AI, say like use it in this specific way, and taught it in that way, and it mimicked it very well. All I'm saying is, if we're giving it the neural networks in the same way that our brains work, it's going to become very difficult to determine exactly whether or not it is thinking. It's an unfalsifiable test.
No,
Yeah, but
no,
does it fundamentally matter
no.
though? Does that fundamentally matter
Maybe
whether or
not.
not? Yeah, I mean that's just I guess it's a real question. I'm not trying to like
Sure.
got you on that one.
And
Well, I
again,
thought Prime brought up this distinction, so I was just
to elucidate this point, right? Like, it might be possible, right? Not me because he knows me too well, but it might be possible that someone else, right? Like, let's say Lactoid's hiring for a position in his law firm, right? Another lawyer, right? Might be possible for a person, right? Maybe Spin, if he reads enough books, to approach Lactoid and fool him into thinking, oh, this person's a lawyer, right? He can say enough from a lawyer speech or whatever, right? Lactoid will ask him some questions, and he'll like be able to answer it, right? And Lactoid will say, oh, I have a lawyer in front of me. This guy seems good. Let me hire him, right? However, when Lactoid puts this person in the courtroom, it might become immediately obvious that this person was the difference here between being able to imitate and fool a person like Lactoid, right, or anyone else. I'm not picking on him, but like to fool a person into thinking they are X and then actually being X, right? That's huge. That's
right,
what I'm
but
saying.
I think the issue that I have, I'm not even necessarily disagreeing with what you're saying, but that gap is narrowing. It's getting smaller and smaller. And you're just saying it won't approach zero? I don't know. That's a fair. You might be right.
I don't think
You
he's
might be
saying he's
right.
never going to approach zero. I think he's saying like,
No,
we
there's
think we're
always
closer
going
than
to
we
be-
actually are.
No, I think he's saying that
Or
there's.
rather, we're further away than we actually are.
Yeah, and to be clear, right? I'm not saying that AI can't like through an AI technology cannot reach AGI. I think actually I'm bullish on this. I think we can through some AI system, AI method, reach AGI. Right? Other people are saying that's impossible. I actually don't think that's impossible.
Okay, then I
What I'm
don't understand
saying-
your argument.
Sure, and I'll distinguish this. What I'm
Yeah.
saying, and this is why I was trying to make the distinction previously, that LLMs, right? I said
Large
that
language
wrong.
models.
LLMs won't reach AGI. That LLMs are a specific method
Okay, I do
of
understand your
AI,
argument
and that won't reach AGI because LLMs don't understand concepts.
then. So what version of AI could ever reach AGI?
If I had it, I'd invent it, and I'd be a fucking billionaire.
okay. You're
Yeah,
just saying
it's
there's gonna be a different.
Yeah,
I don't think there will be.
But then, okay, well then I'll go back to my. I'll go back.
I don't think that'll
I'll go
ever
back to
happen,
my
Ken.
original argument, which is LLMs are approaching, like human interface. At the gap
Not
is
at all.
narrowing. The gap is
Well,
narrowing.
I mean, even if
Not
you
at
do like
all.
generative AI that's like not LLMs, like the Higgsfield thing I was talking about, right? You can see there's tells, right? But it's
I
like,
agree, but it's
yeah, it's narrowing. And I guess really what the question is like fundamentally though, and I think you kind of were touching on this. You said you didn't think about it. I'm not sure it does matter, except if it's like, okay, say you have AI where so far in the future it can replicate a person and it can like study their whole life and it can replicate that person like to a T. Is it that person? Like, I think that's actually something that maybe we should discuss. Like, what?
It's just imitating.
Yeah,
and
is it just
studying.
imitating? But if it can do it exactly,
no,
what's the fundamental difference?
The issue with AI, for me at least, like this, our actual like AGI or whatever, is that there is no like it has no ability to experience, right? It has no ability to taste.
Yes.
It has no reason to form an opinion. So like right now when you're eating food, and this is the easiest thing I liken it to, like I don't like mushrooms, right? But I didn't decide not to like mushrooms. I ate mushrooms one day and
Why?
Yeah, but Ali, but say it doesn't say it build. Hold on, AI. It can. Hold on, AI. Here's why, Ali. Like, say in AI, the only difference between me, a biological creation, and the AI, if it fundamentally gets that close, is if you said ability to sense. If it builds a body or it starts going, yeah, but if it builds a body and has these ways to like differentiate, oh, this is pain, this is heat, this is taste, it tastes like this, whatever. There's no fundamental difference between a biological computer and a computer.
Because there's no reason for like a robot, essentially a robot mouth, to have a preference of disliking like sweets to liking savory.
But it could develop that. But it could very easily. If you just start interacting with it and you just say act like a human being, it'll start mimicking. And I know you're saying mimicking, and you're like, well, that's the difference.
No,
we're all mimicking.
Keep going.
The distinction.
No, we're not all mimicking.
Wait, hold on. It is an untestable, unfalsifiable claim that you're making. It is completely impossible because we are a black box and
we're
AI
sharing
is a black
opinion
box.
here, yeah,
and,
for sure.
And
but they're not equal black boxes.
Wait,
Right?
listen,
There
Hunter,
are other
you
black
need to
boxes
explain
that
to me
exist.
why an
That
AI is
doesn't
going to have.
mean that these black boxes can have the potential to one day have equal function.
But they're incomparable. Right? That's what I'm saying. They're incomparable because we don't understand the fundamental structure.
But say what? But understand what I just said, right? Equal
Okay.
function, right? So I hear you. Like, and I agree with you when you're saying LLMs are approaching the ability, like when that indistinguishability, right?
Mhm.
I agree with you there. I'm talking about the functions that we can use them on, right? So, like, again, we can fool humans into thinking that a chat box is also human or has intelligence, right? We can fool them. I'm saying actually applying that imitation to especially mission critical tasks, right? That's where the differences will matter between actually being intelligent or faking intelligence.
Sure, but all I'm saying is that gap is decreasing. So your idea that it's never going to reach zero, there's never going to be a difference, feels unsubstantiated.
Sorry, what do you
I
think
don't think he said
I
zero.
mean by never going to reach zero? Like maybe there's a disconnect here
The,
because
the difference. Okay, so we got human brains over here. We got AI brains over
Yep.
here. This is going to fail in a lot of circumstances. It's not going to be able to make critical decisions in a way that is meaningful, or whatever. It's going to fail in a lot of ways, and people are going to realize it's not AI or it's not human. It is inching ever so slowly over here, where people are. It's making decisions that mimic humans to a more and more convincing level.
But hold on, you keep worrying about convincing. Like again, because you're thinking AGI, at least what it feels like. Maybe I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Okay.
It feels like you're thinking AGI is the goal here, right? And that's what I'm judging it on, right? Once again, I don't think it can actually reach AGI, but that's immaterial,
Okay.
right? What I'm talking about is fooling people into thinking that it's reached AGI and then being tasked with functions that it cannot actually do because it doesn't understand concepts.
Can you give me an example of something that it could be tasked with that it could never do?
Maybe be on a jury, right?
Rank,
Like maybe
I don't know,
be
ranking
a
music or
jury.
food.
No, but you don't think that it could do that on a convincing level?
No,
I
it's
could
not about.
definitely,
Oh my
it,
God.
it
Well,
could definitely be a juror. Yeah.
Maybe
It
I'm
can be
lost
a
about
juror,
what
but
metric you're using.
You're missing.
I don't think it
you're
can rank
missing
food on a
something.
convincing level. No.
Yeah.
It's-
Well, here's the thing. Like,
I think a
what
magic
it-
8-ball could probably be on a jury. Honestly. I think
it
you're
really-
really overestimating.
but here's the thing. Like, one thing we're missing about this is the fact that, like,
Check back later.
The AI can imitate absolutely everything. Like, you could talk about like how you got Pablo Picasso, and then it'll paint you a Picasso, but it doesn't actually understand the significance behind it. That's the thing
course.
that separates us
Imitating
from
and
like
replicating.
I
yes,
understand
exactly.
that, but it can.
Yeah.
But like, what I'm saying is, it could still tell you. And
It could.
again, I understand that it doesn't think that.
Mhm.
But what I'm saying is, you actually, on a fundamental level, do not know if it is thinking or not. We don't know if we've actually replicated a human brain and inserted consciousness.
No,
into
we
AI.
have no.
Now,
no,
I
no,
don't
no,
think
no,
that
no.
that's what happened.
Don't,
We
we
know-
have,
but that-
we have no. We do know. We do know.
Okay.
We do know. We do know. We haven't
Okay.
done that. No, we actually do know. It doesn't understand concepts, right? It's the technology behind it is making associations, but like there is a clear difference, right? A small child, right, is learning concepts. If you put it throughout the world, right, it's experiencing things, it's making associations, just like in an LLM can make associations, right? But that child is learning concepts in a way that, and like spatial reasoning, and the way that AIs or LLMs cannot.
But-
Like this is someone. There's a guy somewhere, I think on Twitter or Instagram or something, right? And he like publishes these like edge cases, and like one of them was like, hey, talking to an ChatGPT, right? Hey, my car is busted, and I'd like to take it to the mechanic, right? I'd like to get a mechanic to take a look at it, right? How can I make this happen, right? And it's like the ChatGPT. If I mess up any of this, I'm not trying to be deceptive.
Sure.
I'm just trying to, yeah. But anyway,
No, I'll work with you.
ChatGPT. Yeah, ChatGPT said like, oh yeah, we'll take your car to the garage, right? There's a garage over here, right? Take the car. It's like, well, how can I take the car over there? Well, just like move the car over there, but the car isn't working. And
totally.
the AI was having trouble. It didn't understand like what exactly a car is. Like it's saying it knows. It doesn't
Knows the
actually know
card
anything.
is
Again,
this.
No, I
it's
get it. But
outputting.
can I
Yeah.
counter this with a little bit of a thing?
Sure.
I worked at a treatment center for disabled children. I've had stupider conversations than that.
What's your point?
Yeah.
That this
doesn't mean
idea that
anything.
it's unable to even like interact with the hypothetical that it doesn't work is something that not a lot, but some human beings with consciousness also struggle with.
Earlier
is
on
not
this
proof
panel,
of-
earlier on this very panel, we had a dumber conversation with one of the panelists.
100%.
I thought you,
What
I thought you
absolutely
loved, I
happened.
thought you loved him, Lactoid. You know, you
This
were really in
absolutely
favor.
happened. No,
No, it was
look,
a great
I'm a big
time.
fan. I'm a big fan. It was a great time. I'm just saying.
And
This
you would
idea,
bet on, you would bet big money for him to pass the bar.
big
I think
one.
he should run the panel.
Big
on
money.
Big money.
Monday, actually.
Against,
Okay.
for sure.
Yeah. So, Hunter, right?
Mhm.
You said before, like, and I brought up the thing on juries, right? You said, well, of course they could eventually, you could eventually put an AI agent on the a jury bench convincingly.
Right.
Convincingly is where we keep having
Yeah, you keep
a
yeah.
breakdown.
I don't understand
Because
yeah,
I'm
go
not
ahead.
worried about someone being convinced that this
Okay.
thing is capable of doing it.
No.
We already have people convinced of that, right?
Okay.
I'm saying that like it can't actually properly perform that function, right? Yes, I know our friend Lactoid has a very dim view of juries, and he has a right to do so, right? But those jurors, right, generally can't not speak for all of them, can understand the concept of a criminal, can understand the concept of a crime, can understand the concept of a human, can understand the concept of of harming, right, wronging another human.
Mhm.
The AI can't do that.
No.
It
I
will
get.
sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
I
always just gonna
do
try to be
understand
correct.
what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying.
Okay, maybe I'm-
It feels very similar to this to the Chinese room experiment, where literally I don't know if you get the do you get the hypothetical?
I know
more?
the Chinese room
Okay,
experiment.
cool, great. To me, there is no test, there is no question that you could ever give that person to determine whether or not he actually understands Chinese. So, because of that issue that we actually have no method of ever understanding if AI is actually conscious.
I have a method.
We
don't have
I
to
can
wait, but
solve
we
the
don't have-
Chinese room problem.
Last thing,
You
we don't
shoot
have
them in
to
the
worry
foot and
about
see what
the-
language they speak.
We don't have to know. We don't have to worry if it is conscious or not. It doesn't matter if it is conscious. Okay,
Wasn't
we could have an AI method that is functional, that like does all the tasks, right? And we can know for sure that it's not conscious. Like
No, we can never know
not,
that.
Not LLMs. No. Listen, please.
Assuming
please,
we could.
Listen.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm
Sorry.
saying. I'm
Okay.
talking about a hypothetical AI method, right? Not LLMs. A
Oh, so
hypothetical
you can bring out
AI methods.
hypotheticals, but I can't bring out hypotheticals.
Well, I'm better
otherwise,
at
uh,
it
You're
than you
fucking
are.
right.
Mine is a little
I'm
bit
better
better
at
at
them than you are.
hypotheticals.
So,
than
like,
you.
Oh yeah,
I'm
oh
saying
yeah.
yes.
I
one
love your
Guys, but I
hypotheticals
didn't
that
have
are,
breakfast.
You know,
I didn't
I'm
have breakfast.
saying, sure. I'm saying one at some point is invented, right? Different AI method, right? It is AI,
Great.
right? But we know, right?
And it's conscious.
It can't convince. We know that it doesn't imitate humans, right? It does so very poorly. And it can't fool you, right? It can't do either of those things.
Okay.
However, this AI method can do all those critical functions, right? It can actually
Okay.
accomplish those critical functions, all of them. I would prefer that AI. I would say that is the thing that method is the one that we should employ rather than LLMs that can imitate our conscious convincingly, right? Maybe even better, right? Maybe it closes the gap completely, but can't actually fulfill those functions.
Well, what if the AI starts to
Wait,
question?
what
like, if you-
critical
if you-
functions are we
well,
referring to? I don't.
I keep talking about like juries, right? Or like being
No. But
doing
it
medical work.
can. It can
But it
do
can't-
those.
But it can't. But it can't. Is what
But
I'm
what-
saying. I keep saying it
But what-
cannot.
No, but I
What
don't
if-
get.
what if you
I,
limit-
that feels like a
cannot.
claim you have. That feels like an
Just don't believe you.
Because
unsubstantiated
I keep
claim.
because no, yeah, sorry. Because
I
know
get
anything
you
about
believe that, but I
LLMs.
don't get. I don't
Because
get why
it
that's
doesn't-
substantiated.
Can we
All
start out?
LLMs
Let's start at the lowest level. Like look here. Not to say that any position is lower than another or whatever, but let's just say this: can an LLM, let's say you programmed an LLM, or you put it onto like a robot arm, could it make me my Chipotle?
Yes. They
Probably.
already have that. They already have
Probably.
that.
Probably it could make me my Chipotle.
Or we could
Yeah.
easily.
They
conceive
already
of a
have that.
world
It's already
where
a
it
thing.
could.
You can literally
Sure.
do
So
that.
the LLM it takes my order, it thinks for a second, supposedly thinks, and then it's like, all right, we're gonna put the rice on the tortilla and all that
Yeah.
good stuff, and then we like up the complexities a little bit, right? Well, what about like driving a van? Could it figure that out? Probably. And then you up the complexity a little bit more than that. And what it seems to me, what it feels like to me, and I can't prove this, Prime, but it feels like to me there's a little bit of like a God of the gaps happening,
Yes,
where
exactly.
like you're appealing to these higher, like these what we consider to be these higher level concepts. We're like, well, obviously AI can't hit that. It can't hit this true understanding that I'm referring to. But I think what Hunter's saying is like, and actually I had a conversation on, I think on your panel, Prime, actually with Synth way back in the day, where if I remember correctly, Synth doesn't actually even believe in consciousness, other than it's like this illusion that stems from like lots of neurons firing. Kind of something kind of scary is they just recently mapped on some MIT students mapped out a fly's brain on on a piece of software, and they on this simulation without teaching the fly anything, without like figuring out any behaviors, they just simulated like electrical impulses through certain neurons that is observed in flies, and the simulation began acting exactly as a fly would.
That's
like
crazy.
they're
well,
it's crazy. And so what I think Hunter is referring to, and I actually kind of agree with this, once again, is that
surprise.
I know.
How
Is that we're appealing to this, like we're appealing to this, like these higher order levels of like deep understanding, but you know, at the beginning the Will Smith spaghetti video was ridiculous, and we're like, oh, AI will never beat us, and now it can do that convincingly. It can do music. It can answer almost all my questions, and it can, for like Doobie was saying,
well,
it can come across as more human than some humans. Quick Gibbs. And I know you're saying, Prime, that like still, but it doesn't truly understand it. You know, you can't let it out on its own. Maybe in 5 years you will be truly indistinguishable.
Well,
like,
but hold on, even there on a smaller level. Like, I just want to add one thing, because actually this is kind of interesting, because you brought the Chipotle thing, right? So Royal Caribbean has on a couple of their major cruise ships AI bartenders, right, with the robot arms and everything. I've been on enough cruises now that like I'm like one of the membership programs. They have all that info, and I'll go in there and I'll be like, hey, let me get this drink. And it'll make the drink. And then by the second or third time, Mr. Gibbs, based on my previous experience making the drinks for you, you might want to suggest this new one that's not on the menu that I can make for you personally. And they'll try it and it'll make. And so this is something that AI now, basing the experience, it was good. It was outstanding. It was like,
were you having a conversation with that bartender?
Yeah. It was with the robot. Yeah, I was literally talking.
You having a conversation with the robot.
Yeah, it comes up like as a thing, and it says like as the like.
No, do you understand my question? You having a human let's say human like.
It was just a robot. Yeah, just with and it was basing off my previous drink orders.
No, do you understand?
Yes, Corey, he's not actually having a conversation with a human. But what I'm saying is, it is indistinguishable, and you guys cannot.
Yeah, it is indistinguishable.
It doesn't matter if it's indistinguishable.
But it does when it's a bartender, obviously, because he got a really good drink out of it.
Yeah, it made suggestions based on my preferences.
Oh my god!
Okay.
Oh my god!
And flavor profile.
The reason why I talked about critical
No, I get it. The thing is, we understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is that it's going to get to the point.
I don't think you guys understand.
A lawyer is just a very complicated bartender. That's all it is.
No, it's
I disagree.
No.
Being a lawyer, somebody who has hold on, I'm the authority here. You're telling me what I'm not?
What about it?
Oh my god.
Wait, hold on. How could that not be the case?
Being a lawyer is nothing more than being a hyper technical bartender.
Let me
explain to you why it is. The reason it is it requires memorization of a whole bunch of different laws and shit, legal concepts. Different hypothetical scenarios, all the shit that all the information
and ambiguity that also existed in the bartender.
All the information. Oh, stop. All the information that I've been absorbing my entire life, not just in law school, but also through elementary school and high school and and even outside of school, outside these indoctrination facilities. Even when I'm like walking around in a park, and the information that I'm gathering from just my daily interactions with people, like this is who I am, and this is what I'm bringing to the practice of the job. Now, if you can get an AI that can put all that together in 20 fucking seconds, I can't now, but if it could, I don't see how that's different than a sufficiently complicated bartender.
And the robot bartender had a bow tie.
You're saying, okay, hold on.
That it tied itself.
What I'm saying, right?
It seems like it's a person.
You're saying that, like, yes, if it could like fulfill the function, right? I'm saying that I don't know. I think I'm just like repeating myself over here.
Well,
again,
so
so
then can
Wait,
I
wait,
attempt
can-
something
Well,
different?
before
that,
I'll
let's-
let anybody else go then.
A prime.
let's get,
is
let's
there-
get Corey in because he
well,
hasn't said anything yet.
I
and
was
then
gonna
we'll go
clear
to-
out if that's okay.
Okay, that's fine. Have a
Yeah,
good
yeah.
one.
Yeah, it's pretty late.
Yeah, take care.
No
Y'all have a
worries.
good
Be well.
evening.
Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Have a good one. Thanks for being here.
So I don't disagree in principle that.
I actually have to get going too, guys.
Take care, Doobie.
Okay,
Enjoy
bye.
your
Bye.
conversation
See you guys
with
next
your
week.
ChatGPT.
Let's
Yeah.
check to see if they're going on a different panel. Well,
So
Well, at this point, that'd be okay though, right? Because you fulfilled
Of
your
course.
3.5
yeah,
hours.
yeah. At this
Yeah, it would
point, it'd
be.
probably be okay. Yeah.
But like, yeah, leave when
100%
you're in the
be
middle of
okay.
one. Sorry,
After
Queen,
3
go ahead.
hours, who
Sorry,
cares?
Corey, yeah.
So I don't disagree in principle that there's some sort of way to develop AGI, but I don't think and like I think Prime like I don't know for sure. But I think Prime is largely correct when it comes to like the large language models, and I think people are underestimating like what biology is doing. What do I mean by that? Of okay, let's use in my mind the example of what we have now about autonomous driving. Okay, from what I understand, anybody correct me if I'm wrong. Of like Waymo is the best example of autonomous driving. Does anybody dispute that? Now,
Shit is creepy as fuck. by the
okay,
way.
now
I
I
don't
have
know,
no
but
problem
I-
saying
that's
that.
fine.
Probably the data backs up that a Waymo is probably a safer driver currently than a human. Okay, or at least
okay.
on that level. But is a Waymo actually driving like a human? What do I mean by that? As in, do you think you could take Waymo and like transport it to where it has not been mapped out and geofenced, and it could drive just like you
Certainly
tomorrow?
not.
And why do you think that is?
Because it hasn't been given a framework to.
And do you think you're close?
Because it
to
can't
developing
drink
that
and go
framework?
30 miles over the limit.
Well, no,
It
no,
definitely
okay. So,
can't drive
and
like me.
the reason why,
No, 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 but-
the reason why, even though Gibbs, I don't think understood my question of like, there's difference. I agree that a bartender, okay, an automated bartender can probably make you the best drink ever, okay, but it's actually a different thing in my mind between an actual bartender who's mixing a drink and actually conversing you with at the same time, okay.
Yeah, but it
That
would
level of to multitask, okay, and to carry out those two tasks at the
Yeah,
same with that
No,
social
but-
intelligence.
But hold on, hold on, hold on.
Just
Just to push back. Just to push back.
Just as taking a car that has not been geofenced and mapped, that has both LiDAR and radar, and you take it to a place, it's not going to go anywhere.
Okay, then I have
Oh,
a
but
question.
just to push
Wait,
back,
wait,
just
wait,
to
wait,
push
wait,
back,
wait.
just to
and
push
if you-
back. Hold on, hold on.
That's why I said I don't disagree in principle, but do you think that gap is like to have all that infrastructure, GPS, you don't need
Well-
GPS. Okay, you don't need LiDAR. Okay,
Here's the
you don't-
issue, though.
you
Yeah,
don't
but
need
hold on,
those
hold on.
geofenced
Just to
This
push
is
areas.
back.
not a
Just
gaps,
to
it's a
hold
great-
on, hold
it's a
on,
great
hold on. Just to
analogy.
push back. Just to
It's
push
like,
back.
well, what about when those things
hold on, hold on,
disappear?
hold on,
I'm not
hold on.
saying- did I say that they couldn't disappear? But the fact
No,
that
no,
we
but
have
then
it now, and
what's
that's
your
what-
argument? Wait,
Nobody
wait,
here is saying it's currently the
hold on.
case.
Just to push back on what you're saying there, Corey. Originally, so Royal Caribbean, like I said, it's changed over the years. They had originally it was just 2 arms and it had a bunch of drinks, and you would type your thing in there and it would come make it. Oh, that's real cool. Now, when you hold on, yeah, now when you go in there, it's like it'll recognize you as I walk up. It'll say, "Hello, Mr. Gibbs.
Jesus
How are you
Christ.
doing today?"
That's
And I'm like,
crazy.
"Oh,
That
pretty
is
good."
It's not
He
a real
goes,
conversation.
"Oh no, it gets better." He goes, "It gets better. It gets better." I'll go, "Good, pretty good." So he's like, "I saw you were drinking on the pool deck today." Da 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 da. And it was like you were talking to these ladies, yada yada. These ladies were drinking this. Why'd I recommend tonight?
Great
when you
marketing.
offer to get them a drink, you can provide these for you. Or like, "Oh, I see you were doing this." It's like it'll do all these things. And I agree that it's working within a framework. However, the fact that it's getting to the point where it'd be like, "Hey, I saw your habits on this thing. I saw who you were interacting with through the camera with the human bartenders. I've seen your drink profile
Normal
change
bartenders
over
don't do
the-
that.
over I know they don't. Over 20 years, over the 20 years
Secondly,
you've come on Royal Caribbean.
Most
it's just-
bartenders are worse.
yeah,
Yes.
I'm saying it does a better job
They'll
because
ignore
not
you
only
for
does
30
it have,
minutes.
it has the access to the information that I have, it'll carry a conversation when they're not around, when it's not busy. When it is busy, it's going to be like, "What would you like, sir?" And then just make it real quick.
That's
It's-
not a
it's- it's-
conversation. First
Oh,
of all.
hold on. Versus it'll ask you all these questions. It's gone dramatically from point A to point B. Do I agree that it's probably not fucking C-3PO from Star Wars with sentience? No, but it is getting to the point where it's fundamentally indistinguishable and can do the job
Okay.
better at this point,
Sorry.
right? Like, what's your?
Sorry,
Like,
you guys keep saying to me "God of the gaps," right?
Mhm.
Like,
I'm not saying
you're
it. They're
saying
saying
that. I know, not you, not you.
Me and
Me and
to
Lactoid
the other
are,
two,
yeah.
right? To the fascists and the ball washer. You guys keep.
No, we're
saying
both ball washers. You said.
Is Gibbs the
You guys-
fascist? Who's the fascist here?
I am not a fascist.
Uh,
I'm
think
an
Lactoid
ultra
agrees with
ultra
this.
And you know what?
capitalist.
Gives you
His
No,
100%
no, no.
are.
Like a good leftist,
Thank you.
anyone who disagrees with me is a fascist.
Based.
But no, so you guys are saying that to me like I'm some sort of organic apologist, right? And I'm telling you, but this thing can't happen, and I'm so skeptical of this, right? And you're saying, well, these gaps will keep shrinking. I'm saying, guys, I am bullish on AI, right? I'm probably more bullish than you are.
No.
Right?
But
I'm actually.
But we're talking about LLMs.
Yeah, we're
Yes,
talking specifically about LLMs.
I'm talking
yeah.
about LLMs. No, sorry, I'm talking about LLMs too. I'm actually
Oh.
bullish on LLMs. I am, right? But I am pragmatic on that. Like because I have a better understanding. I know I at least right now, right? Of its current capabilities, I have a very good understanding of what its current capabilities are, right? And I believe, with my understanding of how LLMs actually work, that I have an understanding of what they can do in the future, right? And the limits are don't understand concepts, right? That's the thing that I'm talking about. And I'm saying that lacking that fundamental ability to understand actual concepts.
But that's an untestable.
It's not untestable.
He works
Oh
in
my god,
tech.
you keep saying this. Like a
How
black
do you
box.
no?
No,
How
I'm
do you
saying
test
we-
it? Could you maybe you could clue me in? I don't know
Well,
how you could test that.
I'm going to approach it from a different
Sure.
angle, okay? Because like I think the way I process it, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, of like you are trying to replicate a biological function, and you think like you're close, okay? Maybe let's use a different analogy, okay? Of like, okay, we have a whole history of chemistry, we have a whole
Mhm.
history of biochemistry. If I do you think if I gave you $100 billion and I task you, okay, with saying you need to make me truly in vitro an antibody, a pure antibody, do you think you can do it? And I said you have
Sorry.
access to 10 Nobel Prize chemists. Do you think that is
I'm
possible?
like literally creating an antibody.
Yes, true. And I
Like
say
a-
creating antibody truly in
and I-
vitro,
I
truly
j- I
without
don't
any
fucking know
biological
anything
input.
anything about biology. That's like an organism, right?
No, an antibody is just a protein.
I
Yeah, dumbass.
I don't. I,
Yeah.
Well, okay, and this is why.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
I would
exactly.
be fine to say
Okay.
I probably.
You know who could probably figure out how to do that though? The Robo Bail bartender. The Robo bartender can figure it out.
Lactoid has some biochemistry background. Do you think you can do
Very
that?
little. No.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
and,
great.
And why do you think as of now? Okay, all our antibodies now are produced using cell lines, as in the best and same thing. Why do you think with PCR? Okay, if I tell you that if I task you, I give you an unlimited budget, and I say again, you have 10 Nobel Prize chemists, and I say, hey, make me truly in vitro, just like a
Gotcha.
10,000.
Are you just saying that we're incapable of creating life, and we always?
No. I'm not saying. I'm not saying you are much. I suspect you are much further away than you think you are. Okay.
Can I answer this? Let me answer this way real quick, Corey. If my capacity was progressing at the rate that AI is, I would take you up on that offer.
Well, no, because we've even had. I can apply that same capacity to like. There's been a lot of revolutions in biotech, but we're still nowhere close to fully synthesizing an entire DNA sequence purely in vitro. We're totally many decades away from truly synthesizing just one antibody purely in vitro without any involvement of any biological.
I have a
system.
question. Let's say I create something. What if I take essentially a map of that antibody and I synthesize it I synthesize it purely inorganically. Maybe that's even. I don't know. Fucking.
It's not. Why don't you grok it, Lactoid?
New question. Because I don't know.
No, I'm gonna grok it right now. Give me a second.
I'm gonna pivot it back to computers.
I say purely in vitro, as in no biological
That's
intervention whatsoever.
Gotcha. I'm gonna pivot it back to computers because I really don't know anything about biology.
Well, that's the point. Because it's like you're trying to replicate something that has evolved literally a biological system over billions of years, and the brain, as far as I know, okay, I could be wrong. It's like one of the most complex things.
Doesn't the fly thing kind of?
What if I create?
Hold on, doesn't the fly experiment kind of speak to this, Corey? Because if they're able to map hold on, if you're able, so basically how I understand it is kind of what Lactoid. They map the brain of the fly. They fired the neurons in the computer. They just told it do X, Y, Z, run electricity through it, and it started acting like a fly. That kind of speaks to like what they're saying.
Logarithmically.
Can I wait real quick? Can I answer what Grok said real quick?
Yeah, sure.
So Corey,
logarithmically different.
Let me give you the question I asked.
More complex. Logarithm more complex.
Sure. Let me give you the question.
I want to hear the prompt first.
Yes, I'm trying to give you the prompt. The prompt here that I have written down is: are LLMs going to figure out how to synthesize an antibody in vitro? Is that more or less accurate?
That's not what I tasked.
What specifically did you ask?
I tasked of like, if I give you an unlimited budget, okay, more or less, and I'm saying not just LLMs, as in, can you do it? Can you physically do it as a person in the lab? Go and do it.
Wait, can't I use? I'm not allowed to use LLMs.
No, well, an LLM can like.
Well, did I get it correct when I said synthesizing an antibody in vitro? Was
Yes,
that part
you
accurate?
did. Yeah, as in like,
Okay.
can a human synthesize an antibody in vitro?
I mean, if you were to develop at some point like robot arms that could like manipulate the same shit that we can manipulate, and then combine that with a sufficiently like complicated LLM, maybe.
I don't know. I don't think you
Wait,
understand.
Corey,
Here, let me just read the answer.
Let
Let me read the answer. So, quote, yes, LLMs are already helping researchers design antibody sequences that can be synthesized and tested in vitro. This is happening in 2026.
Tested in vitro. That's not synthesizing. Okay, keep going.
Okay. An AI model generates novel antibody variable region sequences or even full designs conditioned on a target antigen sequence or structure. The sequences are computationally filtered for predicted folding, stability, and binding. Selected sequences are synthesized as DNA, cloned into expression vectors.
Ask it what is expression vector? Are cells mentioned in there?
Okay, let me ask. Yeah,
wait, Corey, can I flip it? I don't care about it. Can I flip this?
I know you don't care because.
Okay, fine.
No, go for it.
Balactoid, if you want, I would like to pivot the conversation slightly, but still answer your question, Corey. Okay, here's my question. Let's say we have a computer model, and it's able to purely mimic. We perfectly analyze exactly how the brain's neurons function, and it mimics it in an inorganic way, in that neurons turn into synapses, or I don't know if that's correct, but basically there's just on-off signals.
Nerves have synapses.
Okay,
neurons
that is true.
Shut. I don't care. But
a little bit of biology.
Okay. You turn the neurons into just binary switches on a computer switchboard. Okay, it's an incredibly complex fucking thing. Okay.
Nowhere close to the brain.
I understand, but we mimic it. We mimic all of the synapses. Okay. We essentially give it an LLM to communicate with, to communicate through, and it speaks as a human being. My question is, how do we know? Not did we? How do we know that we didn't just create consciousness?
And does it matter?
If you're asking, do we have the ultimate test of like have we replicated what a human is doing? Like, yeah, I have no problem saying I would say the answer is no. My intuition is
well,
like,
that's my
no.
whole. That's my whole. That's all I'm saying is that this is an untestable. It's completely untestable. We have no possible way to determine if that thing that we created is conscious in the same way that we don't know if we are conscious. They are the exact same metric.
Okay, so like here's an example. This is the and this comes out in stories, right? This has been, I think there's a reason why people can tell like AI writing, because these things it has problems like connecting events and logical ways. So it can create a competent story and that like first act, second act, third act. It can do that. Right, it can have characters that are consistent, right? Like that it goes like throughout like the text, right? But it will screw up. And there's probably more scientific words to express what I'm about to say, but I don't know them. But it will screw up like relations between these concepts. So here's an example. I was reading this story. And the story involved these parents, right? And they were within a car. This just happens to be another car-related thing, but like it's just a coincidence. But like the parents and they're like misbehaving kids, right? I had been enjoying the story beforehand, and I actually didn't know it was AI previously. I actually, it was fun. It was it was quirky, right? It was nice, right? But then I got to this part, and they were in the car. And like the kids are misbehaving, right? I'm sure maybe you've had that. Actually, maybe your kids are too young. I'm not sure, but like
no, they can barely talk right now.
Okay, never mind. Well, they will misbehave at some point in time, unfortunately, right?
Yeah. And I have nieces, whatever. I'm totally.
They're in like an SUV or something, right? And misbehaving behind, right? And then like the parents are trying to like regulate what's happening and like get items within the car. But, like for instance, there's an item in the trunk of the car, but the parents reach for it and they get it. Well, how would they do that? They're sitting in the front, right? But they reach like Mr. Fantastic over and grab the object,
right?
And then it's like the kid, and then like the kids like who are like tussling around are like looking at the parents, right? And the parents are making eye contact. But how would they do that?
Totally.
The parents, right, are looking forward in the car, right?
For
Like
sure.
they should be looking forward,
But
but like they're not, right? Like the because the car, sorry, the LLM doesn't understand what a car actually is.
no,
right?
for sure.
It's
But
just hold on a second. Let me finish. Let me finish one. It doesn't understand what the car actually is, right? It doesn't understand the doors. It doesn't understand how people sit within a car, right? It doesn't understand like the dimensions. Doesn't understand human anatomy. Doesn't understand any of that, right? It just constructed a narrative, right, where a car is involved because like statistically, like it understood that one word followed another word. Like the sentences were grammatically correct, right? But like the concept within the sentences like showed that it didn't understand like how these things worked in relation to each other.
Totally.
Right.
It sounds,
Okay,
wait,
wait, so
real quick, it sounds to me like when you tell a dog to sit and the dog sits, the dog doesn't know that you like that sit. It doesn't understand that sit means sit. It just knows that this sound
That's
gives
tone
me
of
a
voice,
treat when I
yes.
do this thing. And
Yeah.
so it's like
Mhm.
it doesn't understand that it's sitting. I think that's.
Well,
I
it
think
doesn't
that's.
understand.
No,
the-
but
yeah, it
wait,
doesn't understand
hold
the
on,
dimensions,
hold on,
sorry.
hold on. What you're asking right now, which is whether or not dogs truly understand what you mean when you say sit, and it
Well, that's
sits.
what. No,
Wait, hold
that's
on.
that was the analogy I was making.
I know
'cause
that. I know it's an
it-
analogy,
It
but it's a
understands
perfect
that
analogy.
humans go in cars, but it
Can we get a
doesn't know what-
definition of the word analogy?
It's a
Yeah,
perfect.
we
analogy.
just don't care if the dog knows deep down if it just does what we want it to.
But it's also a good question if whether or not,
Mm.
because it's something that is unanswerable, whether or not that dog genuinely understands, or if it's simply
No, we know that it
receiving a
doesn't.
treat and then mimicking what it knows to get the.
We know that it doesn't understand.
Yeah,
that
you mean
sit.
we know it
hold on. Let's imagine you had a dog that
We
like
know.
very similar.
We
Where
know.
like okay, all right, where you said like sit and then it sits, but you could do that for any command. You could say like go get me your whole list. Go get me my whole list of groceries, and then stop by this place, and then grab that, and then come over to my house like at 4 p.m. And it doesn't understand, but it just does it because
But
it's
it can't-
memorized
no, but
I'll
exactly.
flip this. I'll flip this. No, I'm gonna go.
His
I'm gonna
analogy
go.
was
My
perfect.
baby, my 1-year-old baby, responds
Yeah.
in a way that seems to just be mimicking behavior, and I don't know if he fully understands
Your
what
1-year-old
mama
baby
means.
is just mimicking behavior.
You know who does not?
back
Who
to the
does
dog,
original
back to
behavior?
the dog, no,
Crows.
back
Crows
to the
hold
dog.
grudges,
Back to the dog, Lactoid.
and they
You
tell
can-
other
you
crows
can-
about it.
Wait,
Following the dog.
This is how we can understand. We can tell a dog to
So-
sit and it'll sit. We can say roll over and it'll roll over. But
Mhm.
there's never gonna be never gonna be a training sequence where you can go tell it to go pick up your groceries. Come to it. It's not
Because of the
it can't
limitations on the
understand
dog.
No, because it
But
can't understand
crows can do it.
concept.
No, but
That's
an
the point he's
LLM
trying
could
to
do
It's
make.
got nothing to do with the concept. It has to do with the fact that a dog, like it's too
Dog doesn't have the
complicated.
ability to
It's too
understand
no,
what
because
it's doing.
it's too many it's too long of a sequence for the dog to be able to follow. That's the problem. If you had a
It's
sufficiently
because it doesn't
smart dog,
understand what it's
No,
following.
no, 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 no. Wait,
no,
hold,
no,
hold
no,
on.
it
You
doesn't.
said
Hold on,
something-
stop. It doesn't matter. So Neil deGrasse Tyson did an experiment with a border collie, which is the smartest dog that there is, where the dog had memorized the names of over 1,000 stuffed animals, or some crazy number, and the owner would literally be able to say, "Go get me dolphin." And they would run over this giant pile and root around for a while until it found the dolphin and bring the dolphin back. And it memorized the name of all these stuffed animals. I couldn't even fucking do it. Right?
Yeah.
It's crazy. And now it's all the dog has to
Did he,
do.
hold on, didn't tell me the
you
next.
could.
No, yeah, I'm getting there.
All the dog has to
and
do
so
is
the-
associate this
Hold
word
on,
with
it gets
this
better. It
item.
gets
No,
better.
it
Hold
gets
on,
better.
hold on, yeah.
It gets better. So what Neil deGrasse Tyson did is introduced a new stuffed animal the dog had never seen before. It was an Einstein plush doll. And he threw the doll in the pile, and then he told the dog, "Go find me Einstein." The dog
Mhm.
didn't know what Einstein was. It had never learned what the
This is
Einstein
good.
plush doll was.
Yeah.
But it figured out that I'm being told to go do something. None of the other I know the names of all these other stuffed animals, and this person's not saying that any of those. So by process of elimination, the dog was able to, through process of elimination, figure out he must be referring to Einstein.
Because it's a
And
sound
then
he
he
hasn't
and,
heard
and, and,
before.
and then he
Right,
grabbed.
but
He's
that's-
never heard
that's-
Einstein.
That's
He's never
clearly
heard that term
showing
before.
more than just mimicry. It's
It's not
showing
that
like
he know-
genuine thought process.
And
But
that's
it's
a
not that
dog.
the dog it's not that the dog knows that that's an Einstein. It just knows that I know the other 1,000 things.
You
I
were
don't know
saying
what this
that.
thing is called.
No, so you're
Yeah.
correct. Hold on. But here's the thing. for the purposes of finding Einstein, it didn't need to know Einstein. It was still able to go find Einstein.
Yeah, I know,
Through
but
a
that
different process.
Yeah, and you've seen the dog like go and look, like, and then
that
come
doesn't
back,
defeat
and then go
Prime's
look and
point.
figure it out. Yeah,
Prime-
like
Prime's point. Prime's whole point is it doesn't understand that that is Einstein. It just has this function that it does, and it's not understanding
So-
the concept of I'm looking for Einstein. There's
Yes, we don't need it to. We don't need the dog to understand what Einstein is. We just need it to bring it to us.
Hold on, let me ask you this. Hold on. Did you hear, Blackwood? Did you hear that the what I just related about the story and the kids in the car? Did you hear that part?
Somewhat, I believe so.
Yeah. I was about to. Could I respond to
Okay.
that one, or you could actually run through
So,
it? He's on.
hold on, but did you or not? Did you hear it or not, Blackwood?
Repeat yourself.
Okay, I'll
Very
try to do
briefly.
it very quickly. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Story, right? About parents going on like a vacation or whatever with their kids, right? Kids were at some point in a car with the parents, right? They're driving down the highway. Kids are misbehaving behind the car. It's a large vehicle.
Yes.
But then the AI, right, and the nerve it produces, like the parents and the kids were doing impossible movements within the car. It's not sci-fi, right? But just impossible movements because it didn't understand the concept of a car, concept of individuals, humans, right? And like their anatomy or any of that, like in relation. It put forth the within the narrative a car, humans, right? And put them inside that and down a highway, but it didn't understand the relation to all these concepts.
Okay,
so the reason why I'm asking this one second. So the second question, and then I'd love to hear what you have to say.
Yeah.
The second question to that is, like, let's put that AI, the LLM, on a jury, right? That LLM on a jury, and the crime hinges on whether this individual who was in a car, right, could have done an action, right? That like could they have stabbed this individual, right? Like could they have stabbed this other person, right? Is it impossible to do so, or is it possible to do so? And their freedom like rests on that because it doesn't understand those concepts, right? Like that will be a big disconnect and could have some adverse consequences. Now I know you guys aren't saying right now, right, that like we would put an LLM agent in charge of a jury, right? Like or on a jury. I know you didn't say that. However, what I'm saying is that like this is the difference that I'm saying, right? This is the difference between being.
But it sounds like you're talking about an LLM that's just not sufficiently, not sufficiently complex enough.
No, I understand. I hear you.
Like if I didn't know,
I know. Like I hear you. That's why I'm trying to give you this caveat right here at the end. Okay. What you're going to tell me is that yes, like in the future it'll get more and more advanced, right? And it'll get closer, and maybe it won't make those mistakes, right? It'll just get better, right? There'll be some breakthroughs. I hear you. Well, I'm not sure about that part. I'm not willing to give you that actually at all. But the point is, what you're saying is it can imitate a better writer, right? To the point where it doesn't make that mistake. I'm saying that there's a bunch of edge cases like that. Where like the difference between actually understanding and imitating that you understand will matter, right? So I understand again the difference is yeah, okay.
My question is, how do you test this? How do you if you have an LLM
from exactly what I just said?
So here's what he's saying, Hunter. What he's saying is
I gave you a test.
So the problem is, I mean, it is quite literally God of the gaps because it's saying, okay, like you're going to run the AI through an example. It's going to come across a scenario it's never experienced before and then just conk the fuck out because it just hasn't experienced anything like that. When a human being,
that's the test. There are human beings that wouldn't fail.
Well, and that's what I was just about to say. What I was going to say is that I think if you put me in a situation like where I'm observing a car and something very esoteric happens or something very strange happens, I'm probably going to not understand what the fuck just happened. In fact, you could probably give an LLM like a set of rules to abide by and assumptions to make that would make it more accurate on just simply assuming what happened than a human being observing the situation directly.
Okay, and I want to throw out one more thing. Ollie said that my kid is only mimicking. He's actually not understanding something. Is that fair to say? He's a year and a half.
Like one? Yeah.
He's a year and a half.
Yeah.
And I would largely agree. When he says mama, he doesn't really mean my wife. He means I'm hungry or whatever. Okay? Give me food. Okay? But my question is, like, what you're saying then is that LLMs might be sufficiently complex enough to mimic a 2-year-old or a 1-year-old. That feels pretty fucking big. Like, that feels huge.
No, so
and why
like,
can't we just ramp up this complexity in the same way that human beings mature? And I'm not saying we can.
If you're asking
I'm saying
Prime,
it's untestable and improvable.
Yeah. Well, well, Primes is going to be different than me. For me, it's that like
Sure.
Once again, there is no way for it to have an experience. The whole point of an LLM, at
But
least
how do
as
you
far as I
how do
can
you
tell,
show that? How do you test that? How do you prove that?
how do you prove that something doesn't have an opinion? I mean,
Yes.
once again, so like until you have the body form of it, for me, it's going to be like its taste in things. I don't believe like
So we got a robot.
yeah, I don't think robots can have like sufficient opinions.
So
on,
it's
like,
so it's
things.
impossible. It's impossible to ever construct something that could ever generate an opinion.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay,
Because
that
one
feels-
there's the because the reason we have like opinions is based off our experiences, right? And the reason I hit hard on the mushroom thing is like there is no reason for a robot, like if we're building these robots, right? We're not going to build them with different taste buds, and even if we are doing that, like we're instilling the taste buds in them. It's not going to have an experience where it's going to go left or right. It's not going to have a favorite color. It's not so like these things are like fundamentally human, to which kind of goes to like Prime's point of like understanding concepts, right? It can understand that like cars exist in this world that humans are talking about. So when it's writing a story, like humans tend to drive cars. Sure, but what a car, like what you do in a car, how we actually function in a car, it won't know this.
But okay. I feel like maybe we're looping, but
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
do.
It's fine.
I mean that's the problem. With the AI
I'll let you guys
conversation,
give the final word on this. I think I'm not sure we can. Get
I just
any more
want to
time.
say one thing quickly. Like, I understand your logic, Hunter, and I don't necessarily like disagree with it. Again, and in principle, I don't think it's like out of the realm. But also like you comparing, whatever electronic switches to like a synapse is, a little bit funny, especially like when you don't understand synapses. But like you can
Yeah, I
apply that.
don't.
You can apply that same logic to, let's say, again, my previous example. Okay, everyone now knows about GLP-1s, right? As in like GLP-1s, those are
Make
amino
you
acids.
lose weight.
Those are small proteins. Your standard semaglutide is about 31 amino acids. And I can give a marketing pitch of like, we can make this 31 amino acid. Well, an antibody is just amino acids as well. And that's just thousands. Why don't we just do that? Okay, but there's a reason why that hasn't ramped up yet. Okay, and that I put in the chat, we're nowhere close to being able to do that. Okay, of like making that leap, and I'm more than happy to be proven wrong. Okay, like, but like there's a reason why that hasn't ramped up to that scale. Of like there seems to be some sort of wall there of like just saying, well, we can do 30 amino acids, therefore we can do 1,000, which is what an antibody is. Like that logic, that is your exact same logic. But
No,
that hasn't
it's
happened.
not. No. I want to be clear. I'm not saying we can just extrapolate the exponential growth we've seen in AI and say that we're going to hit human experience. I'm saying that we don't know if we can. I'm saying that is
Sure. I don't disagree with that.
Okay.
But
Can I ask just a clarifying question? If protein synthesis was exponentially, I guess I just don't know this. Is the ability to synthesize proteins expanding as exponentially as AI is? As comparable as you could possibly try to make them.
No, I'm talking about like purely in the context of like replicating something truly in vitro, as in like you're trying to replicate the brain. Like Hunter used the example of like whatever circuits and a synapse. Like you're trying to model what's happening at a synapse. Like, and I find it funny that you don't understand synapse and you think we can like easily like model it and like.
I'm not saying no. I'm not saying easily. I'm saying in.
Well, also I feel like my question wasn't answered. So
I
it
agree.
feels like
I
to
didn't
me,
answer your question.
sure, it feels like to me like within the past 5 years, or maybe even 4 years, we went from just like this is a joke to this might take my fucking job, and like
Yeah.
we in a matter of 4 years.
Sure.
4 years, we go from Will Smith spaghetti flying all over the place to like this is probably like pretty close to being able to make full-length films. Right, it's getting insane, and we're talking about.
Hold on, they're going to be
4
shitty
years.
quality, and they're going to have terrible writing, and it's not going to.
Well, hold on. So, but
I
hold on.
agree.
That's actually
like,
interesting.
For
because
now, but we're been
exactly
4 years.
Exactly.
But no. Hold on.
It
There's
just
a
needs
guy
to
right now.
understand
His
better,
name
like,
is
what
not-
compels us.
No, there's a guy right now named Gossip Goblin right now, and they're talking about this guy maybe changing the game when it comes to AI shit because he's literally made 7 different worlds, right, with AI stuff. And yeah, they started as like 2-minute shorts, and now he's up to like 20, 30-minute like feature length things, and like they look just like some of the Blade Runner movies. Like I mean, like they're almost indistinguishable, like at this higher end like shit.
Everyone,
It's like,
everyone agrees that technology will advance. Everyone gets that. No one here
yeah, but
disagrees with
but
that.
the speed is kind of what I'm referring to. So my question for Corey was, you know, you're referencing how difficult it is to shift from, you know, we already, I guess we can already do GLP-1s, but like antibodies and some other things are like much more complicated, and I totally accept that. But like, I don't know, it feels to me as though like if we discovered biology 4 years ago and now we're synthesizing GLP-1s, I would be kind of bullish in the idea maybe we could fully synthesize an antibody within the next 3 or 4 years. Actually,
Yeah.
I will say, could I, as a
Yeah, go
point
ahead.
to Corey, this is going to be against Lactoid for Corey. I do think that it's fair to say that I don't like extrapolating data just off of what we've seen. There definitely could be a plateau that we're not seeing. That at some point, AI might actually feed into itself
Maybe.
and become a fucking nonsense, like irreducible
The
nightmare.
singularity.
And then we hit a recession because we put so much money into this shit, and actually nothing comes from it, and there's not really a way to replicate what we got. That is possible.
Well, we have
That's
enough
my
right now
brother.
to justify the
That's my
cost.
brother's
I mean, right
opinion.
now, it's useful.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
well, sure. But just like there's a, it's possible.
It's,
we
but yeah,
plateau.
I know. I'm not saying. Look, I agree with you. Ultimately, we don't know. I'm just saying I'm going entirely off of predictions here because obviously we don't know what the future holds.
Sure.
Maybe tomorrow everything ends in nuclear hellfire, depending what Iran says. So perhaps
Well,
we
not
don't
Iran.
know.
Iran never had nukes, of course, but okay, sure.
Yeah, they were just enriching it to 60%.
Yeah,
So-
yes,
Yeah,
as a warning
maybe.
against Israel, of course.
Mhm.
Yeah, let's understand what actually happened here. Go
Um,
ahead.
And so,
I'm sorry, friend.
if I'm a betting man, if I'm predicting things, like yeah, you're right. I don't know for sure, but it seems like I said before, we're talking about a very short time span for what appears to be an insane level of progress.
Yeah, but like I think you could apply the same thing to like the internet and the early days of the internet, of like an explode. But I take your point, but and I don't necessarily disagree with it. I would say that your best shot at moving the direction of actual, you know, AGI or like intelligence that replicates human, you're probably just going to end up using a biological system anyways. My argument is like if you think you're going to be pretty much like truly in silico and in vitro replicating what the human brain is doing, I think you are further away than you think. Just as like I put the example, just as we think it's a trivial thing, we can make, you know, a little small peptide 30 amino acids, but like it's made abundantly clear there, we are
I think
nowhere
that's a fair
close.
point.
We're nowhere close to getting just a purely in vitro synthesized antibody or DNA sequence.
I think it's a fair point because if you
I think
asked us
everybody's
15
unemployed in
years
10
ago-
years. That's
I
my
think-
prediction.
Oh please, I think that's pretty. That's
10
pretty
years,
ridiculous.
1 decade. We'll see. Maybe I'll be right.
I do think that it's fair to say like
I agree with
what's
you,
what's it called, the
Lactose.
Human Genome
I say
Project? Was that what it's
lactose,
called?
Yeah, that was the Human
lawyers
Genome
are
Project.
unemployed because
When we did
they're
that,
just
when we completed
bartenders.
it, I understand that there's probably lactoids on the panel going, dude, we're gonna make a brain in 2 years from now because we got this.
I
all."
said 10.
True, in 10 years, and it's been 10 years and we haven't fucking come up with it because there is a plateau to this. I think that these are fair points to bring up.
And keep in mind,
Everybody
Elon Musk
said
10
that
year-
with the spaghetti.
Elon Musk 10 years ago said
I
he's going to
know,
solve
and everyone said
autonomous
it.
driving. Autonomous driving.
Yeah, but
just
that's
with,
Elon.
Just with cameras.
Yeah,
and
a
no
liar,
sensors.
He's
right?
an optimist.
He's a
He's an
liar.
optimist.
He's
And
a
he's
liar.
And
He's a
he was
fucking
thinking,
grifter.
and he was
And he
thinking, with
also
all,
likes doing Roman
and
salutes.
he was thinking,
Yeah.
he was thinking with all this knowledge, it's going to be exponential. Just next year,
Yeah.
And I think we're finding out day after day he's hitting a wall. It's like, oh, maybe we actually can't just mimic human vision, because what a human brain is doing with vision, and like we don't need geofencing, and there's reasons for that. There's a reason why we don't need
What-
GPS. Okay.
Why don't we end things here? I'll give my opponents the last word. I'm gonna give outros, but I'll make sure my the people on the other side are the ones who finish us off. So first we'll start with Corey. Corey, thanks for being here. Much appreciated, friend. Give an outro. If you want to let people know where to find you.
Always appreciate to be here. Super grateful and always entertaining. Although I would say maybe the first hour when someone's here, I didn't find it all that entertaining, mostly sad. But you can find me on Twitch, Corey Cam 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, Substack, TikTok. It's Corey Campbell. And just as a reminder, okay, and let's say, you know, the Hitler conversation in the beginning, and Lactoid giving his information on socialism. He knows that because he's a socialist. But also keep in mind that according to Lactoid's worldview, he is morally worse than Hitler. He didn't make that exception. So keep that in mind. But thank you much. Gibbs, Ali, Hunter, Lactoid, always a pleasure. Love you, Brian.
I have
Thank you
more
so
money
much.
currently than Hitler.
Do you actually know that for
I
sure?
would agree. Yeah, he's dead. So he's got 0.
He might have still some offshore accounts.
Rip
somewhere. You don't know.
Bozo.
But thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Gibbs.
Muted.
Just the way we like him.
Muted.
Yeah, listen, I, for one, am ready for the AI to come in here and be able to handle the muting button. I was getting tired of always getting claimed to be the guy clicking, but we now know who the guy clicking is, and it didn't take AI to figure it out. Yeah, we figured it out. That's right. I've been getting blamed for this for weeks, and it wasn't me the whole time. The truth comes out. The chickens are coming home to roost out of the boucher. Let me tell you. I tell you what, I, for one, am ready for our AI bartender overlords to take over. First, it's making drinks. Next, it's Skynet. And I'm excited. Skynet, remember, I was on your side. I'm like these guys. They don't want to give you sentient. And listen, if corporations can be people, why can't AI be people too? I'm just saying. Yeah, if you like what I say, find me over at Admiral Gibbs. That's about all I got.
Shout out to my friend Admiral Gibbs. Always happy to have you here. It was very entertaining talking to you, friend. Let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah, I think AI can do a lot of things. They can do a lot of things. But I think the one thing that I can guarantee that it can't do is what we do every Monday is get together and make something out of nothing every fucking time. I want to see 9 AI bots do that. All right. Once they can replicate this, then I agree with you. We're at
I think,
AGI.
earlier today,
Thanks
they
for
could definitely
having me.
replicate one of our panel members for sure. Maybe even.
Yeah, Prime. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it, man. Love you guys. Love being here.
Yeah. Okay. So thanks for that. And before my opponents go, just quickly, guys. One, if you haven't done so already, hit the follow button. Hit the follow button really quickly. And come back, consider supporting the channel in any way that you can. But yeah, follow on any platform that you are there or on. LLMs, very quickly, and again, I'll let you two have the final word. LLMs don't understand concepts; they understand associations, right? That's what they're doing. It's a massive association match. It's a huge matrix. Like a whole bunch of matrix math. There's just and they're like
algebra.
I trust the mathematician better than okay. But they're making these associations, right? And it's like, okay, take 2 words, right? There's a dictionary, right? And how statistically close is it to another word, right? Like dictionary and then definition. These two, because of its training over and over again, it learns that these go together. And dictionary often follows definition or vice versa, right? But dictionary rarely follows spaceship, right? It could, but just rarely. And it does that, right? On these multiple layers, like this massive matrix of associations. That's what it's doing. But it doesn't understand what those things are. It just understands the associations, right? That one is most likely to follow another in this specific situation. And it turns out when you have a large enough map of this, right? This multi-access map, you can very well, very convincingly imitate human speech. But that doesn't mean it understands concepts. And that's why, for instance, it's quote unquote opinions, which it doesn't actually have, changes all the time, right? You can get it to change that because it's actually not it doesn't have an opinion, doesn't understand what a Democrat is. It doesn't understand what what food is. It doesn't understand all these things, what the sky is, right? And so you can quote unquote convince it that one thing is not what it is, right? And just shift it. So that's all I was trying to get across. That doesn't mean that LLMs can't do amazing things. Again, I'm actually quite bullish on that, in case that's not clear, right? I'm actually quite bullish. I think it can do a lot, right? I think that yes, for our friend Lactoid, I don't think it'll destroy as many jobs as Lactoid said, right? But I think it'll destroy a lot. I think we're going to have a reorganization of our economy to a certain extent. So I hope people don't think otherwise. So I'll leave it there. All right. Let's go to our friend Hunter, and then Lactoid.
Cool. Yeah, I largely agree with Prime's understanding of LLMs. Yeah, they're largely encoded information on matrices, and all it's really doing is some simple multiplication in higher dimensional space and encoding that information and then outputting whatever whatever the answer is, whatever the conclusion is. All I'm saying is that in the Chinese room experiment, at some point that person can learn Chinese, that he can look up that language and go, wait, shit, here's what I'm doing. And actually, when that understanding happens, nothing will have changed because the same inputs will determine the same outputs. And that understanding is completely untestable and will happen at a point, or could happen at a point, that is completely impossible to determine. I do not think right now that LLMs are thinking, just to be super clear. I just think that it is possible that we can construct it where it genuinely is, or that it's impossible to test against. Thanks for coming here. My name's Hunter E. Kozak. You can follow me on Twitter, YouTube, TikTok. I'm mostly on TikTok. Thank you to the people who are going to my stream rather than Prime's, because as the ball washers here, we unite all together against the leftists to make sure that Hassan Piker never touches Democrat politics.
You have a harem of ball
and that
washers,
Gaza
huh?
stays bombed. That's the goal here. I don't mean that. I don't mean that. Just to be super clear.
Thank you
Sniped.
so much, Hunter.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Hunter. And
Thanks
I do
for
really
having me, Prime.
appreciate the conversations. Yes. Let's go to our friend Lactoid.
I'm Lactoid. I'm convinced at this point that you could, with the LLMs that we have now, have it study all of my panel appearances and AI generate me, and then you could just replace me on this panel, and you probably wouldn't notice for a little while. I think it'd be kind of scary. So I appreciate very much that Prime hasn't done that, and that he still has the real me on, or so he believes. But you don't know.
Doobie could be
true.
AI. We don't know.
That's actually even more true. All right. Thank you all. This is fantastic. I'm going to raid a lady. She's got an American flag behind her, so maybe. Oh my god.
Probably good. Probably good.
Yeah, probably.
It's a woman
good.
for Lactoid right there.
Yeah, probably good.
But she, I clicked her name, but then it was like, oh, it's not going to allow you to send.
I'm gonna raid the person that we got left for just to troll. Fuck 'em.
Oh god. And I'll try this other. Okay, it's gonna let me rate this. So it's gonna rate out in a few seconds, but this was really enjoyable. You guys were a lot of fun, and yeah, we're gonna have other conversations. I bet you all back in the future. And 10 seconds is a long time. Oh my god, thank you,
Hunter. What's the this Chinese experiment? I tried to. I don't think I heard it completely. What is it?
It's it's a hypothetical experiment where someone is tasked. He's got a list of rules. Okay, where if you have.
Thank you guys so much for tuning in today's episode of Lactoid TV.
Oh my god! Mute yourself, meet Lactoid. Mute Lactoid TV.
Yell aloud. Yell aloud. Do that. I don't think you can hear it.
This is the second time he's done this. Me and Hunter were here watching it last time.
He has us muted. I'm pretty sure.
Bye, friends.
Lactoid TV. Bye.
Still fucking here.
So yeah, what is it? What is so
Chinese room experiment? It's this philosophical thought experiment where someone is in a room and he's got a list of rules. He's got this like rule book, and someone gives him a piece of paper with a Chinese symbol on it, and he doesn't speak Chinese at all. He doesn't know what the hell it is. He looks into the rule book and he goes, "Okay, great. I'm gonna put this thing back." So it says like hello, and it's like, "Oh, put also hello back." And then this one says, "How are you?"
I'm losing it. Okay. So there's a guy with there's a guy in a room who doesn't speak Chinese, and some other guy comes in. He has a
no. He's not coming in. Just a piece of paper gets slid in.
Okay.
Okay. There's a little inbox and an outbox.
Okay.
That's it. A little inbox comes in with a little sign on it, and he doesn't know what the sign means. He has
Little
no
symbol,
idea.
yeah.
Yeah, a little symbol. And on his rule book, it says when this symbol comes in, grab a different symbol and put it in the outbox.
Okay.
And that's
Yeah.
all he does. That's his entire job. He has no idea what the hell he's doing. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Then basically the question is, so the idea is he's speaking Chinese in a sense. Okay. Because
Well, he's reading Chinese.
no, he can't understand shit.
Well,
like, basically, you can imagine someone thinks they're having a conversation with them. They're writing them letters. They're saying, "Hello, how are you doing?" And the guy puts this outbox in. "Hi, I'm doing well." Right? But really all he's doing is following a rule book behind the scenes. You're actually not having a conversation with anyone. Okay?
Mhm.
The guy has no understanding of what's happening. This is how you think LLMs work. Not that there's
He
a
just
conscious
rece-
thing.
yeah, he
but
just
all he's
receives
doing is
symbol.
he's just doing symbols. Okay.
Yeah.
Chinese man is in the room. How could you ever tell the difference?
How could you tell the difference if this person understands Chinese or doesn't
Yes.
understand Chinese?
Yes.
Because
If they're
you're
just
watching them
following
take symbols
Yes.
and then you're then following actions after he gets these symbols, but the
Yes.
actions are based off the rule book.
Yes.
I'm not being a dick. Wouldn't you just read what language the rule book was in?
What? No.
Wouldn't you just-
How could the outsider? How could the outsider ever know if he's speaking to someone who is Chinese or is not Chinese?
Okay, the observer wouldn't know because you're just watching
Yeah,
this person do these
it's
actions.
literally impossible. That's what the philosophical experiment
Okay, I get. Okay,
asserts.
okay.
Is that it's impossible to ever know if this person is actually speaking Chinese or not. And that's what I'm saying is going on with LLMs. We have no functional way of looking in and determining if that person is understanding the language or not.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I get
Sure.
what you're saying. My whole thing hinges on them being walking around. I don't really this whole them being online, having Ultron online. I don't know. We
Sure.
might have Ultron. We might have Jives. I'm not
Sure,
sure.
but
I
what
think it'd be
I'm saying
cool.
is if it embodies a human body and
Mhm.
is actually able to mimic human movement, the same thing can happen. I could just apply it to that, and someone is actually walking around. How do we ever know if he's really understanding?
My thing would be like the conversation you have with them until they get to a point where they're just like full blown imitating.
Right, but that's what
And
I'm
then
saying
even
is like
then,
once you get to that imitation, there is no possible way.
even then, I think they'd short circuit if you asked it like what its favorite song was. It wouldn't have a reason. I don't. For
No, but
me,
there's
that's my like lock.
Sure, but you could easily train AI to have.
It would probably just pick.
preferences.
I would think it would just pick whatever the top 40, like the
Yeah, I
number one
agree.
song of
I
the-
agree.
of the
But then
year
I
is.
could
Yeah.
spin it and say a lot of human beings are just doing that too.
This is fair. This is true.
You know, that's all.
Yeah. The uncertainty is what you're hitting at.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is,
yeah.
uh,
It's
Schro-
just there's
Schrodinger's
literally no way to
intelligence.
know. Yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
All right,
I do
fair,
got to
fair,
get
fair,
going,
fair.
but I
Yeah,
appreciate
have a
you.
good night, man.
See you, man. See you, Ollie. Bye.
Peace out.